Hello, good morning. Yes, we moved this up an hour, so I think a lot of people may think that it's starting at 9 a.m., but we had students who couldn't get in the original 6 hours, so I added a seventh hour. You got to excuse me, I was just like eating breakfast, speed eating breakfast, trying to get ready because 8 a.m. is a little earlier than I usually jump on the calls for this kind of thing, but I wanted to make sure that everybody who wanted a spot got a spot. And so we have 35 people that I'll be coaching over the next 7 hours with an hour break. It's going to be true endurance coaching, but I love it. And I love supporting you. I love thinking on my feet. I'm kind of designed for it. So, I enjoy this. I do have a little secret that I'm going to tell you about, and I just discovered it. It's my third day, but it's this little thing called Magic Mind here, and it's got 12 ingredients that kind of boost productivity. It's the world's first productivity drink versus like an energy drink. And I swear, I took this, Murray just set it down on my desk 2 days ago at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And I was like high for the rest of the day. And I'm pretty sensitive. Like I can't take alcohol or drugs or anything like that because I'm so sensitive. And I was just like 10, 11 o'clock comes around and usually I'm crashing at 9 p.m. And after like dinner, I'm sort of low energy. The whole evening I was like giggling and laughing and alive and awake. And then I drank one yesterday morning at like 8 in the morning. I swear at 10 o'clock at night, I was still like, da, 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 like laughing and all of that. So it felt like limitless. So I'm gonna drink my Magic Mind. It's got matcha, adaptogens, nootropics, honey, turmeric, vitamin C, lion's mane, all of this stuff. And it's all good. So Michelle's asking if there was a wait list. Let me see. There wasn't a wait list. Basically, we got everyone on. Well, Michelle, there is a spot right at the beginning. So there's one open spot that didn't get claimed. So let me just jump on to you then and put you on very first. Is it okay? Can you go at the 8 a.m. spot, Michelle? I thought I was just kind of talking because I had 12 minutes before Kay came on. But if you haven't gotten a spot, what happened is we maxed out on spots. So I opened up another hour from 8 to 9 and we heard back from 4 people, but we had 5 spots. So I will just put, can you do that?
Yeah, let's see. I'm not on the right audio, so let's see if this works. That's okay. I just really had a quick question. I'll keep it short. Thank you so much.
No worries. No worries. Give me 1 second to finish the intro, and then I'll go to you. And I'm going to also sit down because I'm still like waking up right now. But I want to, I was all excited about my productivity drink because it's really like, woo! It's not about hyper energy. It only has a third of like a cup of coffee worth of caffeine. But anyway, just thought I'd let you know about it when I discover something that works that well.
I'd be climbing the walls with a third a cup of caffeine. So
I know, but it has the adaptogens. It also has stuff that relieves anxiety and stress. So the combination of all the different things actually makes it a very smooth, very focused boost for me without any of the negative effects because I'm super sensitive. But anyway.
I could have used it this past month because I have been very going through sludge internally. But
yeah, and hold on, I'm going to get to you in just a second. I have too, in the sense that I've heard from friends of mine who coach with a lot of top leaders that about half of the leaders were exhausted for about 2 weeks. I'm on the other side of that, but I felt that exhaustion for 2 weeks. I might have been a little quieter in the Facebook group because I think we might be absorbing so much of what's going on in the world. And the other half felt energized by it. Like, this is what I've been waiting for. This is the moment that I get to step up and lead and help all kinds of people. So those are the 2 reactions. But like almost everyone that I knew who was a leader or someone who works in energy or personal development was just knocked on their asses, for a couple of weeks. And yeah,
that's for sure.
Frame one more thing, and then I'm going to go on to you. And it looks like someone's on twice, so we might have one more spot as well. What I was going to say is that this was originally the brand breakthrough day. And the idea behind it is I could take one core piece of your branding. And branding isn't just visuals like logo, look and feel of your website, but I'm happy to look at websites and review that. Branding is also the core messaging and positioning of how you frame your business in the world in relation to other kinds of businesses. That niche, tribe, value come together to form brands. So I can look at any piece of that. But because we are in this sort of, pandemic, the global pandemic that's happening, I understand some of you may be needing to pivot ideas. Some of you may not, because if you have a longer runway, you might just stay true to your long-term objectives and know that this too shall pass and not worry about it. But those of you who have a situation where you might be running out of cash or you have a shorter runway, I recommend that you ask me questions about that, about how to, if you're running out of the runway and you need the money fast, how to get the money fast, okay? So this might not be a true brand breakthrough day, but I think it's important to kind of pivot with what's needed here. All right, so I'm gonna go on to our first one, Michelle, and in general, we didn't have you fill out an application for this one. So ask me the question with as few words as you can, so we have the most amount of time for coaching. So the spots are 12 minutes. So what I'll do is set alarms for 10 minutes. And then at 10 minutes, some people will be done faster. Some people take longer. It allows for transition time and also just wrap up time, okay? So and there's an hour of lunch at noon, from noon to 1. So let's go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. This will probably be short. The branding retreat we did at the end of last year was really rich, and I have that. What I really need some input with is specifically, I want to ask about some visual things. And because the only reason I would use social media at all is for business related, even my personal page, I want it to reflect me. And if I make a sales page that's specifically for, high-level leaders who have an edge or abrasiveness or some of this, and I've been doing interviews of people like that and who work with that.
By the way, most high-level leaders.
Yeah, no, it's really true. It's a real issue, and it's
because they get to be high-level leaders by having some kind of edge to begin with, because a lot of times that gives them the fuel to kind of
and there's a genius that risks being lost, or they end up going through struggles where their energies don't need to go into those struggles. They need to be going into their genius. And so I don't have judgment of that. I just have it's like preservation of a species almost. I see it in some ways, at the extreme ends. But what I want to know is, in terms of visuals, if you can even answer this question, or fonts, I'd say down to the nitty gritty. If I want a sales page just for that, or if I want somebody goes to check me out on my Facebook page, what kind of image would I use for a banner or a visual? Would it be kind of something very inert and just professional, looking without too much content or ideas, or would it be pictures, or what would I use?
Well, I would probably recommend using a picture of a person. And I'm even happy to give you access to my whole library of, say, for example, a person speaking on stage to a huge crowd with a massive impact, right? So you show that thought leader at the peak of their performance, of their impact, of, what they're born to do, like in that leadership role leading. And then the headline might suggest some challenge or shadow to what's going on. So they see that they're called forward because that's me at my best in that moment, but also know everything that I've sacrificed, and sometimes the body is on the path, to getting that. So I would actually lead with something that shows the full impact and the full leadership.
Okay, so visually have something that shows the full impact of their genius in full expression, and then the words would be to the challenges, and then the copy would be to flow from that. Okay, great. And
the reason why I suggest that is I feel like that might show the gap and the contrast and the contradiction, So, and it's like, what if, it could even be something like, what if you could, what if you learned how to be at your best, even in your worst moments or something like that? Or it's like, what got you here won't get you there. I mean, it's those kinds of messages, is that every great leader makes big sacrifices. The question becomes is it, is it worth it? Or something along the lines of that. Or, it takes, you've got to walk outside of your comfort zone to lead, or as a leader, you have a massive impact on those you serve. What kind of impact do you want to make? Are your edges showing or something like that? It's like any expression like that where it just shows, what that could be. You know?
Or the you can expect that you're going to be brought to an edge, not just in terms of can you go into your comfort zone, but an edge where you're kind of brought into some of your own areas that still need a bit of attention, but that doesn't contradict the genius that's. And so my other question is, because I want to kind of do something relatively easy and fast and simple and direct with this. I've got somebody helping me with some of this. It's not my total website or branding and everything, but just in terms of the multitude of fonts, is fonts and colors, things like that, important, like the psychology of color, the colors for communication, and is that something I need to think about, or is it just like, don't worry about it?
I definitely would think about like color, because color creates a feeling before anything else. So, like what you would be creating would probably be both vitalizing and calming. You know what I mean? In that sense, it's like, it's got power and vulnerability combined is sort of where I see, the feeling tone of that. Right. And so, obviously blue is sort of the most calming color, but it's not energizing. It can be conservative, but like more of the turquoise shades can have that more vibrant, energizing feel to it. But then if you're really going into sort of the richness and the depth of this kind of inner work, then shades of purples can work as well. But then again, there's like, some bright shades like orange can convey innovation and things, whether it's spiritual innovation or something like that. So it's sort of like, red is more like that power color, but I don't see red for you necessarily. If it's a red, it would be more of a maroon,
Yeah, those are my colors. And I had asked specifically about turquoise because I've been told for clothes that's my power color. That's what I got on here. And but at the same time, they've said, no, somebody else, they were in branding. They're not my brander. They barely know me, but they were saying, no, for that type of population, what you just said, kind of like the orange. They said when you get into communication and usually what gets messed up with people is around people and communication because themselves are fine. We only get into our worst moments in relationships.
Orange is the color of communication. It's technically the color of communication and expression, but then you still want contrast in the sales page. So like turquoise, if you had an orange as a dominant theme, like turquoise could be a button color because you want the button color to stand out from everything around it, or vice versa. So those two colors, orange and turquoise, actually go very well. I mean, they're two colors I use a lot in Live Your Message.
And amongst the multi-zillions of fonts, do I have to pay attention to something like that if I'm really aiming towards an affluent clientele?
I mean, I would, like for your brand as a whole, I would pay attention to all of that in the sense of really, like choosing a set, what I call a font palette, which is, say 4 fonts that you use regularly. What happens sometimes is Franken font things. And I just I like got pissed off to my friend, Danny Eni, and I branded his site Miracy. It just sent me his new book. And I'm like, really? And let me just grab it so I can show you all. And it's just right there on my island. Sorry. And I was pissed. I was like, Danny, couldn't you have at least showed this to me before you went to print with this? And it was like, first of all, it just looks, kind of lame. You have this font here, this really big blocky font, another version of it here, this kind of serif font, this font. So we're looking at like 3 different fonts. You don't really know where to look. There's no grace on this cover, right? And it just looks kind of cheap and a little boring, right? I was like, Danny.
It doesn't pop in any way, even the intensity of the colors. Okay, so that's helpful. So in terms of fonts, can you just riff off the top of your head a few that I might look at?
Well, you know what we can do, and if you're interested, is I will, we've done this before, which is just if you want Donna to create a custom font and color palette, work with you to create a custom font and color palette, we do that for $1,000. Like if you want to just work with her to kind of like explore that and for the main brand and kind of all of that. So, you could kind of contact her, but if you don't have to, I'm just like saying, if you really want to work with someone on that, our creative director can work with you on that.
This is helpful enough to get me going so that I'm not just starting in this,
Yeah.
but even to start mentioning colors, types of photos. You said you have a resource in terms of photos that I could tap into. And
Well, there's a bunch of, in the website ATM incubator, there's a whole, the first module is all about kind of what I call your shortcut to credibility, which is the visual signals. So there's a thing on colors, there's a thing on fonts, there's a thing on choosing the right photos. And in that, I give examples of royalty-free sites. You can go for free photos. What I will say is that I can't list fonts off the top of my head because I don't usually recommend you just take one of the standard fonts. So you might know whether you're going sans serif or you're going serif, for example, and serif's got the little,
yeah, I would probably go sans serif, you know.
Yeah, this is sans, this is serif, and this is a handwritten font. And then based on that, you'd kind of explore, but you want a collection of fonts that work together. So I can't, if I just started naming fonts, it would be.
No, I get it. No, but this even helps me because sometimes it's kind of like when you start writing with a white page, if you just have something on it, you have, so
Totally.
it helps me a lot. So I can go to that place, and do I have to request to have that particular?
No. So basically, all of the programs are available off the little cog in the upper left-hand side, and you'll just see website ATM and then go to website ATM. So it's just the missions that we unlock for you. So you're not seeing like 12 missions open, but that's a change from last year to this year. I just decided to open the full programs, but just with caution. It's not, this mentorship is not about taking a bunch of programs or feeling like you need to do all the programs. It's just accessing the things that are relevant as you need them and then having our support and coaching as you implement.
Fantastic. I think that's enough to get me going because I'm noticing that Norma was saying she was told to come on at 8 a.m. this morning for a possible opening, it looks like. So I want to be sure if you have that extra opening or if there's extra time, that can work.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I see that Malenka's on twice. So this document, I should ping my team because, or she told you that, but you should have put a spot on the thing. So I'm a little confused as to what's happening, but I will.
It'll work out. So it'll all work out. But that's good for me. I don't need any more time. That's enough to get me going. And thank you for doing this.
Malenka, I'm just searching. Someone said Malenka was on twice, but I don't see this. Where's the?
I was at 1:24 p.m., but I rescheduled for 8:24 a.m. So 1:24 p.m. is free.
Okay, but that's already been filled, so I don't.
Maybe it's filled.
Okay, got it. So Norma, I'll have you if we end up having a spot. So, and I'm going to figure out what's going on, or if I need to, I'll just add a spot at the end, of the day to make sure that everyone who is a full pay and wants time gets time, or if we end up having extra time this morning, I will add it in. Okay, so let's go next to...
Actually, Marisa, excuse me, at the end of the day would be awesome for me. I was a little jammed today.
Great, so I'm going to put you in at 4:12, okay?
Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
Love you.
Sure thing. Okay, great. And then Gay is next, and yes. And the drink is called good magic mind. So
don't worry, I wrote that down. That's kind of cool.
I know if you see me do anything magical with my mind today, I can.
So, is it possible for me to share my screen so I can show you what I'd like to show you? Great.
Go ahead and do that, and then just unshare it when you're done.
Great. So back in September, I launched this program at a trade show, the Society for Corporate Compliance and Ethics. We had this booth. It was the Chief Compliance Officer's secret weapon, high performance coaching for high performance people. This booth attracted people that we wanted to be there. In fact, people described it as a sparkle, or it just drew them in. And so we have adapted that to some new, more vibrant visuals. Can you see the CCO secret weapon in this greenish?
Yes, I can see a PDF.
Absolutely. Okay, so there's this, and then we have a new Facebook banner that we're thinking of using, because the name of the company or brand, if you will, is called the Intuitive CCO. And that was how we went to
I love that it feels a little paradoxical, that a lot of people think that these, CCOs just are, tight wads, you know what I mean?
Yes. I know. And that's
retentive versus like really caring people,
So it really drew people in. And so what I have done is take my EPM offer that I worked on and elevated, I think, to a level. Before it was fairly focused on particular global compliance issues, but elevated to what I am calling the Insight Mining Lab. And so what I wanted to go over with you today, and can you see this Word document?
No.
No worries.
Stop sharing your screen and share it again. It seemed like something was
absolutely. Because I know that different screens show differently. So here we are, the Insight Mining Lab. And what we do, we help women compliance executives get a firm grasp on the real drivers of compliance at their companies so they can have a more confident, strategic, and influential voice in driving their company's success as well as their own. As articulated in EPM mission parlance, okay, it is, their mission is to, in 13 weeks, master the ability to correct the right dots and read the signs your organization is sending so you can gain a more confident, strategic, and influential voice in driving your company's success as well as your own.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, master the ability, I have to absorb this for a second. To connect the right dots and read the signs your organization is sending so you can gain a more confident strategic. And I guess this is the ability for them to drive compliance. Is that right?
Not just drive compliance. The way I look at compliance probably differently than most people look at it. I look at compliance as your company needs to do X to succeed. Yes. The compliance officer's job is to build the right foundation to allow them to do that. It's like, imagine if you have like a little teeny tiny Cessna and you want to do global transatlantic voyages. It's just not going to work. The compliance officer's job is to say, this is what we need to get that thing to go. And so as they become more, my secret sauce is what I'm calling the proximity paradigm. They have to get more proximate to the organization to basically assess its ability to fly as high as they need to fly, to drive as hard as they need to drive, and then advocate for the right investments to allow that to happen.
So what I think that might help ground this, because I love, of course, how excited you are about compliance. I always have, which is why there's a sparkle, by the way, to your brand, is because there's a sparkle to you. So what I would say is that I don't know definitively when this has been done. So the way this is phrased is it's more of a process than it is an outcome. And so I'm wondering if there's some kind of outcome we can put into the mission so it's unequivocal when they've crossed it, which is your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to create your, what did you call it, the proximity what?
The proximity paradigm.
Is to create your custom proximity paradigm, over the next 13 weeks, so you can, so you have a roadmap for, connecting the right dots and reading the signs your organization is sending you, So like that, something like that, it's just like there's a specific outcome at the end of it, because otherwise it's the emperor's new clothes. Does that make sense?
So driving their company's success is not specific enough.
Because that's going to happen, but you can't always point to, it's this program with Gay that helped me do that, right? Because it's going on anyway. But if they're at the end of the day of the 13 weeks, yes, it's all in process, and these are changes that happen over years, if not decades, right? So what's that core outcome that they have at the end of the 13 weeks that's part of this bigger process? So if it's like this, this proximity paradigm, roadmap, what's that?
I see where you're going. In fact, it's very interesting. You sort of took me to this place in your lovely living room last November. They will, over the course of this program, create, we're probably not going to give them different names, but these 4 concrete power tools that will actually provide a roadmap. It's the thing from which insights will flow, actually.
Yeah.
Because they will, and this is, I'm not grateful for the pandemic at all, but it is the pandemic illustrates the kind of shock that occurs to organizations that compliance officers then need to come in and figure out, how am I going to read this organization?
Right.
We are going to help them create these power tools that help them do that. That literally will help them do that.
I love the word decode for you. So just in terms of what you said, going to help you create your power toolbox to be able to, are they inside of an organization? Or are they coming into an organization as a consultant?
Our target clients are newer people who are newer to an organization, but this works fine for people who are in an organization after some corporate trauma. A corporate trauma is like a merger and acquisition or something like what we're experiencing.
Yeah, so they're like decoding the inner workings of your organization, culture, and path forward kind of thing. You know, it's like creating this toolbox that allows you to decode, the inner workings of even the most complex organizations, and that kind of thing. I think that a lot of what you have will still be in there, but it just is like, check, I have this, right?
Okay, absolutely. No. I think that's really, really helpful. Now, in terms of the branding, I am going to stop sharing again. I just want to put that back in front of you because we are getting ready to do it like now. Today. What do you, does this, can you see this greenish?
I like it. I mean, it feels, and we're running out of time, but it feels bold. It feels corporate while having that spark, like you said, that vitality. It's got like a little bit of a life and a playfulness to it, even though it feels very respectable and very corporate. Does that make sense?
That's right. That's exactly, this is why I signed up for this program. Just right here, this at 12 minutes. Now it's just $1,000 a minute, but that's okay. Thank you so much.
Good. Excellent. I'm glad you're getting what you need. So this stuff is fun for me.
Thank you.
Great. If you can stop the screen share, then we'll go on to Malenka.
Yes, and I will screen share as well.
Absolutely.
So again, I was working on this is my primary positioning statement since we were working on it for several occasions.
Yes.
So would you, do you see my screen?
Yes, I do.
So do you want me to read it or you will read for yourself?
Why don't you go ahead and read that? Sorry.
For ambitious, overweight professional women in their 40s and 50s who have accomplished themselves personally, professionally, and socially, but have somehow neglected themselves along the way, put on some extra weight here and there, lost their shape, weakened their self-confidence, and aren't feeling as attractive as they used to, Wake Up to Your Life takes you on a unique Reinvent Your Life journey. Unlike other one-size-fits-all weight loss programs that get you into yo-yo dieting or fad exercises that you quickly break, Wake Up to Your Life takes a holistic approach to creating customized exercise and nutrition plan while supporting you in developing the mindset you need to achieve the holy grail of permanent and sustainable weight loss. As a result, you look and feel younger, beautiful, elegant, self-confident, desirable, powerful, full with vibrant energy bursting out of your strong, sexy body, and you find yourself reaching for and achieving things you couldn't have imagined before. You become the star player in your life game. You feel and taste the victory in every part of your life firsthand.
Yes, great. This has evolved such a long way since when you started. So, I think overall it's spot on. There's just a few little things that I'm getting, I would getting stuck on. I would probably lose the word overweight as the third word because you say afterward, neglected along the way, put on extra weight. So I think it's clear who you're talking about there. But maybe for ambitious professional women in their 40s and 50s who have accomplished, who've accomplished a lot personally, professionally, and socially instead of accomplished themselves, but have somehow neglected themselves along the way, put on extra weight here and there, maybe take out the word here and there, because to just simplify, neglected themselves along the way, put on extra weight, lost their shape. The word weakened is for their self-confidence is like not flowing for me. I'm trying to figure out, maybe it's just like an aren't feeling as attractive as they used to. Maybe lose the weaken their self-confidence. It's just, so then it's, you know, a little bit shorter, because I don't want to say lost self-confidence because we said lost their shape. I think you could probably just get rid of the weaken their self-confidence. Because I think people could agree, boom, 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 but the self-confidence thing, some women in this category might still feel confident, and especially professionally. But then the other things speak to it, like not feeling as attractive as they used to. So Wake Up to Your Life takes you on a unique reinvent your life journey. So the idea of a reinvent your life journey feels like it's a little all-encompassing for something that's really supporting them with their, if it's like reinvent your health journey, you know, or something like that, I would probably prefer that, because it, you know, wake up, and it also, it feels redundant. Wake up to your life, reinvent your life journey. I think it takes you on a reinvent your health journey. Just feels like that's more aligned with the solution. And the more encompassing it feels, the less I tend to believe it. Does that make sense? Just because I'm like, and it's going to do this, and it's going to do that. And you get Ginzu knives too, right? And it starts to just feel a little bit over-promising. So unlike other one size fits all, just a little English thing, I would spell out one and hyphenate, you know, one hyphen, you know, ONE hyphen size fits all weight loss programs that get you into yo-yo dieting or fat exercise that you quickly break. You don't break the exercise, you break a diet that gets you into yo-yo dieting or fat exercises maybe that you can't sustain instead of quickly break. Wake Up to Your Life takes a holistic approach to creating customized exercise and nutrition plans. So the program creates the customized plans, or do they get to work with a coach, which is you?
The general concept is by the program, and the specifics, like daily meal, are customized according to their preferences.
Great. It takes a holistic approach to creating customized exercise and nutrition plans. I would say plans rather than plan, while supporting you in developing the mindset you need to achieve the Holy Grail. It's HOLY, Holy, HOLY Grail.
Okay.
Permanent and sustainable weight loss. I don't think weight loss is hyphenated. As a result, you look and feel younger, beautiful, elegant, self-confident, desirable, powerful, full of, maybe in the word full, and full of vibrant energy bursting out of your strong, sexy body. And you find yourself reaching for and achieving things you couldn't have imagined before. I would stop it there by adding on the star player in your life game and tasting the victory. It feels a little too much to me. So I would stop it at imagined before. You might want to trim down a couple words in that long list. You've got 7 words there.
Okay.
Younger, beautiful, elegant, self-confident, desirable, powerful, full of vibrant energy. It's full of vibrant energy instead of with. You feel younger. And then maybe you lose beautiful and elegant. You feel younger, desirable. Maybe it's like younger, desirable, self-confident, powerful, and full of vibrant energy bursting out of your strong, sexy body. You know, or maybe lose the word self-confidence there. As a result, you look, oh no, it says as a result. Never mind, I was gonna tweak some things. Full of vibrant energy bursting out of your strong, sexy body, allowing you, and you find yourself allowing you to reach for and achieve things you couldn't have imagined before.
Okay.
Okay, so just a few little word tweaks. We're just at wordsmithing at this point in time. But
I had one general question regarding these statements: mission, vision, tagline. Are they for the business or for the product? Because here is where I'm lost in defining them.
Well, usually you have a position statement for your business, and you have a position statement for every product line. Something like a superpower is just one. It doesn't, it's just one superpower for you. The business name is just for the business. The ultimate promise is for the business as a whole. Okay. So in these other statements, like my business exists too, the mission is for the business as a whole, right? Whereas a product mission is for a, product, just a product.
Okay, so in this connection, whether there is continuity and I cannot remember the word. So my superpower is to ignite zest for life. My ultimate promise, ignite zest for life. Business name, Life Quest Global.
So yeah. So
are they congruent? That was my word.
Well, so like the ultimate promise means if someone were to do everything that you have to offer, in your company, including this wake up to your life, is the end result that they're going to ignite the zest for life.
Yeah. Okay.
So I would probably add the word your in the ultimate promise, ignite your zest for life.
Okay. And the audience statement, should it be shorter? Like, the positioning statement.
Well,
so according from this positioning statement, is this audience statement enough, or should I broaden it? I help powerful, ambitious, overweight professional women who want to feel beautiful, sexy, and desirable again.
Yeah, I think it's fine. You could even lose the word I help is when you want to say it as a statement, but the audience statement of itself on its own is just powerful, ambitious, overweight women, overweight professional women who want to feel beautiful, sexy, and desirable again. I help is if someone asks you, who do you serve? You would say, I help, blah, 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 blah. Yes.
Okay, so the audience statement is for the product.
The audience statement can be for like a product, or it can be for your business as a whole. Like you can have more than one,
Okay. Are we going to have replay of this where I can see what?
As I always say, every time I open my mouth, the replay is generated.
Okay.
Zoom just somehow knows Marisa is talking. It's time to record.
Yeah. Okay. I guess the XYZ statement, I will reframe it according to the positioning statement we discussed. So they are kind of connected.
Yeah, and your XYZ, make sure you're not doing an A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z statement. So you want to go something much shorter. I mean, your audience statement may actually even be actually a better XYZ for you. Does that make sense? Because you say who you serve and what you kind of imply what you do for them.
Yeah, the XYZ statement is 1, 2, or one option or the other option. So it's not both. I wanted to ask.
What I'm trying to say is that all of them are too long. If someone asks you what you do and you say all that, it's like, so
okay.
I think if you just said, I help powerful, ambitious, overweight women who scroll down a little bit, who want to feel beautiful, sexy, and desirable again. I would just lead with that as your XYZ statement.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Sure thing. Excellent. Alrighty, so on to Mariela Sarah. I love how much action everyone is taking. Can you see that? All these questions are coming out of action. They're not like, oh, what should I do? It's just, it's okay if you ask what that question too, but I love how specific all of you are and what you're bringing to me, which means you're really deeply engaged in growing your business right now. And that's a powerful thing. All right, so Mariela, are you there? Yes.
Yes. Hi.
Hi. Great.
My site is in Dutch.
Okay.
And just typing quickly something because I looked at the other document. So I have something short and I can show my site.
Yep. Sure thing. I will do whatever I can.
The first thing then, maybe.
Okay.
I wrote down something quick in English.
Right.
Okay. Where is it? Okay. This is, where is it?
It's okay.
I lost it. Okay. I'm stressed. Okay, maybe I just...
You're good. How come people like, anyway, I was going to say Miro and Marjan.
Okay, I don't know. I just had it. I typed it, and I have no clue where it is. I wrote it down in Google Docs. So maybe I started with my essence, you know, my essence of who I am. I think we did it like last week, and I will look it up. It should be in Google Docs, and it's like express the essence. That's who I am and what I help.
Is that, you mean your superpower?
Yeah.
So you help express people's essence.
I'm just gonna I'm gonna look it up. So express the essence, and I.
And do you want to take just a minute to find your documents and get organized?
Yeah, maybe. Okay.
You just go to Google Drive. You might be able to find it.
Yeah. Okay. I will look it up.
Good life lesson. Sometimes taking a minute can actually save you 5 or 10, even though it feels like the clock is ticking. So was it Abraham Lincoln who said, if I were to chop down a tree, I would spend 5 hours to chop down a tree, I'd spend 4 hours sharpening the axe. I think that's what he said. So
okay, I have it.
Good, yeah. Great.
Okay, for now it's gone again. I'm really... Okay, I have it again. Okay. Later, share. Okay, I'm there. Oh, now it's gone again. I go crazy. Here. Where does Google Doc go?
You might have it on just a different tab or browser window is my guess. But just, you've got a lot of them open.
It's under a different... Here, okay.
Great.
Yeah, so it's very short because I just typed it in. So express essence is my well, you know, my thing.
So your superpower. Is it your superpower? Okay.
Well, I said it to you last week that I'm not a copywriter. I'm not very good with writing words, but I help my clients find the right words with my method.
Yes.
And this is my product. This is what I have been doing launches like 4 times. Now I started with the 4th group. Yep. And it's really going well. So people already sign up without knowing much about it or about me. So that's a really good sign. And it's like, give your talents the stage that they deserve. It's like, well, it's all about what you do, but it's also about playing bigger game, find your vision, finding the words. And I do it with my own method with strengths, and it's from Gallup. But Gallup is very, from my point of view, it's not used very well. And I take it to the highest level you can take it with strengths. And then what I do, the end goal, they build a business that you're meant to build so that they start the right business from the beginning and start high prices. I really love it if women charge high prices from the beginning. It took me like 9 years to charge 10,000, and I only charged 1. I got 1, but I want to continue that. So it's about finding the problems you like to solve. That's why I love your training so much. I felt confident, like, oh wow, it's really something. Share your message and all this. Well, this is, and then the next step, and I already invited people who did trainings with me like last year, or maybe 5 years ago, to join my Rock Your Talent again and to offer them a pilot for my next level dream business, so that I can have this thing what you always promote, you know, to have a kind of funnel.
Yeah, the message to money pathway.
Yeah, and I don't know if you, and my thing is a bit that I will share, I don't know if you want me to share my website, is that I made a change, like a shift 2 years ago from coaching professionals, and now I only want to focus on entrepreneurial people, women, or professionals who want to be an entrepreneur. But my site is too long, and the sales pages are too long, and I need an overall message that is really like, wow, you know?
And this is for your website as a whole?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so those are a lot of pieces in terms of where, shall we work on the customer journey here a little bit? Because, for example, you know, one thing in the customer journey message to money pathway model, it's like, what is the problem? You know, you've got the problem and then the solution of each of these things. So I think you just, the screen is black now. Can we go back to where it was? Okay. Yeah. And you can just take notes at the bottom if you like to. Yeah. So Rock Your Talent sounds like it's the first program in your customer journey. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And how much is what's the price point of that?
Well, it's 5,000 if they get one-on-one coaching. So it's 5,000. It's really intense coaching. It's really,
okay. So, and there's only one option.
3,000 for okay. 3,000 for the non-coaching. But with the coronavirus, I asked people who already did something with my trainings to 1,500, and they say easily yes. So
okay, so all right, got it. And then what's the cost of the next level dream business?
Well, I wanted to do 10,000 for 6 months, but now I don't. But now I don't offer that. I don't know.
Okay, got it. So Rock Your Talent. Let's kind of diagnose exactly who it's for and the problem it solves, right? Yeah. So I get that. I love the promise: give your talent the stage. Give your talents the stage that they deserve. It does make it sound like this is for speakers, people who want to speak. The Rock Your Talent and the stage. Is that true?
Well, it's more like what you say is like figuratively. They want a stage, but they hide themselves. So it's not like they literally want to be speakers, but they want to find their voice in Holland.
It's like a metaphor.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So the problem, it sounds like, is that do they recognize that they're hiding their gifts and talents and they're afraid to?
Yeah, they're tired of it. They follow like 10 or 3 educations, like scholar, like 4 years, and then they follow another 4 years, and they still feel insecure. So the word talent in Holland is very well used, and it's like very big now.
Okay. So I would say the problem is, just write a problem statement. I would go ahead and write the problem statement on Rock Your Talent. So the problem for Rock Your Talent is that they've spent years, if not decades, developing their talent, but they haven't expressed it beyond themselves, right?
Yeah.
They haven't shared it. They haven't shared it, but they've been hesitant to share it. They haven't expressed it, just right. So they've been hiding. They've been scared to become visible, right? That seems like that's the problem.
Can I add something? Is that I forgot to mention is that my vision is like you are building a career or like a dream business based on your learned behavior and not on your real talents. So it's like, what are your old patterns and what are your real talents? So after all these trainings, they still feel insecure. And my vision is like, but that's because you're building it on old patterns and, like pleasing or working hard, but not on your real talents.
Yeah. I guess that's a separate problem. So it's a secondary problem. Secondary problem would be that they've chosen a career path, right? They've chosen a career path based on what they feel like they can do or they should do versus what they really want to do. And so they're not satisfied.
And and they are not equipped. The old system of school does not equip women in the new world. Money, charge money, and to adapt. I love it that women, or like everyone, but women can adapt easily to the problems. That's a third problem.
I'm not exactly, can you say that a different way? Because just try to, and we've got to start wrapping up, but try to say it in a way that it feels more like, what is the problem they acknowledge, right? What's the acknowledged problem that they're carrying around and they realize this is a problem?
What they acknowledge is that they have a great career and they have a great studies, but they still feel insecure. Mm-hmm. And they still don't know, what am I really good at? What is my genius zone? What is my thing?
Just with words like insecure, just not everyone would self-diagnose as that or self-identify with that. So, basically careers based on what they feel like they can do or should do versus what they really want to do. And that even though they've been, they've achieved they were kind of more advanced in the career, they've achieved a certain amount of success, they still don't really know what their real talent is. You could say something along the lines of that. Yeah. But that feels a little bit more grounded than just, the women and whatever you're saying. And then just say maybe as, you could say something like, as women, they've, put other people first or whatever it is, or, you might be able to find something that they would agree to,
Yeah. Can I ask just one little thing? I was thinking of corporate rebels to entrepreneurs, I don't know, with a mission who want to make impact. Is it okay to start with rebels? Or,
you mean, are you like, as your main group, as you working with corporate rebels who want to leave? Sorry, corporate rebels who, sorry, let me just, corporate rebels. Okay, sorry, corporate rebels who want to leave corporate and become entrepreneurs. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think you can start with corporate rebels who want to become entrepreneurs.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So hopefully, so you want to kind of with the cut, basically in DAO product creation, because you're in next level, there's that whole first module of DAO product creation about the customer journey, and you're looking at the problem and then the promise of each of your programs, and then you stack problem, promise, new bigger problem, new bigger promise. And so we're kind of tuning into that here. So it's just grounding the offer in the specifics. So you can very clearly describe the problem, the solution, and what the ultimate result or promise of that solution is. And I think that's going to help you develop these things out. So you know what they are, it's just developing some of this. And once you do that, for these two offers, then you look at your website as a whole and you look at, okay, I think this idea of corporate rebels is a very, good idea. And like basically you're hiding in plain sight, right? You might be visible inside of a company or an organization, but you're not showing who you really are. And because of that, there's a huge part of you that's longing to step out, to be, your full self, to stop hiding, to stop, preparing and learning for a day that, that hasn't come yet, and to start living that day now. I think something along the lines of like that could tie these two pieces together.
Yeah, like no regrets and time is now or something.
Yeah. And to stop waiting for someday to do, the work that you really wanted to do and start doing that today, kind of thing. Okay.
Cool. Yeah, thank you.
Sure. Yeah. All right. So next up, we've got Susan Norton.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. So what I'm working on is I have had a website for 10 years. It's pretty good. And I just switched it over to Heroic. I've done, switching it over. I'm ready to throw the on switch. So I would like you to take a look at the main page. I think that something's missing and I'm not sure what is missing. So I'm going to show you the actual, fingers crossed.
Sure thing.
It should be it. Share screen here. Okay. So
okay. Shamanic Services by Susan. Okay. Welcome, bienvenido. Connecting you to spirit. All right, let's see. Home events tours. So yeah, scroll all the way down.
And here's a bob.
I can tell you what's missing. Go back to the top. So what's missing is what you can do for them.
Okay.
So you're talking about what you do versus what you do for them, right? So I would probably make the you, by the way, in connecting you to spirit, camel case, like first letter capitalized. And then instead of welcome, Susan is a shamanic healer, welcome. You've been drawn to this page because talk about them and why they're there. And then like later on the page, like I always talk about you versus before I get to about me. Like, what is the person here looking for? How exactly do shamanic services show up in their lives? Welcome. You've been called to this page because you feel a deep, you've felt a deep soul longing for something in your life that hasn't been fully expressed yet. You don't know what it is. You don't know how to find it. and you really, and whatever it is, it's like, there's something that obviously that's a little bit vague, you know, you're welcome, you've been called to this page, because chances are there's, because maybe you felt a deep soul longing for something in your life that hasn't been expressed yet. You were put on this earth to do something very specific, to learn a specific life, a soul lesson. And for many people, don't start to discover that lesson until they're in their 40s. And once they're in their 40s, they've spent so long suppressing that voice that it's just a whisper they can barely hear. So I support people in turning that whisper into, into turning up the volume on that whisper so you can learn how to, whatever. I'm just like whispering because I don't know what you do, but it's like, what's going to call them in and say you're in the right place? It's not the word welcome. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So is that resonating with you?
Yeah. So, because just think about them first. Like, I'm going to replay this because those words are amazing. Start with them. And then later, then it's, who am I?
Later down, because the thing is that people, when you can clearly speak the problem that someone has, they actually credit you with the solution. So you want in that first section of the site that they feel like you're reading their mind, that you see them, like you see their soul in a way that the people around them can't see. And simply by doing that, it's like the words you write cracks open a problem that's probably been there, like, at a very low level, humming along for years, if not decades, with subtle dissatisfaction, right? And if you're able to turn up the volume on that, they're going to feel like you can help them, find what it is that they're looking for. And then when you go into the shamanic healer, it's like, oh my gosh, yeah, she's legit. But simply by speaking the problem gives you more credibility than just, all your years of training. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I was wondering, should I every interaction should have a specific call to action. So should I have a call to action on the main page or?
Yes, you should. So I imagine that you would, you're selling one-on-one services, correct?
Yes. And workshops. I do speaking presentations, workshops, and teachings.
Well, and where is the majority of your revenue coming from?
Right now, it's one-on-one services.
Okay. So the primary call to action, and there's sometimes a primary, there's sometimes a secondary. The primary one could be to some kind of session with you. So, for example, maybe you call it like a soul purpose session or whatever it is, right? Or life path session. And you just essentially say in this, or whatever it is. It could even be a soul purpose initiation call, right? And then in this, basically, if this is speaking to you, I want to invite you to a 20-minute soul purpose initiation. In this call, I'm going to help you discover what your soul purpose is and claim that, right? And claim that, and basically, and claim it for your life starting now. And if you'd like me to support you, and starting to walk your soul purpose, I'll give you the next steps for that as well. It's like that kind of thing. So you're inviting them to do it. And basically, or in this 20-minute call, I'm going to lead you through a shamanic initiation to discover your soul purpose and claim it, as well as discussing the next steps for how to, or maybe it's just discover. Claiming it might be too much. An initiation to clearly see your soul purpose, and then support, how I can support you in fully claiming it and making it your life path starting now or something, And that would be the call to action. And if they're like, ooh, shamanic initiation, it's like, it's going to sound good. But really the goal is once they show it, there's one thing to just name it, right? But then there's a whole other thing to claim it, to integrate it, to live it, and all of that. And that's where you start to widen the gap in the session. So that could be one, and then maybe there's there's some other secondary call to action lower on the page, which could be an audio that they listen to, you know what I mean? Like maybe it's a soul purpose awakening audio. I'm just making stuff up, right? A soul purpose awakening audio that you're going to, that you could send that to them obviously in preparation for their session, or people could just sign up for the audio. And then at the end of the they listen to the audio, but in the email that delivers it. So now that you're starting to awaken, come on to the soul purpose initiation ceremony with me so we can actually name this thing. Take it out of essence or whatever, raw energy and spirit, and into some form.
That's great. I really appreciate it. So the secondary call to action.
I've been told I can speak woo.
Yeah, you can. I can. So can your coaches. It's amazing. I'm really glad. I'm grateful. You totally nail it. So if I have already created a podcast where I take them on like a journey and they have a healing, and then they, it's called A Journey to Paradise. It's like 20 minutes long. It's actually free on, it's a podcast. It's available.
Is it a single episode or it's an ongoing podcast that you do like on a weekly?
10 of them.
Okay.
Access. What maybe I can do is like have them, if they don't know who I am, link it, like, go on a journey. Like I want them to set up a time with me, but maybe it's a secondary.
I would just give them one, like pick one of them. If you try to get them to listen to 10 podcasts first, you're like delaying getting.
Would it pull away from the first one? The first call to action is like, I think it's ideal if they speak to me because then I can see everyone.
Yeah, well, what I say is sometimes, I oftentimes have more than one call to action on the site because the first one is great. It's going to be at the top of the page. They may not even see the call to action at the bottom of the page, but someone who's not ready to get on the phone with you might go to the second one, and then ultimately that brings them back to the first one, if that makes sense. And in your follow-up sequence, delivering the second one, the audio, you have the call to actions to the initiation or whatever it ends up being. Reason being is that before someone's going to give you their money, first they have to give you their attention and their time. And if you think about it, attention, time, money, there's like a spectrum. People will give you a little bit of attention and then, ideally turn it into more time. And then they might be able to give you, money or something like that. But it's easier. There's also give you their information, which is their contact information, right? So these are 4 currencies. And getting on a call with you is a very intimate, thing. And so sometimes people need to interact with you, like their attention before even their energy. Does that make sense? And more time, because a 20-minute commitment is a big commitment of time. In audio, they could download, they could listen to a minute and say she's full of shit and then stop listening. So it's like a different perceived risk. Does that make sense?
Yes. So instead of just clicking the second option.
Right, starting to bring it to a close. Yeah.
So instead of the second option, instead of like go on a journey to paradise now, I could say, maybe that could be the button, but then they give me something like information for the website.
Yes, by information, I mean like their name and their email address, right? It's an opt-in, essentially.
Even if it's free already, somewhere on the web, most people can't find it.
Yeah, and it's something that's going to be high value that connects to the next thing that you want them to do, which is, say, getting on the phone with you. So you just want to make sure it's a very clear transition. Some people make the mistake with their free gift being something that's just a cool free gift, but doesn't actually connect directly and reverse engineer into the next step action you want them to take. Does that make sense? So you need to make sure it's a very clear progression, or you might get people to sign up, but you don't actually get them on the phone with you, which is what you want.
Okay. Awesome.
All right.
Really appreciate it.
Excellent. So next up, we've got Melanie Gao. You there, Melanie?
I am, Marisa. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I wanted to show you my website.
Sure.
You kind of know my journey. I built this website, one page done with brand story at that stage. And I really strongly want to pivot into the much more strongly into the speaking from the stage.
Okay. That you're doing speaking, or that you're helping people speak?
Helping people speak.
Okay.
Learn how to speak from the stage. Ted Worthy and persuade from the stage and perform. Yeah. So let me just get my share buttons going here. Share screen. At the moment, I've been building one-page websites.
Good. I really recommend starting there.
I know. I've been a good student. So even if I've got a different program, I just build a one-page website for that program. This is the one that most people go to. when they see it. My feedback is most people really like it, the one page, but it needs an overhaul. And I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to get your input on it. Where do you need me to start?
So are you looking at just how to update the...
Yeah, any glaring things I could be doing better, because obviously at the beginning it was just book a call. I didn't have it like... Yeah,
like what kind of free consultation too.
Yeah.
So I think, well,
just programs.
Well, I like that just stay up at the top for a bit.
Right.
It looks good. So life is a brief shot at something. Stay at the top. Life is a brief shot at. Maria is like, stop clicking and scrolling. You must be a quick start. Are you? Yes. Life is a brief shot at something incredible. Make your story matter. So this doesn't suggest the stage. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree. This.
So what we probably want to do is update the language here first. To kind of get to the stage speaking, right? So we want to create the messaging from the very top to kind of be that focus of who it's for, right? So life is a brief shot at something incredible, make your story matter. And maybe there's a section right underneath it, right? Or it could even say, share your story, make your story matter, ... share it from the stage or something like that. Maybe it's just as simple as like adding, share it from the stage. Right. And then maybe underneath there's a section, you see you sharing something on stage, which is great. But then all of this too, are you wondering how you've achieved so much, but are not where you expected to be? Important message. Have you got a vision? Don't know there. So are these people who know they want to speak, or are they already speakers?
So currently I'm working with people who, the desire is to be on the stage. They know they want to be on the stage, but they're not necessarily competent there.
Yeah.
But what I've definitely moved to that this does not reflect is people who understand the value of a TED-worthy speech and want to play that big. And this feels like it's a little bit stuck in brand story that I've kind of updated to sort of reflect.
Right.
This shift.
Totally. So I think that got it. Then what I would probably do there is share it from the stage. Maybe you can get into like TED Talks. Like that's a very specific offer, and it's something that a lot of people do have a desire to. So is TED Talks your main offer?
What it is it's a shiny object that people know they want, that sets a level of ambition.
It's a great front door.
Right.
Yeah.
And obviously the gap is they don't know what idea they want sharing. So now I've opened up the gap.
So then maybe it's make your story matter, share it in a TED Talk or something. Maybe it's like very, very ... share it in a TED Talk. Like it's a very, or share it from the stage. And then maybe the next section just said something like the average TED Talk gets at X million, X whatever views. The average TED Talk is given by a regular person, and gets X million views. So it's something like that. The question is, what can you say what can you say in 17 minutes that will change the world, or something along the lines of that,
Right.
That change the world and while changing the trajectory of your own life. And I think that might be a good pivot to transition. I like that. What can you say in 17 minutes that will change the world and while changing the trajectory of your own life? And I think that too, the average TED Talk is seen by X million people and delivered by someone who's never spoken before, or never, or delivered by an ordinary person who's never done something like that before. Like something along the lines of that. So it's the ambition plus the contrast. And then you go into the what can you say in 17 minutes that would change the world and change the trajectory of your life. What message do you want heard by X million people? And you repeat the number that you had just up above.
Okay.
How would your life change how would your life change if X number, like what message would be worth, being shared to X number of people? And then how would your life change if X number of people heard that message? And it's like boom, boom, boom. And then maybe it's, my name is Melanie Yao, and I, boom, you know, and I help everyday people discover their story and make it matter.
Okay, that is great. I literally had no idea how to pivot these pain points in that direction. That is tackling all the pain points, really, isn't it?
Yeah, the ones that I just shared.
Yeah.
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 It's making it very specific to that audience, but also doing them in a way that's, like you said, pointing at that ambition that we were talking about, you know?
The ambition, the gap.
Yeah.
The starting point to possibility. Exactly. Yeah. And then my name's Melanie Gao. Okay, cool. Ambitious entrepreneurs, industry shapers, and change makers. Does that work?
I don't know. I think that what I sort of just shared was like everyday people who want to make their, you know, and then you might have another line that says, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're an ambitious entrepreneur, an industry shaper, or change maker who's ready, you know, to step onto a bigger stage but doesn't know how. You know, I'm your gal. You know, people often call, you know, I've become known as a legend maker, whatever it happens to be. Yeah.
Okay.
So you can still have that whether you're, but it's after that other statement that I shared about this of like, I help everyday people. But then of course we say that every day because there's still a piece of them that thinks you're a regular person. And then you go to whether you're a ambitious entrepreneur, so that's filling in some extra self-identification. So people can identify with every day, or they can identify with something more.
And some people are a little bit of a crossover. They might be ambitious, but they think they're not every day when it comes to that level. So that works beautifully. Do I still need to say the story is most effective, immediate, blah, blah, compelling?
Yep.
Okay. Still need this piece?
I don't believe anyone serves the purpose. Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of a good inspirational close. Wait, scroll up one more time to the other piece of it. Your story. Yeah, I mean, I think it's good. I think it's getting into your how a little bit more.
Too soon?
No, I mean, I think there might be, once all this other language is, you might see needs for extra transitions and stuff.
Got it.
So, but I think that a legend maker, maybe there's a transition that's just like, so how do you become a legend? It's easy. You know, you discover what I call your legend story. And then that's the transition.
Okay. I now have a firework framework. Do I need to mention this at this point as a this is, you know, don't worry, there's a step-by-step. Currently, I've got the Legend's Journey, which is, you know, a typical.
It doesn't hurt.
Okay. So
this is where you've been seen. This stuff I would move up potentially.
Okay. Yeah. No, this is definitely.
And then I would also make the book your consult a little bit more specific, like book your like legend fire starter session or something, you know?
Yeah. Okay. And just, I hear my bell going. That's my bio. I can use that unless you've got any suggestions how to make myself. I've then got testimonials, a couple of credible things like people.
Yeah. You can go on as much as you want with all this other stuff. I think when you nail the top of the page, it's like it's most important. But I think that these are, it's not clear that these are, a legend is a story, it's not clear that these are different offers. You need some kind of header above these three pathways.
Okay.
Just say, there are, you know, a legend's a story, you could say that. There are 3 ways to get started, you know, and then just choose one of the 3 ways to get started living your legend today, and then you have the 3 ways. So it's just very clear what that is.
Okay. And yeah, I'm done. I think that's the end of it.
And I love seeing all the mentorship students on this page as your testimonials.
Yeah, and growing.
Yeah. Every single one of the 5 that I saw on your page are mentorship community. So. Yep,
it's absolutely true. Then obviously they are. I haven't updated it, but even people who are not in your mentorship, some of them were in your mentorship, and some of them have come in and signed up to your mentorship.
Love it. Yay!
Group.
All right, good. We've got the flow going in both directions. Love it. Okay, well, wonderful. So next up, we've got Laura Elstrand. Are you there, Laura?
Hi. Yes. Hi.
Great, and thank you again for the lovely card you sent me.
Oh, you're welcome. All right, let's see. I am working on my ultimate promise and my superpower statement.
Wonderful. And I like seeing your unique business blueprint.
Yes. So my draft statements for the ultimate promise are things like a family that lives fully. I was really liking Melanie's statement about life being a brief shot at something incredible. So I don't want to rip that off, but I love the concept.
The best form of flattery is imitation.
Yeah, right.
As they say.
Exactly.
Well, what does a family that lives fully mean? Because see, for someone to basically say yes to that, they have to somehow admit that they're not living fully now, if that makes sense. And so the after state doesn't feel like enough of a contrast as to where they might be yet. So like what that core promise is, like what is their before state and what is their after state?
Taking them from stressed out, overwhelmed with a new baby, potentially fighting as a couple, and coming to a space of joy, of enjoying the family that they've got. And yeah, it's interesting to reframe it because I'm like, in my mind, it's about, there's that piece of like, that my own kid didn't make it, and how do I bring that sense of savoring the moment, and that parenting can be really stressful, and turning it into something that brings us joy, and also thinking about, well, that my superpower statement, my superpower is something along the lines of, of being a detective and observer of people, a light bulb moment addict, creating safe spaces for connection, and bringing out the full potential in other people. Because I feel like the two statements are kind of related in a sense.
So is there maybe something related to even like evolving through family, becoming your best self through being a parent? Or, it's like this idea of like, I guess the family is a unit of mutual evolution. And I don't know, like obviously that's way too like, to be your ultimate promise, but something like that. I mean, is that the idea, is that they're growing by, and evolving themselves through the family?
Yeah, that could be. And becoming confident, because one of my statements about my why is helping new parents figure out what being a great parent looks like for them, and to help them fall in love with parenting and with their baby.
That's it. Well, maybe potentially. What about fall in love with parenting as the ultimate promise?
Oh. Yeah, that could be. I feel like there's both like the couple relationship and the parent relationship.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's just put that one down for now as an option.
Okay. Yep. Whoops.
Maybe it could even be fall in love with parenting, ... together.
Oh, yes. Oh, I like that.
Melanie's writing, one of the hardest things to do is fall in love with parenting.
Yeah, right? Totally.
And then maybe italicize the word together for me. Just do that for me for a second.
All right.
Mm-hmm. That feels better to me.
It does. I like it.
Conveys that safe space. It conveys that evolution stuff that you were saying in the superpower statement. Boom. Can we say boom?
Yay. Boom. Yay.
Nailed it.
I like it.
Love bomb. Boom.
Boom.
Okay.
Awesome. So how would you put the superpower statement? And I would really love to look at my juicy title for that matter too.
All right, well, choose which one you want to work on next, and I'll do as much as I can in our time together. We're only halfway through, so.
Awesome. Okay, let's look at the juicy title. I don't even know if it's in here or where it is, but.
I didn't put the juicy title in here, by the way.
Okay.
I chose not to.
Okay. Because I've been using New Parent Sanity Specialist, and I feel like it's not bad, but the sanity for some reason kind of still bothers me.
Okay. I mean, I smile when you say New Parent Sanity Specialist. I think people can resonate with that, but what bothers you about the word sanity?
At least I think it's that I'm not a counselor, and it's like
I wouldn't assume you're a counselor by that.
What?
I wouldn't assume that you're a counselor from that juicy title.
Okay. I've just had enough other people who
assumed that.
Okay. Yeah. And other professionals who said, oh, that I don't think, like somebody at a birth center recently said, well, can you not use that sanity specialist? Because I think that couples can't relate to that, or they don't want to.
Okay. All right. Then if it's not resonating with your audience, then what other options do you have?
I keep going back to just like the simple child development specialist, or she suggested, I think, family dynamics specialist.
That sounds like you're specializing in fucked up things. Just like, does that make sense? It's like the family dynamics. Because what is that? What does that actually mean for someone? So fall in love with, let's see, because it's parenting, but is it primarily the child thing, or is it primarily the relationship thing?
I mean, I've been calling it family because it's parent to parent and it's parent to child. So I've been focusing on family because I've even been talking with Donna Loeffler about doing some grandparent work.
Could you say you're a fall in love with parenting coach, kind of? And just
yeah.
Go back to that ultimate promise.
Yep. Yeah, that works. Yeah, cool.
All right, so superpower statement?
Superpower statement. Go back to sharing.
Okay, so there's a lot of things in here. Is it the container? There's a lot of different, there's like multiple statements in here. So which is the one that you feel is the core essence here?
I think recognizing and cultivating the potential in others.
And maybe that's it. Recognize and cultivate the potential in others.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right. Well, it looks like we got it all.
Yay. Thank you.
Sure. Great. So Jennifer, you are next. Jennifer.
There we go.
Hi
there. I'm a stepmom, and I've been remarried now for almost 6 years. And in that time, it's been really challenging.
Yep, I can imagine. The stepmom relationship is a hard one.
Yeah. So I first started out wanting to write about it. So I produced a website to post things to a blog and all of that, and with a focus on addressing what's going on with the stepmoms. And what it's turned into since I've just joined this program is that I think it's really more speaking to both parents, usually in couples therapy, although I'm not a therapist, but I'm a life learner in this blended situation. But usually the women are coming first to say, hey, we've got a problem, we need to go to counseling, that kind of thing. And so I want to come up with some kind of way that the couple is both invested in coming. So I've moved from targeting just stepmoms and the anxiety that they experience to working with couples. And so I've been working on my XYZ, and I have a bunch of iterations.
And by the way, is the reason you want to do this? I think the stepmom thing seemed like it was it really was so clear and specific and easy to understand. Could it be that the couples is the sort of next step offer? Like the front door is stepmoms who are like, shit, how do I deal with this? And then after the stepmoms get introduced to your work, a lot of times they bring their partner in and realize it's their dynamics as well. Or did you want to do this remarried family sort of as the front door?
I hadn't really thought about it that way. I mean, obviously, I have more experience as the stepmom, since I am one, than what a stepdad would feel like and what they would experience. So maybe so. I'll share my screen. Let's see, and start. Let me start here, actually. So this is the website that I had designed, and I called it a Wise Woman Builds. And so basically a woman builds up her family. And I realized that while it's pretty and I really like the colors, you don't really know what I'm about.
No, I mean, it's gorgeous.
What I am,
no idea what you're about.
What I
yes.
I know, right? So this is what I've learned. So, I'm getting already bang for my buck in this program. So I know here I can adjust that, and I'll work on that. But I just wanted to give you an idea of kind of my style that reveals some of my style. But these are my XYZ statements. So this one at the top, that's where I started. And then this is where I ended up to date.
I prefer the bottom one for sure. Help step parents squash the chaos of blending families. By saying no to unnecessary conflict, yes to boundaries, and yes to thriving in their new families. I mean, I like that. Squash the chaos. I mean, I definitely had a blended family, and I had an incident with my stepmom that caused me to never trust her again. So I get it.
There's a lot of parenting that goes on. So you have parenting in house A and parenting in house B, and there are a lot of different norms, whether it's getting your homework done on time, or whether it's going to bed, or whether it's who you hang out with, whether it's going to church, not going to church, those kind of things. So there are a lot of different things that come into play. And what I've learned that happens is that there's a loss of control for all the parents, because they've got to coordinate with other people. And then they also get a lot of input from the grandparents. And there are just so many people that are given the kids direction. And that's what I'm coming to understand, that I wasn't the only one struggling, that the kids struggle too, as far as the integration goes. So that's the chaos that I want to speak to by being able to set boundaries to say, hey, there's so much that's out of your control. So that's the direction that I'm moving on developing a program.
And I think that you might, and maybe even if you're like the core XYZ, you might have a short version, which is just, I help step parents, squash the chaos of blending families or of blending their families together. I've realized sometimes that just sometimes the XY can be enough. Like sometimes the Z can get a little out of control, right? So I think that I help step parents squash the chaos of blending their families together. Or maybe it's manage the chaos. Because squash feels a little bit, I don't know. And then the short version that you might just say in casual conversation when someone asks you what you do, I would, this is a longer version, which is good to have. I help step parents manage the chaos of blending their families together. And then they say, oh, cool. Right. And then how do you do that? Well, I help them say no to, say no to unnecessary conflict, yes to boundaries, and yes to thriving in their new families. But what you said actually was what I call the tell me more statement, which is the how do you do that? So I could be something along the lines of, I help parents navigate all the little, kind of all the little, what did you call it, house rules, like ways of being, standard operating procedures. I help, parents, like what you just said about church or no church, homework, like all those little things. I help parents navigate all the different decisions that, tend to vary from one parent to the next, one household to the next, such as boom, 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 and come up with a shared set of, parenting shared set of parenting guidelines that everyone happily follows, so the kid doesn't feel like it's yo-yoing between expectations or whatever it happens to be. Like I think that is even a better tell me more than the really short, snappy. Well, I like no to unnecessary conflict. As a tell me more statement, which is what you say after they ask you, tell me more, when you just get their curiosity, that actually tells me more about what you really do. Like, oh, and it makes me realize that's why. It kind of opens in some ways what the real problem is.
Yeah, there's definitely the other issue is that when you get remarried, you're thrown into it right away, so that you don't really have that time to work on your relationship together. That all of a sudden you've combined household and families, and you've got these kids, and it's like you're hit by a freight train. You have no idea what's happened to you. So it's definitely. I think it would be helpful to have some kind of counseling that says, hey, these are actually normal things that you're going to experience in your blended family. It's going to be pretty crazy for a while. And the challenge that I've had personally is coming up with, is this a step family thing, or is this just a parent? Because kids, they'll pit their parents against each other, for example. And when they have two households, they have even more of an opportunity to do that. So there's definitely a lot of trying to figure out, is this normal? And so normalizing the issues that step parents are dealing with is something that I'm working on.
Yeah. And I do like the mother as the gateway, because they kind of are the gateway drug in a way, you know what I mean? Where it's where they start, like, it's usually the mother that might, come in first, and then of course they might end up bringing the whole family in, or the partner in, and then the other side of, the exit and everything else.
Right. So then I've also been working on my juicy title. So I've come up with, let's see, I guess these things.
I'm ambassador of blended family success. Maybe it's just simple, like blended family expert or blended family specialist. I mean, stepmom advocate, or stepmom, could work as well. Blended family specialist. I mean, that's the bigger picture. You could say something like, I'm a stepmom advocate and blended family specialist. Like you could even do it like a 1-2 punch with that.
Okay. Okay, I'll work on
It
that.
says what you are, you know?
Right.
But you know, when someone says what you do, there's two ways to answer. It's like the XYZ or the juicy title. We could say I'm a stepmom advocate, or you could say I manage the chaos of blending families together, right?
Yeah, I really like that. I manage the chaos of blending families together, especially that together part. So that's very helpful.
Sure.
Okay, I think that's enough to get me going. This other stuff is just a direction that I have been thinking about, a retreat for families and then developing a curriculum for churches, because about 40% of members in churches are blended families, and they're not really being talked to. So they have all these sessions and classes for married couples, for example, but they don't address the blended aspect of it. So I want to develop something like that.
Yeah, for sure. That sounds great. Sounds like a good next step.
Okay,
great.
Thanks for your help. That's
sure
good.
Thing.
I'm really enjoying the program too. Thank you so much.
And I mean, you could have like a retreat, like a blended family boot camp kind of thing, which would be fun.
Yeah.
All right, sweet. Thank you. I'm glad you're getting a lot out of the program. So next up, we've got Marie Elizabeth.
Good morning.
Good morning, sister.
Oh, man. All right. Final day of my launch. I'm like,
Ooh.
Okay.
Got launch brain.
I've got launch brain.
Launch brain and bedhead combined.
It's like I've been on the computer since like 6 a.m. Total marketing mindfuck, but it's turning around.
Yes.
All right. So I want to work on still struggle with my what do you call it? XY, my thing I say when people are, like when I'm at an eWomen network meeting and it's like I'm going around and you have 30 seconds to say what you do. I still struggle with that. And so I want to work on that, and I want to work on my positioning statement because I also struggle with that.
Totally. And it's common if you're high creative, like you are, a creator, you want the XYZ to say so much more, like everything. Like you want it to be like a portal to your soul.
Right.
Yes.
The combination of creator and deep ass person is superficial conversation.
Totally.
So right now, I usually say something like, I help entrepreneurs and creatives who are rocking their careers but struggle in their personal relationship to find deep love and fulfillment in relationship without sacrificing their professional success or their career success.
I mean, I think that's pretty solid.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe it's something like, it could also be more vivid, like get out of the either or, get out of the either or trap and find deep fulfillment in both their work and their relationship. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Get out of the either or trap.
Yeah. And I like that, and find deep fulfillment in both their work and their relationship.
And
And
if this is
without feeling like they have to sacrifice one for the other.
I love that. Tell me if this is too backdoor. So the thing that has clarified more for me around, because of this compressed time, is, remember the other day you were like, I know you don't want to be defined as a relationship coach, but like the relationship coaches, their phones are ringing off the hook. And I was like, fuck, my phone is not ringing off the hook. I think people still don't get what I do. And so I've been really drilling down inside, like, what is it that I'm most passionate about? And for me, it's this weaving of your relationship, the triangle we've created, like your relationship with yourself as it impacts and shows up in your relationship with your work and your partner. So is it the front door? I talk about the work and the partner, but the back door, the deeper work is the self, or can I highlight the interweaving of all three?
I think it is a backdoor message. And I think it's more like once they get into your work, they see what's happening. I don't see that that's a front message.
Great. Perfect. And
well, now, I guess what you could do in terms of what's happening now is that now the boundaries between work and relationship and in self are all blending because everyone's stuck at home. So you used to be able to at least go and go hide and get your work done or whatever it is and have your alone time. But now it's like everything's all on top of each other.
Yeah.
And there might be a way that you can kind of talk about that in relation to COVID that still kind of deeply honors what you really do.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been doing that more and more. So thank you. Okay, so I have two different positioning statements that I want to run by you, and maybe there's a third that's in between them that's going to be effective. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So one of them is for entrepreneurs and creatives who want more love and connection in their life. Relationship artistry guides them toward fulfillment in their personal relationship. I combine 30 years of healing and personal growth training, including a master's.
Is there any way you could share your screen?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Let me pop it in the chat because it's
Thank you.
on my notes.
I'm just very visual.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I meant to do that in one space. Where did the chat go? I can't see it. Come on, chat. Okay. You not cut? Why is it not letting me cut and paste? Hold on.
And you can also just share your screen if you want to.
Can you share the? Oh, okay.
If I can see it, it'll help me.
Okay, here's the first one.
Okay. Now go ahead and read it. It was just starting to get long, so I couldn't hold it all in my head.
Yeah, it's a lot, and they're long, and I think they need to be shorter and one. But I just wrote them at different times. Couldn't decide. For entrepreneurs and creatives who want more love and connection in their life, relationship artistry guides them toward fulfillment in their personal relationship. I combine 30 years of healing and personal growth training, including a master's in traditional Chinese medicine, with deep knowledge of relationship dynamics. Unlike most relationship coaches, I focus on the interweaving of your relationship with yourself, your partner, and your work as a potent training ground for the greater expression of your genius. And the second one is for entrepreneurs and creatives who feel torn.
It's already better.
Already better, right?
The second one.
Yeah, who feel torn between their love of their work and their love of their partner. Relationship artistry offers a revolutionary way to unleash your joy and fulfillment at home, which makes you more magnetic and successful at work. Unlike most relationship coaches, Maria Elizabeth intimately understands the unique challenges purpose-driven and passionate creatives face when navigating their personal relationships, since she's a creative too. Relationship artistry offers an in-depth and experiential path to wholeness and fulfillment in your relationship and your work, turning your broken love triangle between work and partner that feels like it can't be solved into a harmonious whole.
Yeah, well, I think overall the second angle just feels stronger and more specific to me because you're specializing in these, these creative and entrepreneurial people, right? And it's a very different dynamic, than I think regular couples. I think it gets a little bit like redundant, like that last line feels a little bit similar to that revolutionary approach here.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just like if you cut out the line of the revolutionary approach line, and then because you kind of go into it again at the end, it feels like it's here twice. For entrepreneurs and creatives who feel torn between their love of their work and their love of their partner, well, you could still have it there. Relationship artistry offers a revolutionary way to unleash your joy and fulfillment at home, which makes you more magnetic and successful at work. Maybe it's like relationship artistry allows you to leave the either or trap once and for all, like that language that I kind of said at first. Leave the either or trap once and for all, and find and be able to find deep fulfillment in both their work and their love without sacrifice, without feeling like you're sacrificing, anything or whatever it is. Unlike most relationship coaches, Maria Elizabeth, I don't know if it's enough to say that that's just because that's who you are.
It doesn't have ability enough.
Yeah, maybe it's like, unlike most relationship coaches, Maria Elizabeth specializes in understanding the unique dynamics of relationships between creatives and entrepreneurs, the unique relationship dynamics that happen for creators and entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
Right? I think it's enough to say that, or that you specialize in, right?
Yeah.
And then let's see, this last statement. I mean, maybe we've already said it together.
It's already been said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. And one last question is, my superpower statement, I also still work, I'm struggling with. And so my ultimate result is love without limits.
Mm-hmm.
And I think my superpower is loving, like I love people into loving themselves. But I don't know if that's.
I think that's I think that's fine, because the superpower is kind of part of the magic sauce behind it all, right? And so love without limits, you're not saying how, because you're getting into my love triangle here, right? But it's just fine. So I think that's totally aligned and congruent.
Because I couldn't, with the superpower statement, it's like I have, my superpower is like seeing the dynamics that, seeing the patterns that people operate from. Number one, that's one superpower. It's like I see shit really clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Two is I love and accept it. The things that people hate about themselves, like I actually.
Well, I think that goes into the love people into loving themselves,
And so, but there's something about that feels kind of soft. I don't know. It doesn't.
It's a superpower. It's not a marketing message.
Perfect. Okay, so that's just what I hold in here.
Yeah. So it's not meant to be that, but it's what is sort of the magic, and that underlies everything that you've always done.
Got it.
Right? And it kind of impacts the sort of unique way that you go about doing what you do, and yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. I can work with that. Thank you.
Sure thing. Okay. So next up we have Marjorie Salson. Miss Marjorie. You there? I see her. Marjorie, I'm just unmuting you.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
I was just rushing to make a last minute comfort stop.
All good. Just in time. All
yeah,
right, so.
Yeah, things have been crazy at my house, so that's why I just joined you. But I can see you're running a little early.
No, it's 9:48. It's exactly on time.
Oh, it is not. Oh, all right. I guess my comfort stop took longer than I thought. All right, let me share my screen. So what
this is a moving target, though, so the schedule can probably give or take by up to 15 minutes.
Okay.
So we'll kind of go longer, then we'll go shorter, and it's just impossible to be exact with 35 hot seats.
Well, that means you're smoking.
Yes.
Okay, so what I have up here is the first four items are things that I worked on.
Do me a favor and just turn off this kind of like markup language, so I can. It's all the symbology. I think there's a shorthand to do it, but if you're able to do it, I can see it more clearly without all the paragraph breaks and dots for.
Oh, wait a minute.
Thank you.
All right, so, and I made it, can you see it okay now? Because I can make it.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just highly visual, so I start looking at all the dots. I can't see the words, so yeah.
Okay, so these first four items worked over with a combination of you and Deborah.
Great.
And so the Meganish business, career, and money, superpower up statement, which you help me with. I help people to express their truth.
Beautiful.
My market of one tribe is entrepreneurs, coaches, authors, and reluctant speakers who want to come into the power of their message and their voice so that they can share their gifts with the world.
That's really almost more of a whole XYZ, so it's,
yeah.
Maybe just get rid of the so that on the audience statement.
Okay.
Just so it's, yeah.
Okay, and then the market of one niche, I help entrepreneurs and business people become powerful communicators anytime, anywhere, so that they can share their gifts with the world.
Yeah. So
sometimes I add on and serve the people whom they are meant to serve.
So become powerful communicators. I'm just wondering if that's too broad. Because is it that I see vibrant vocal power as the name? Is that verbal communicators, speakers?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
because I would say that's specific because communication takes nonverbal communication, there's written communication, there's Slack messages, there's, presence. So I would maybe say powerful, speakers and powerful verbal communicators and speakers maybe, because it's a little different.
But the thing is, I also help people with their written stuff and laying it out, and so that people can actually read it.
Mm-hmm.
So I that's one of the reasons and I stopped calling myself a public speaking coach because people thought that was just speeches, and I consider public speaking anytime you talk to somebody other than yourself. So. All
right. So you help them really with written and verbal communication. What is the through line? What is the kind of specialty? Because it's like to help people with all kinds of communication feels like it's hard to grasp. It's like, are you a copy coach? Are you, because like the front door, at least, the hook that you use to get people in.
Well, the thing is, what I say is I help people with what I call the three-legged stool of effective communication, which is what, how, and allow. What's your message, which to me is the foundational piece. How are you presenting it, whether written or oral, so that it engages the eager attention of your audience? And the allow is, are you getting over the fear and allowing yourself to share what you have? So.
So is it kind of more aligned? Well, I guess you weren't here when Melanie was on, but is it that you're helping them discover their message and express it? Or is it all forms of communication could just be sending an email or sending a Slack? So like, what specifically are you helping them do?
Well, it depends on what they need. Some people have no fears of public speaking, but they can't put their message together so that it makes sense and engages their audience. Some people have a good message, but they can't present it well. So I help them with their presentation skills. Because they just stand up there and read it in a voice that is boring.
Okay, but what do you want the gateway for? Because basically you're just telling me that you help people with whatever kind of communication they need, but that's really hard to wrap a message around. Yeah. Because it's like, we need to get a little specific. So it's like, oh, you're the expert in this. I go to you for this. Right? To be the expert in all forms of communication, anytime, anywhere, in any situation, it doesn't feel like, I don't feel like, okay, I know what to go to you for. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, that's why I think why Deborah added anytime, anywhere.
Right. I help does other people relate to that? Just if we go back to instead of speakers, because she's not just speakers, to become powerful communicators. Is that, would you be like, yes, because maybe for other people, if we go back to what you had, because you're saying it's not just speaking, it's writing, it's everything else. Is that one, if that like really resonates with you, and two, you're like, not really. So one is it resonates, and two is not really.
I mean, because I help people, there are people who write what I call emails in a big blob of text, small font, graphic, school of design that the human eye cannot read. So I help them,
so
how to leave voicemail messages that people will return, all kinds of stuff.
Great. So I get that you can do all of this, but when it comes to a business, a lot of times it helps to like at least have a front door that you specialize in. So one, if this resonates with you, and two, if not really. I see only one person's voted here. So it'd be helpful if we could give more feedback to Marjorie from the tribe, from the community, of just this like helping entrepreneurs and business people become powerful communicators anytime, anywhere, so they can share their gifts with the world. Is that like, you're like, yes, I need that. One, if you're like, yes, I need that. Two, if you're like, not really. Just so I know, if you all can, will you please do that? Just put a number 1 or 2 down in the chat.
Yeah, well, that I can't see, so you'll have to report back.
Yeah, because would love to have a lot of other people expressing it. So, well, only 3 people have voted. 4 people is 2s. It's all 2s because it's such a broad category that there's nothing that hooks me. It's like people need something to hang their hat on. And I get that you can do all of that and that you might ultimately do do this stuff. But like, where can you be a starting point that feels like more of a hook, or saying,
I think it's speaking, because that's what people come to me, because they're afraid of they've got to, all of a sudden they've got to give a speech. What am I going to do?
Right. Okay. Well, that helps, because I know that once you start going into everything else, of course you can help them, because obviously in order to talk, you still have to kind of write your message first, a lot of times anyway. But you want to say speakers? Do you want to say, yeah, powerful speakers? You could say powerful speaker or verbal communicators and speakers. So it kind of gets to that broader category, but the speaker kind of seems even more specific to me.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, because people, when you say that, they just think it's about giving speeches.
Well, maybe then you say anytime, anywhere, or in any form. And it's okay, because that's a massively profitable niche, and you're going to be more successful by starting there than by trying to start with everything. And in any form, I would say.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. So I help entrepreneurs and business people become powerful speakers anytime, anywhere, and in any form so they can share their gifts with the world. So, I mean, it's still, it's more specific. So I think it might even help with, is it people who are shy, or is there any problem that this person tends to have?
They're just scared of speaking up. A lot of times it's because they're not sure what to say. So once they have a confidence in their message, it helps a lot.
Yeah.
The other times, the guy I was just working with recently, he was so afraid of public speaking that when he would get up at a podium, he wouldn't even see the audience. It was like a gray wall.
Yeah.
So I had to help him overcome that kind of fear.
I think that this is a good start here. I mean, you might want to get specific. I help entrepreneurs and business people who are hesitant to speak their message become powerful speakers in any situation, in any form, so they can share their gifts with us. So you might even put something like that in, because it's kind of more qualifying, that it's people who are hesitant in some way, shape, or form, right? So I think that we're getting a little more specific, which helps.
Yeah, well, I sometimes just call that reluctant speakers.
And you could say something like that too.
Yeah.
But then it's like, I help reluctant speakers become competent speakers. I mean, you could say something like that too. These are all sort of different versions of the same thing. But I think it's just nailing it down a little bit more. And it doesn't mean that you don't help them with anything else. It just means that this is a starting point. It allows people to hang their hat around what it is that you do. And I think that helps a lot.
Yeah. Well, this is actually what I was hoping to get help with, but are we out of time?
We are, but you know what? Some of these foundational pieces end up going and being pulled through this too, yeah. Right? So, like now you say lack effective communication skills, you would potentially go through, and I mean, a lot of that is more specific, but I think that, we are pretty much out of time there, but let me just see if there's anything that quickly jumps out to uncover the unique and authentic. So I would just say the third part doesn't feel like it's super special. Like the message, how it's presented, and how to overcome the fear of presenting it. I feel like almost all presentation coaches kind of cover all those three things. So there might be a way to say that feels more unique, right? Other than that, I think it's super solid.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Yeah, so it's more clearly differentiated. Yeah, and I know sometimes I go as fast as I can. Sometimes with some people, I'm able to help them with three things, 3 pieces of messaging. Sometimes with others, it takes the whole time on one. So definitely focus on bringing me your most important one first. And then we'll go through and we might get through multiple pieces depending on how the conversation goes.
Well, it turned out this was the most important one.
It was.
Exactly.
It was. So, and it's the one that you don't usually read the positioning statement or like when someone's asking you, what do you do? So it absolutely was. All right. So we're 2 hours in. I'm going to take a quick, a few minutes to go to the bathroom, and then we'll come back and then we'll do the next 2 hours before lunch. All right. So let's take about 4 minutes. See you or 5 minutes, just to say 10:05. See you at 10:05.
Yeah, because your bathroom is really close.
My bathroom is really close, but I'm just going to take a breather too. Okay, see you at 10:05.
Thanks.
All righty. Got to finish my breakfast and jump on my Vibe plate, sit in the sun for a minute, go to the bathroom. So I'm all set. About 3 hours is what I can usually do with no break. 4 hours, I'm like, I need 5 minutes in between. All right. Jennifer, are you there?
I'm here.
Great. Hi.
Hi. So what I would like help with today is talking about my logo, and I've got some images of something somebody put together to talk through that with kind of the tagline. What I have, I guess I could share my screen.
All right.
Okay. So far what I've got is my superpower, which we talked about just recently, is getting to the truth in everything.
Nice.
My deepest promise that I went through in the first workshop that we did last year was free to be you.
Love it. Maybe capitalize the B and B.
Okay. Then on, I have the domain authenticallyu.com.
Great domain.
And then, so then I got a tagline, and then I have a little bit of what I'm trying to do. So in pulling all that together, let me share the images. I don't know how to switch back to different.
You can stop the screen share and then do a new screen share, and that will choose a different window. Or
there we
choose
go.
To share your entire screen, which will show everything on it.
Okay, so then this is what I have from picture. What the concept that I was trying to get to is that essentially, I mean, our power is in our authenticity, but through our life, we hide that and bury it within us. And so it's about bringing that out. And I mean, like and I'm almost equating it like the first half of our life for the caterpillar, and then in the second half of our life to become, so that we live a life that's aligned. It's the life that we want to live, that's true to ourselves. And it's owning the butterfly within us all. And so I wanted something with a butterfly. And then what I had, there's a couple of them that have water around it. And it's really the ripple effect, and showing the more we step in and shine our light, see our power, become more of who we are, then we give other people permission to do the same.
Upper left one for sure.
Upper left?
Yeah, it's the best one. And I'm not sure you need it in the little oblong circle around it. Reason being is that within a logo, you want to make it as simple as possible. Okay. So when you're defining a logo, you also want to make it even smaller. Can you actually make this smaller, like this sheet smaller, like 50% the current size?
Yeah, I took a screen, this is a screenshot.
Yeah, I mean, because you want it even at 50% of the size to still play, right? So what you can see is that the words authentically you will start to get lost. Mm-hmm. So what you may need to do is work on the font treatment of authentically you, but I like the one in the upper left because it's got the simplicity, because you see the you still gets lost there, and you still be able to play pretty big. The reclaim your power also gets lost. Sometimes you want a version of the logo with the tagline and without the tagline. Another way for the authentically you to pop more is to simplify the butterfly itself. I like where the butterfly is on top of it, but you lose the clarity, especially in the smaller forms. Okay. So maybe you could do, one option is to have a little less color and variation inside of it. But if you like to have the color and variation, which looks nicer at bigger sizes, then somehow just make the type more legible at the smaller sizes. But I also think that one has the most harmony of all of them. The others, the type is somehow just a little less subtle. And so it looks a little more clip arty. And I think sometimes getting too conceptual, like the butterfly says one thing, but then the butterfly and the ripple effect, it's like double metaphors. Mm-hmm. And as a double metaphor, it's hard to understand. But when you focus on one, it just simplifies conceptually what it is that you're doing.
Okay. Okay, so then go with that one and then play with it. So then the other piece with that then is going to what I have as kind of the tagline, which, and I've been playing with, I had the power piece, but then I don't know if power necessarily goes with butterfly. And I've thought about, it's like releasing our hidden potential, living in alignment with integrity.
Yeah, let's see. Well, what is that? So the deepest promise, the ultimate promise is free to be you, authentically you. But what do people feel like they need help with too? Like, what do you actually, let's go down to what you actually do and then come back to the tagline. Because sometimes if the tagline, like the name of the company, authentically you, is more of like this bigger, bolder thing, you might help sometimes to get even more specific in the tagline, where people get, what it is that they're coming to you for.
Well, I mean, I think what I've been trying to do, I've been going through a lot of, so like right down at the one I help professional women use their biggest traumas, tragedies, and challenges as a catalyst to find internal, external alignment and live a life true to themselves. I don't know if that's exactly what it is yet, but that's kind of what I'm thinking, because I mean, I've been through divorce, remarriage, bringing families together, and remarrying somebody that had a personality disorder, his suicide. And so I've gone through a lot of different things. And I feel like as everything, it's more of where is my life out of alignment and what do I need to do to get it in? And all of the people.
I think that's a deeper message though. Most people, you know what I mean? It's like it's like a specific problem that they might have. It's not this general lack of alignment in their lives. Because to be honest, almost everyone is out of alignment in their lives all the time. And I've met very few people who are truly in alignment with what they say they believe and what they say that they value. But then living a life true to themselves, it still does feel a little bit backdoor. Like what specifically? Obviously, if someone is suicidal or personality disorder or whatever it happens to be, are there specific kinds of challenges you tend to work with?
I think that's what I'm having problems with. I've had them, from a career that not happy with where they are, feel like they don't have potential, they're not living to their truest potential. They want to lose weight. They want to, it's like been a lot of different things. I mean, the only thing I could connect all of them with is that in every single case, they didn't love themselves. And that's the deeper. But that's where, I'm having problems with what is that one thing to talk to, because I feel like it's been so many different things, and it really is more of and I guess for me, it's like on the outside, my life looked amazing, yet on the inside, I felt horrible. And it's that kind of where people feel like there's something missing, but they don't necessarily know exactly what it is or how to get it.
Okay. So let me see. So a couple tagline options for you would be, I'll just drop them in the chat. And I think we need to work with the XYZ statement though. But authentically, you love yourself, love your life, or love your life from the inside out. I think those two reflect a little more what you were saying than the ones that I see there. Yeah. Do either of those work for you?
I like that, love your life from the inside out.
It goes with the butterfly too.
Mm-hmm. It does.
Yeah. So like that, it speaks to the deeper need, but we do need to actually revisit the XYZ.
Okay.
Because it's so I get that you can help people with so many different problems and challenges. And that can be a blessing and a curse. And as you start to market yourself, and that's very common too in the early stages of your business, is you like maybe would you consider yourself a life coach or?
Yes.
Okay. And as a life coach, that can be very common. And then sometimes when you specialize, all of a sudden your business takes off. And it's not just like whoever, bring your problems here. It's like bring specific things here. I was just talking to someone yesterday who, she's an astrologist for entrepreneurs and business owners to help them hire people. And it was like so specialized. So I'm like, holy shit, this is perfect. And I just bought a pack of 20 readings, right? But it was so specific. But she went from doing general astrology to anyone who needs it to this highly specialized thing. And now she's being referred on all these different circles because people don't look at, well, how do your chart match with their chart and things like where the problems might lie. So this idea of going more specific, it can be challenging, and it doesn't mean that you can't help other people. It just means like you have your bat light, you know, that shines and like call like, oh, I need you, bat light. And people can summon you for that. So I definitely see this about people with, and obviously there's a big difference between a trauma or a tragedy and a challenge, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, because everyone has challenges all the time. I wouldn't say that I have any real trauma or tragedy in my life, you know? Mm-hmm. And so if I read that, I wouldn't attract you. But then if I just read challenges, it's like, whatever. I mean, I got a bunch of challenges. Does that make sense? But someone who resonates with having a trauma or a tragedy, then like that you're helping people in a very deep way, right? Mm-hmm. With very deep things. So do you feel like you help people with these deeper level things, or do you feel like you help them with like really deep, like things, shit's gone down in their life, right?
I'm more like the deep. I mean, and it kind of goes with my superpower of finding the truth.
Right. Yeah. You know, so yeah, it's maybe like, something along the lines of like, I help professional women with the shadow, you know, they can't shake, whether that's a childhood trauma, or a more recent tragedy that's happened in their adult life, you know, transform, you know, the deepest fears that are holding them back into the catalyst to live the kind of life that everyone wants, but very few people attain. I mean, it might be something along the lines of, that's a little bit long for just meeting someone. You'll need to have a short version of it as well.
Okay, I like that.
You know, maybe it's just as simple as I help professional women with the shadow they can't seem to shake, whether that's a childhood trauma or a more recent adult tragedy. I mean, it might be as simple as that, you know?
Okay.
Or a more recent, you know, or a more recent tragedy in their adult life, you know, or something like, I mean, obviously, whether that's a childhood trauma or recent, you know, whether that's a recent maybe you would flip it, whether that's a recent tragedy or childhood trauma. So I think it's someone who's like, okay, this is big stuff, and I'm ready for the big stuff.
Okay. I mean, the only thing is I mean, I'm not a therapist or anything, and going too far back and helping heal some of that stuff. I think it's more of like, I would look at my life and I didn't really have any traumas as a child. Mine have really been in my adult life in dealing with a spouse's suicide and divorce. And that's all. I think that's really where I want to focus, and people that are dealing with that are overall, you know, have been very successful in their career, and then these things happen that.
Okay. So it's more the adult stuff. So maybe it's like, you know, maybe I help professional women who have experienced a trauma or tragedy that's cast a shadow on their lives that they can't seem to shake. I think something like that might feel like it's okay. People can self-identify in or out.
Okay.
And lose the childhood thing.
Okay. That works. That helps a lot.
Yeah, great.
I don't know that I have anything else in all of this then.
All right. Well, great. I'm glad we got it.
Yes, me too. Thank you.
Sure thing. Okay. All right. So next up, we've got Jan's in. Are you like, what is it? Is it the Netherlands where they have names like Jansen? And, you know, where you have the yes.
And it's always a man, so I get called Mr. Jan or Mr. Jansen lots.
Right.
People in Europe. Yeah, there you go. So,
got it.
Let me do a screen share here.
And I think you got some extra time there, Jennifer. I forgot to set the alarm, but that's all good. All right.
Oh, now I thought that I had this all. Oh, there we go. Okay. So, Marisa, what I'm struggling with is that what I have found in teaching my Celica Queen program is that it's been sometimes challenging to help the entrepreneurs really focus on selling because I realized that their businesses were a mess.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have a clear message. They didn't have, they just don't have all this stuff together to go and sell something. So it's not just about teaching someone to sell. It's really like looking at their entire business. So it's just been a lot more work that was needed to get them to the point where they could sell. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So what I was looking at was, because I have 40 years experience in entrepreneurship. So it's not like I can't deal with the other stuff. It's just, I have to kind of look at how do I bring people into that funnel where I can teach them things, and where do I start? What's the hook? What's going to be effective right now in April of 2020? So the positioning statement that I came up with was for women entrepreneurs who are struggling with selling in their business. Jan Jansen provides sales training along with 40 years of entrepreneurial experience that helps them create a business they love and the income they deserve. Jan combines much needed strategic business savvy with a proven knowledge of sales. Unlike most sales trainers, Jan dives deeper into your business and your money mindset using her well-developed healing ability combined with universal spiritual principles and an innate love for business.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Okay. Go ahead.
I would probably just repeat, just a word change that helps. Instead of them create a business they love, that helps women create a business they love and the income they deserve, Instead of, yeah.
There, okay.
Yeah, do the word women. Then combines much needed strategic business savvy with a proven knowledge of sales. I think it's good.
Yeah.
Probably, for the universal, I'd either make that a lowercase u or make spiritual and principles uppercase as well. There you go.
Yeah.
And then innate love for business. Great.
Okay. So the XYZ statement, or XYZ statement, Canada, is, and I really want to, I want to attract women entrepreneurs who are driven, because anybody who's not driven, I'm going to irritate the hell out of them, and they're going to irritate the hell out of me. So I help unapologetically ambitious female entrepreneurs create a six-figure income so they can live the life they want and make the difference they're here to make.
I like it.
Okay. So
You're a good messenger. You're a good messenger.
Thank you. So I have been really working on this whole idea of how to position myself. And one of the coaches that I've worked with in the past, I was on a call with her the other day, and she said, these days it's almost like really being radically different. It's like really positioning yourself, because now everybody's online. So how can you really stand out? And it may mean that you need to rattle people's chains. You need to piss probably the vast majority off. And I'm totally okay with doing that, as you probably know. So, because I really don't want a bunch of wannabes or people that are going to drag down my energy. I want people who are really going to be there. So what I'm looking at is leading a fearless financial freedom revolution for women entrepreneurs.
I like it.
So the whole idea is we have to stop thinking that $5,000 a month is okay. The whole idea is, 6 figures is now the new minimum wage.
One thing that I like that 6 figures is now the new minimum wage. I also have this term that comes to mind, which is rich bitches. I don't know, because you said you want to be really bold. Yeah, be a rich bitch. 6 figures. I don't know. That might be too far over the edge, but if you really wanted to take a stand, then.
Well, yeah, and that's what I'm kind of looking at, is that it's. I think there's so many women who, that's why unapologetically or unashamedly, they just own that dream and drive that you have within you, that you really do want 6 figures, and you just need someone who's going to kick your butt to get there and hold you powerful enough to do it.
And I think that, I like the term a lot. 6 figures is the new minimum wage.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I think that if your brand, so is the brand as a whole sell like a queen, or that's the program?
That's the program. And I do have, you know, I have the website.
Sales Queen International, is that it?
Sales Queen International. No, sell like a queen, queen.com. We've just been, it's live because we did a quiz. So the whole thing was go from sales popper to sales queen. Okay. And the whole thing was about, now I've created a quiz where it's discover your sales type. Are you the queen, the pauper, lady in waiting, or the princess? And once people take that quiz, it basically will give me the place where they're at as far as their sales. I'm now working on the janjansen.com site where I have them go through a quiz where I find out the stage of their business, kind of similar to your Blue Sky, you know, that kind of thing, except I call it the manor house, the castle, and then the queendom.
Yeah, I like it.
Good, because again, I need to know where they're at in order to help them.
Well, I would just say though, the leading a fearless financial freedom revolution for women entrepreneurs, I like that. I guess it could still be a queen would lead a revolution, right? I'm trying to make sure it
absolutely
plays. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, when I think of a revolutionary, I think of Joan of Arc. You know, I think of really fearless women, and that to me it's that fearlessness that I'm looking for, even though, I mean, there's more days I get up and I'm scared to death.
And I think the headline on the page, you know, the tagline might be of the company as a whole might be leading a fearless financial freedom revolution for women entrepreneurs. I think that the headline at the top section should be 6 figures is the new minimum wage, you know?
Okay.
What
was the tagline?
I think that leading a fearless financial freedom revolution for women entrepreneurs.
Okay.
So it's longish, but I think it goes with Sales Queen International because that kind of brand.
Yeah.
And then, which has got kind of like an institutional feel to a certain extent. And then the tagline on the page, not the tagline, the headline of the page, like the first section might be 6 figures is the new minimum wage, you know?
And this is going to be on my site.
Yeah.
And then they could be, depending on where they go and what they need, then they would end up in Sell Like a Queen.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And my superpower is that I ignite, and that needs to have female entrepreneurs to change the world.
Well, that feels more like a mission than it does a superpower, because a superpower is the sort of thing that you've always done, and it's independent of a context or a specific kind of person. So this is like where, you know, my mission is to ignite female entrepreneurs to change the world. The superpower is a special thing that your secret sauce in some ways.
Deborah and I can't figure it out then.
Okay. So what is the core gift that you have that's outside of the context of sales even? It's just the thing that you do, the magic that you bring. Like mine is translate essence into form.
You know, I tell you, I've worked in this like a million different so somebody calls it unique brilliance, somebody else calls it this, calls it that. I mean, I think that I don't know, I can't see it. I cannot see it.
So to go back to when you were a child, like what's the kind of things that you were doing?
Oh, I was leading, I was teaching, I was being bossy.
Maybe something just came up. I think something just came up. Is your superpower telling it like it is?
Yeah, probably.
So try that, telling it like it is.
Yeah. Yeah, and I hated being told what to do.
Yeah, but you also tell it like you're very similar to me in some ways, you know? Yeah. I like that, telling it like it is, because you're still telling it like it is in sales. You're telling it like it is in all these different examples of what you're doing here.
Okay.
Love bomb. Boom.
Okay. Thank you. And then the audience statement, I'm looking, and I don't know if this word fire starters is a good word to use because I had to look it up, but I loved it because it's.
I like it. I don't think people need to know an exact meaning. You probably hire a fact finder than I am, you know? But I was like, I get it. Like I just viscerally and immediately get what a female fire starter is.
Okay. Because and I love the fact that they create things, they disrupt things. And I think that that's where right now with the financially free, the whole revolution, it's about disrupting this stinking mentality and thought process that $5,000 a month is going to cut it. I mean, that's poverty today, right?
Yeah.
I mean, 20 years ago when I used to ask women, how much do you want to make? They said $5,000. Well, it costs a lot more to live today. So that's where we need to disrupt that thought.
Agreed.
Okay.
I love it. Solid.
Awesome.
Nice work.
Super. Thank
Okay.
you.
Sure.
Great.
I love that fierceness. All right. I'm all down with you about being a rich bitch. So, okay, Sharon, your turn now.
Okay. Hi.
Hi, how's it going?
I will put what I'd like is two things today. Help with my XYZ statement and also your ideas about my fastest path to cash.
Sure.
Okay, and I'm going to put it in the chat. I have two XYZ statements right now. The first one will be the simplest. Let's see. Actually, that's not the simplest one. Oh yeah, that is. Hold on.
All right, I help nurses answer the call to create innovative, high-impact health programs and products while enjoying a life they love.
Yeah, that's not my most bare bones one after all. That's the one I like best. Okay. Here's my most bare bones.
Okay. I help nurses create innovative products and programs so they can make an impact on healthcare. I prefer that one. So they want to create a product or program. Just like what kind of product or program? Is it within the healthcare system, or is it like an online education thing? Or
it's a variety. Their main pain is that they have this calling that they're sitting on, and they don't know how to really move forward with a mentor. They don't know how to find a mentor they trust. They're nurses. They're not trained in business, usually, hardly at all. It's the gamut. Some of them want to produce a program like for underserved populations. Some will probably have products. I haven't talked to those yet, but I know there's nurses out there that have ideas for products. Mm-hmm. Some will be in a healthcare system, and some will be entrepreneurial on their own.
Mm-hmm. Great. Yeah. I mean, I think that, okay. I mean, I think that I help nurses create innovative products and programs so they can make an impact on healthcare. I mean, I think that that's solid if they get that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so great. That one's done. Now, what's your ideas about my fastest path to cash? Okay. That was Jennifer's idea, my coach, to ask you that. So
yeah. Well, the interesting thing is that, I mean, I don't imagine any nurse right now. They're probably just like full on busy.
Well, actually, there's a lot of different jobs within the nursing profession. Some are working in the hospital, but at least half are not in the hospital, either because they found out they can't stand it, it's not a healthy place for them, or maybe they're interested in the community, the health out in the community, or maybe they have a private practice, or they're a coach. There's a whole lot of different, or educator. There's a lot of different types of nursing. So yeah, the ones that are on the front lines right now, they're thinking there's got to be something better than this, but they don't have time to join a program or anything. It's the other nurses that would be my most immediate audience.
Mm-hmm. How would you reach them right now?
The social media and my email list.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And talking to people that I know that are hubs of nurses.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you have a program, like a small group program, or a one-on-one program?
I haven't started this part of my business yet at all. My existing business is continuing ed courses online for nurses, and some coaching. And so, but I've worked on my minimal viable offer, and I thought that would be a coaching program that helps people, nurses, hone their idea, do a test pilot, and then come out with a business plan. That would be my first viable product.
Great. And is this a program for like a group, or is it for one-on-one?
It'd have some of both. It'd have some one-on-one coaching, and it'd have some small group coaching too. Like I thought I'd do the teaching through some Zoom videos and record it. But just have, a small group to start out with and get the feedback.
Well, maybe just to run that as a beta, like a pilot yourself, which is saying you're going to also learn as I demonstrate it for you how to do this.
Yeah. That was my minimal viable offer idea.
I think it's a solid idea. And I think the idea of saying, I'm going to run this as a beta program so you get to see me practice what I preach here and learn by example as well as learning, and then have 6 people. I guess the main thing is how to have them understand that now is the time to do it. When maybe it's like the COVID-19 crisis has shown that we need more leadership in the healthcare industry than we ever have before. And that, this global pandemic is challenging our healthcare systems. And as nurses, as professionals, we've got an opportunity to provide solutions, right? And now's the time. Your leadership is needed now more than ever. Now's the time to make the impact you've been thinking about for a long time, by getting out, by starting to create your pilot program. And by the time, and your program will be ready around the time where we'll come out of this epidemic, right? Mm-hmm. And at that time, the world's going to be looking to fill the void of the things that, what I mean? That if you join this program, you'll be piloting your program around the time we come out of the pandemic. Mm-hmm. Right at the time when the world and the people in it are looking for new solutions, the ones that no longer work. I mean, I think that could work. What do you think?
Yeah, I like it.
You just have to position why they would do it now in the midst of this craziness. You have to address that head on.
Yeah, good. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay, well, that was how about, I haven't worked on a one-page website or anything yet. What would be once I get my idea, once I start talking and putting my offer out, I read, last night I saw the mission about having my enrollment email, my welcome. I really enjoyed that video, by the way, and all the bad experience you had with the relationship coach.
Yeah.
It was helpful. So I know I need to write that, but what would be another next step for me in terms of getting ready to go with this?
Well, I mean, I think that when it comes to a program, simply figuring out how to attract the people that you want in the program, and it could be a web page about the program, like a one-page web, like sales page about the program, or it could simply be, I don't know if you can, giving like a virtual, like a little webinar presentation, right, for nurses, and then inviting them to join the program. It could be, connecting with your people in the nurse hubs and doing presentations, like virtual presentations for their hubs of nurses. It's basically finding how to attract the people into your program. And if there's any materials that you need, whether it's a sales page or whether it's a, webinar or something like that, or whether you want to do it just pure chatterboxing, word of mouth, because once you decide how many people you want, say you want 6 to 10 people or 6 to 12 people max, and minimum of 6, target of say 9, and a stretch of 12 or whatever it is. Yeah. And then you have the price point of say $1,000 or whatever, $997. And then you just look at, well, what's the fastest, easiest way for you to get to at least 6 people? Do you think you have enough in your network that you could just ping them and reach out to them? Or do you want to do some kind of webinar? Or do you want to set up a sales page so they can see the information? You want to record some videos, some Facebook Lives?
Mm-hmm. I was thinking about some Facebook Lives and a one-page website, and maybe some of the best of the Facebook Lives, one of them on the website or something. I think I have enough people in my warm audience to get like half of a class.
Right.
And so
what's half a class would be 6? Pardon
me?
What is half a class? How many is
half
a class?
If it was 6 to 10 with a stretch of 12, half a class might be 3 to 5 with a stretch of 6.
Okay.
So
I forgot to push the button again on this. So let me see where we are. 24. I think we're actually at the time.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I forgot to push this. So I have to remember to do that every time because we're at about 60 minutes past. I know we started a little bit late, but I think it's 10.
Okay. Thank
Cool.
you.
Sure
Yeah.
thing. So next up, we've got Roselle, and I'm pushing the button now so I don't forget. Okay. You there, Roselle?
Yeah. Hi, Marisa.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Very good. This is fun.
Yeah, you're busy. So I mostly wanted help with my superpower and my XYZ statement. So let me share my screen. So these are the ones that I had come to. I have kind of, so what I do is, as a nutritional therapy practitioner, is the front door is resolving any like pathogenic infections, overcoming food sensitivities, getting to the root cause of their acid reflux, GERD, things like that, mostly digestive issues. But I'm also huge on the proponent of self-care and self-love, because that's usually one of the major blocks that causes a lot of the issues with digestion.
Got it. So I love that you have so much clarity on your niche. When it comes to the superpower statement, we're actually not looking at, we're not trying to reverse engineer your superpower statement from what you're already doing, but to kind of look back as, what is the core gift that you're doing? Is it your ability as a diagnostician? Is it about, like you said, connecting people to themselves, self-love? Like, what is the core gift that you've probably always been doing since you were a kid?
Yeah, I would say probably just connecting people to themselves.
Okay, so then it would probably be that, you know, I connect people to themselves. Right?
Okay. I put a star next to, so would it be something like inspiring connection by embodying self-love? Does that sound okay?
I would think you just like, it's simpler than that. I connect people to themselves, you know?
Okay.
Because
Okay. And then my XYZ statement. So I help people who keep jumping from diet to diet and doctor to doctor get to the root cause of their acid reflux, bloating, and uncomfortable skin reactions so they can stop feeling frustrated with their food and live their best life.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is, I like this. So they stop, do you think that they know that food is the problem?
A lot of them do, but there are some that I would say they don't.
Maybe it's just so they can live their best life versus feeling frustrated with food.
Okay.
And I think that you would, yeah, there we go.
All right. And then this other XYZ statement is for a group program, that a group coaching program that's pretty it's just centered around different self-care tools that people that are constantly in fight or flight can build for themselves, so that they can avoid burnout. Does this sound?
It does sound good. I'm curious, do people know when they're close to burnout? I'm just curious about that.
I don't know. I'm sure they already feel the burnout before they get to that. Oh, I think I need something to help prevent this.
Yeah. So, you know, I think that, I guess if they do know, I mean, I'm curious, let's see. Melanie says the burnout sufferer, I didn't know what it was. I think people push to the point of burnout, you know? Naomi says most people feel it but don't identify it as burnout. They know the systems. Maybe it's, you know, instead of, I help people who are who feel exhausted or struggling to find the energy they need. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, like I help people who are, and I mean, it's the other thing, it's like, it could also be, it's like people who self-identify with wanting high performance.
Yes, that's actually, it's more targeted towards those people. Like I said, they're constantly like, go, 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 fight or flight. Everything is kind of like rushed and emergency almost.
Maybe it's like I help high performers.
Okay.
Create the arsenal of self-care habits they need to feel vibrant, basically feel vibrant and energized, to sustain, their energy throughout the day. Or whatever it is. Like it's like to sustain their energy throughout the day without crashing.
Okay.
Even that, it's sort of like, I think people might identify with that.
Right. I think so too.
Because I think most people who end up burning out, it's because they're this other kind of person. And they don't realize they're burnt out until they're burnt out.
Mm-hmm. And then, one more thing so I had a different change with my logo. I know someone went over it earlier. Can you see these two?
I can't, no.
Okay.
I still see your business blueprint.
Okay. Do you know how to swap different screens?
You'll have to stop the share and then share again.
Okay.
Use that screen.
So it would be so this is my current logo.
Okay. Yes. Breath, body, and mind. Heal deliberately. It's a lotus, or?
Yes, it's a lotus. But I noticed when you looked at someone else's logo earlier, you said you wanted it to be a little more simple.
Yeah, I think that's probably not going to be able to go much smaller to see the breath, body, and mind,
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting. Let's see, heal deliberately. Yeah, if you go smaller, it's going to be hard to see.
It is, yes.
And maybe the HD, you get rid of because you have the heal deliberately. Do you need to have the breath, body, and mind in there?
No, I don't.
Yeah, because I think if you have just the lotus and the triangle, and then of course when you develop the model and teach the model, people understand what that is. There may also be too much like color in the lotus. So if you go, can you hit the little magnifying glass with the minus sign in it?
Oh, the minus.
So yeah, you see what happens when you have all that shading in it? It's like it loses the edges and the crispness and the clarity. So a lot of times what it was called vectorizing a logo, which is some of those illustrative touches cannot work as well in the smaller formats. So make the line stronger and bolder, maybe, there could be some shading in it, but it does disappear.
Okay. Got it.
So I make those kind of more solid, or even, lines of the double triangle. Maybe lose a little bit of the white space under the logo because you get rid of the HD, get rid of the breath, body, mind, or if you want them, make it bigger.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if that helps me, the breath, body, mind, if it really helps me, like, oh yeah, I need to go to her because of that, right?
Right.
And then maybe put heal deliberately to the right of the light icon.
Okay.
Because generally there's two versions of logos stacked, and then, there's the stacked and there's sort of more horizontal logos.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times when you're dealing with like the online space, the vertical real estate is so valuable. Mm-hmm. So you want to maximize for that. And so like you want things that are above the fold. So having a more horizontal logo can help you with that. I didn't adjust it for the Jennifer and the butterfly one because it was already I guess it was already in the middle. The text was in the middle of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think it's
awesome.
Nice. Beautiful. It would just simplify the shading so that the form stands out more at the smaller sizes. Because if you think about it on a business card, it would be smaller than that even. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure. Okay. All right, so next up we've got Carla.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm working on my website.
Okay.
And I just shared my screen and a whole bunch of stuff came up, so I'm not sure about that, but.
Well, you can, basically you have options to share a specific window or the screen as a whole. So when you hit share screen, you want to choose the thing that you want to show, or share that. That's why it has everything that's open, even if it's not showing directly, or just share the whole screen, which will see whatever's on your screen right now.
Right. Do you see anything right
No,
now?
I don't.
No. Okay.
You have to click on whatever window you want to share and then hit like continue or next or whatever it is. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my business is a membership business for family medicine and for functional medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Now I tend to be underplayed. So this is actually what my webmaster wants to say. Are you ready to feel energized and renewed? That doesn't feel to me like my message. Like right. my message is more about like, are you ready to feel happier and healthier? But that doesn't grab people very well.
Well, not, energized and renewed doesn't grab either. So do you have a specialty?
Well, I think that my specialty now will be helping people. What I was having as my statement is I help people to face a challenging world with a healthy immune system.
Well, right now, I think it's like I help people build their immune system, I think is really strong. So I help people build their immune system so they're not in danger, build up their immune system so they're not in danger of, so they're less likely to, because it's not that they won't necessarily get COVID-19, you know what I mean? But it's just more that they're not going to be devastated by it, right?
Right.
So, maybe like if you're building your immune system, so you're less likely to get colds and you're less likely to get colds and contagious viruses, colds and viruses, or whatever you want to say, maybe colds and viruses. And if you do get them, you recover faster with less damage.
Right. So I'd have to find a way just to say that quickly.
Yeah. So along the lines of like a headline related to that, and it's your functional medicine, so it's a more natural approach.
Right.
I mean, I would probably say something like the headline being like, build your immune system naturally. Kind of that. And then build your immune system naturally. And then like you might have text below that's like, a healthy immune system is your, a healthy immune system is your protection against, will help you avoid colds and viruses, or like, and it might just be simple. A healthy immune system is your protection against against colds and viruses. And if you do get them, it'll help you heal faster, I mean, it's not the most, you just have to kind of say what it is sometimes.
Right.
I'm Dr. Carla Burkhoff, MD, and I help people take a functional approach to building their immune system. So they don't live, so they don't have to live in fear. So they don't have to kind of live in fear or limit their life, So they don't have to live in fear and can live a full life, so they can live a full life without fear. They can live a full, healthy, vibrant life without fear at any age, kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, I like that approach. It always seems to me on a website that I get pushed to promise more than I can actually deliver, but that I could do, right?
Yeah, and it might, like I would even get more specific, like the immune boosting protocol, the 14-day immune boosting protocol, the 30-day immune boost, like something really specific that it feels like they're going to do. So, I'm Dr. Carla Burkhoff, creator of the 30-day immune boosting protocol, right? And then schedule your free consultation to get started. you know, and just say, did you know you're 30 days away from you know, from a far healthier immune system or whatever it is. And it could be something creative with a 30-day natural immune boosting protocol, like whatever it happens to be. It's like, and get more specific, like it is promising a little bit more. Did you know you're 30 days healthier from a far, 30 days from a far healthier immune system? And it's not something that comes with genetics or with age. It's not dependent on your genetics or your age. It's simply, you know what I mean? Something along the lines of that. Right. That speaks, because it's very, very specific. Oh, wow. Okay, I can get 30 days to be stronger.
Okay, great. And then the second line, science-based personalized precision medicine that puts you at the center of your healing journey. That's kind of like the core of my business. And, but that's maybe a little bit too medical. I don't know. But.
Science-based personalized precision medicine that puts you at the center of your healing journey. I mean, I think it's fine, but it, you know, it's just in relation to the other messages, like as maybe it's not like something to go on the top of the page, but as people read more information lower on the page, that you might add some of that other stuff.
Okay.
Like kind of focus on what's in it for them. And if that one promise sounds interesting enough, then finding out more about you and things could be helpful.
Right, right. And then I have another line, not necessarily here, but I wanted to put by you is what I want to be is I want to be people's personal physician, like being part of their team. So it's like have your own personal physician on your team.
I like that. So it's the, I like that personal physician, because a lot of people though don't they? Like they have their primary healthcare provider, their doctor. So you're essentially offering to become that, correct?
Right, right. Yeah, that's the core of my business, is that membership business where people sign up, not necessarily because they have trouble at the time, but that they want to have a physician on their team that's available to them.
So you're kind of like is it sort of like an on-call sort of thing?
Well, it's a primary care physician, which means I help them be healthy, but I'm also there for them when they have questions or problems.
I get that. So, I mean, I guess you're probably selling the subscription model, but it's people who are like I see California, Arizona, and Colorado. So I guess it's like a lot of people would choose a primary care physician, but the reason they would choose you is the subscription model will ultimately save them money.
Right. It does save them money because it's a reasonable price. But the trouble I have is like people come in sick, they get better, and then they don't think that they need me anymore.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Yeah. Maybe there's like an argument to be made, something like, what if going to the doctor were more like your weekly personal trainer visits or something like that? How would your life change if going to the doctor were more like your weekly personal visits with a personal trainer? You know, most people think the doctor is the place you go when you're sick. You know, I believe the doctor is the place you go to stay well. That's why the usual motto of doctor visits is deeply flawed. And when you sign up for a subscription medical model, you get the ongoing care you need to step into your most healthy, vibrant, self, and right, and
right.
Avoid the problem. Step into your most healthy, vibrant self. Avoid the problems, before they happen, or the care you need to avoid the problems before they happen, and step into your most healthy, vibrant self. Have you ever seen one of those? Have you ever seen an older person in their 60s or 70s that looked like they were in their 40s or 50s? Well,
right.
That's possible for you too when you take a more like integrated model to your healthcare. When you look at the doctor, as like you said, as a core part of your health team versus someone you go to when you have a problem and you need care.
Right.
I think you want to just make that whole argument in a section on this page.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I have what I've done in the past, and it's here, is
saying is that we only have two options. We don't have.
Computer, or let's see. Hold on, let me just mute someone. Okay.
This was the heading I had on my last website, or my current one. That's the Imagine. That was like an introductory section. I still have it, but it's lower. So this.
Okay, let's see. Well, I mean, I think that's good, but I think some of that position of like, what if, you know, the doctor were more like a personal trainer, you know what I mean? Or like health coaching has become all the rage, but what if you could have a doctor in your corner, you know, an actual physician in your corner on that, in that everyday way, right? As you're making even the most basic choices about your health and your nutrition and your lifestyle.
Great. Good. Thank you so much.
Sure thing. All right, so we've got Teresa and Stoicer next.
Yay. Marisa, I'm so excited to tap into your genius zone. I can almost not handle it. I need you.
All right, that sounds like a plan.
Woo. Okay, you cannot start screen sharing. Well, okay.
There we go.
Like others are still going for it?
No, it's good now. Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. All right, I got to find what I'm looking for. Okay, so two things we're going to look for if we have time. Okay, first of all is we want to name, here it is. We want to name this journey.
Okay.
Okay. And I would love it if it could also be in alignment with my overall journey.
And by journey, these are all three different offers?
Yeah, so what I mean by that is that, so I work with coaches, and so I help them to get certified and go pro, and then to rocket launch their business, build the foundations to have that business, right? And then we full throttle as they bring in the clients. So this rocket launcher coaching practice was my EPM class, okay, which I beta tested. It's successful, it's awesome, and now we move on. And we'll be automizing some of this and moving on. So I did not intend to use this whole rocket theme. It's not fully me. Like, I'm not a big NASA girl rocket launcher. I've taken on it, and it's worked fine because I get into firing people up and ignition. And I was an elementary school teacher. So, you know, having a metaphor like this that's teachable, it's working great.
Yeah.
But on the bigger picture, and I work with female coach entrepreneurs, that's the micro niche with this, who are launching their businesses. The bigger picture, which is kind of representative in this mosaic you'll see here, is like really helping women to align the outer part of their life to who they are on the inside. So with that bigger picture, the gift is helping women, you know, turn their vision into reality so they can really show up as their full self and make a living with their, you know, sharing their calling in the world. But the breakdown is this in one of the groups of the women that I work with. So Kate thought that it would be good if I could name this journey and have it be 3 words, 5 tops.
But I don't understand why you'd name the whole journey, like because it's just really when they work with you, these are your options, your programs. Like, I don't name the entire customer journey message to money pathway for my students who are in it, you know?
Okay.
I mean, like, because obviously each one is an individual program.
Right.
Right? It's like, and people don't have to go in progression, correct? They could go to rocket launch and then full throttle.
They could. They don't, if they're already pro, they can come to me and start at rocket launch. Absolutely.
Yeah.
They could start anywhere. Because I have a university right in my backyard, and I sometimes have those people come right to me. It's great to be able to speak to the fact that I could take them through their whole journey.
Well, a lot of times, but I don't know if it's a name of the journey. I think it's like, I can take you from just getting started all the way to being a global brand. I think you say it kind of like that. Does that make sense?
Okay. It does. Yeah, that helps. That helps to maybe, because I felt like having to name it, I was getting stuck because I felt like I was putting so much identity of what I do and the brand around this.
Yeah.
Because, you know, alongside this kind of basic progression that I take them through, I also do a life purpose breakthrough, which helps them to discover their gifts and figure out their niche.
I think it's more about finding like that ultimate promise, which is what happens when someone walks your entire customer journey.
Yeah,
so
and Kate said that too. She said the name of the journey could be the ultimate promise. Mm-hmm. I would be really happy with the ultimate.
But I don't think the ultimate. I don't think you're naming the journey. Does that make sense? So I still don't think that that's what we're trying to do here.
My second thing was naming the ultimate promise. So
so like create the ultimate promise. Now you could say something like, if you wanted to say 4 steps to ultimate promise, you could, but it's not naming the journey exactly. It's more just a header to let people know the different options.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what ultimate promise ideas do you have?
Yeah. Wow. Wow. I don't know. I'm stuck because I have so many ideas flowing in my head that are really vague. And I don't know if the ultimate promise should be vague or specific.
Well, it doesn't need to be super specific, but, like be the superhero to your tribe. It's not super specific. I think we had the other one that was like love your life from the inside out. It's not super specific, but I just need something to get started.
Yeah. I mean, the idea is really being all they can be, like giving themselves permission to be their full self so they can make the full impact that they can make. The back door is self-realization while you're realizing your company. Mm-hmm. So the goal is, you got to realize you, and then you got to make your impact. So
I mean, I think that the goal promise probably needs to relate a little bit more to kind of business work, because all your programs are related to business and work.
Yeah.
Does that make?
I have taken that front door. Yeah.
Right. So I think that the promise
business
needs to relate something to that versus be your full self, which feels more like a pure PD brand.
I have been saying build a bridge from your unique calling to your unique tribe. It's long.
Yeah.
I need to tighten that up.
But is the promise an audience, or what is the promise exactly?
I don't know, because it depends on the person and what they want.
Well, there's always an overarching thing as well, which is what your work stands for. And of course, people have individual expressions on the way to that.
Right.
But how do you uniquely get them there? What do you uniquely help them get to? Is it like, this is obviously a business that you said, it's got that alignment.
Yeah.
It could obviously take your business into orbit, it could be something like that if we want to keep on the rocket theme.
Oh, I got it. Right. Okay. So with that part of it, forgot my wording now. Yeah, basically, just how you see this logo down here. I've used the rocket ship shooting out of it. It's basically like,
it looks like the sun, by the way, just FYI.
Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? Sometimes I use it in black and white. But I like all the color of that.
I see it as the sun just because of the theme of everything else,
Yeah. There is a lot of that light and the bright and the energy and the power.
Yeah, sun's got those spots on it too.
Right. The shininess of it. So far, all the people that I've been attracting, they really do want the tribe. They really do want to lead. People that are.
But is that the promise of your work?
I want to commit to it. Help me know what question to ask so that I would know if that's the promise I want to give.
If they do all this stuff, is the end result the biggest end result possible that they have a tribe?
Yeah.
Or
is it how big a tribe is?
Is it about that, or is it about impact?
It's about contribution and impact too, though.
Because impact seems
probably more actually.
What's that?
I think more. I think it just happens to be that most of the people I've been working with want that group of people. But I think deep down.
Well, that would be the promise of the Expand Your Orbit program. Do you see that?
Exactly. That's why I have that a little blank right now and open, because.
Yeah. But I think that the impact kind of relates more to this whole rocket theme too.
Actually, I think you are right. I do. Yeah. Impact is good. And that's always the key too, is that when they're making income, it is so that they can make greater impact. Yeah. These are people who want to be the change that they wish to see in the world. Like, they want to make that impact. They're not in it for the money, but they want to make money to make impact.
The word full impact, or like
full impact. I like it.
just because it's going with this whole theme.
I like the word full a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and full self. You know, a lot of these women, like they're overcoming what they need to heal. Like they've been told they're too much. So they like back down, right? They don't fully express themselves. But when they get themselves out there with their content, with their message, with themselves, they are having to fully engage as their full self, for sure.
So, I mean, I was just a couple ideas: step into full impact, launch into full impact, something along the lines of that.
I like it a lot. Yeah.
As the ultimate promises.
Full impact. Oh, I needed to feel it like in my bones, Marisa.
Yeah.
I needed to feel this rocket thing in my bones. And so full impact helps me get there a lot.
And it could just be full impact as the ultimate promise.
Woo! I like it.
Totally, because it had to kind of align with the, you know, like this theme that you've already got going, or at least feel like it's in the same orbit of the other things that you're going.
Thank you very, very much. Yeah, because, you know, I do have these whole curriculum pieces that are written, and it totally, all these steps as they build their bridge, it is about impact.
Yeah.
And each step is really about full. So, I need those words.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
Sure thing.
Okay.
So my gift is translating essence into form.
Oh, I needed those words. Thank you so much.
Cool. And I love my full pay students because you all, I can see there's actually a difference between people on the payment plan and the full pay, because you guys are like, I'm just in, I'm going to forget about this, versus sometimes on the payment plan, it could be like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Let me see how it goes. But you all, like, you've invested, so you're going for it. Can you see that?
That's huge. Full.
Yes. Sweet. All right. So next up, we've got Colette, Miss Colette. Colette Ivy. I don't actually see her here. All right. So moving on, we've got Catherine Lowe.
Hi, Marisa. Good morning.
Hi, Catherine.
How are you?
I'm enjoying myself.
Thanks for doing this. This is awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so what I would love help with is, I'm going to share my screen in a second, but is my homepage. The
So
language that it sounds good. And
your bandwidth is a little bit on the low side, so you might want to turn off your video so we don't have any interruptions.
Okay, how is that a little better?
Yeah, it's like we haven't turned off your video. If it becomes a problem, I can turn it off for you. Well, actually, I can't. Anyway, but yeah, keep talking.
Okay, so I want to help with my home page, but I want to make sure the languaging is solid and compelling. And then also the visual. I'm not sure how to do the layout sometimes.
Okay, sure.
Because you know, there are words that need there are definitely words I want to have on there, but I don't always know if it's too much.
Okay.
So can you see that?
Yeah, it's still in the process of sharing. Yes, I can now. Yep, I can. All right, so Money Coach Catherine, I like that. Are you ready to feel good about your money? Get money tips you can use sent right to your inbox. Scroll down a little bit.
Sure.
Okay.
So one of the questions I have is about, so, you know, here it's kind of like a self-screening. So like, do you make good money but don't know where it goes, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know how to lay this out. I do my own website right now. Eventually I'll hire out for this, but
do you make good money but don't know where it goes, fall short of financial goals, feel stuck in a career or relationship because of finances? How to manage money effectively and fearlessly. Okay, scroll up for a second. Let me just go from the top down. This is good copy. So
thank you. I wrote it myself.
Yes. So usually when it comes to the home button, because like right now you don't want your nav to flow on two lines like that. So usually you don't necessarily need a home button because people know if they click on that logo in the top left, it goes home. So get rid of home. I would probably get rid of contact too, because you want them to go to the free consult. You can always have certain pages that are in like the bottom footer navigation versus the top navigation, which is a way to expand options.
Okay.
I would probably have the opt-in underneath this top section. Reason being is that I don't know you enough to, like, I'm faced with this thing, but haven't gotten the relationship yet with you.
Okay.
I would probably even make the money coach Catherine just slightly larger, maybe about 30% bigger.
Okay. And then at the bottom, so part of it is that I have the book a free call button down here, but it's under the fold.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering how to.
Well, I think that if you move the money tips to the inbox, are you more in the call me stage or are you more in the list build stage?
I'm more in a call me. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would move that, get your money tips down to the very bottom of the page.
Okay.
And then everything else moves up, right?
Okay.
You may need to put the navigation or something into some kind of colored bar, or put your top section to some kind of like hero banner frame a little bit, just so it stands out.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
If you move that down, I think that's, are you ready to feel good about your money? And then do you, boop, 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 if you answered any of these questions. I would even potentially, next to each of the do you items, 1, 2, 3, 4, have like a little check box, the check mark, you know, either an empty box or one with actually the check, 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 right? Okay. And then if you answered yes to any of these questions, you're not alone, right? Yeah. And I think that's good. It's possible to, good. Imagine feeling confident, handling bills. Yeah. So maybe the book of free call is before the imagine stuff.
Oh, okay.
Is it possible? It is possible to take ownership of your money in a way that feels good to you, ditch money guilt and stack the deck. You know, instead of it's possible, maybe something like, if you're ready to take ownership of your money in a way that feels good to you, ditch the money guilt and stack the deck in your financial favor, schedule a, whatever it is, like name this thing rather than a free call, because who wants a free call, right? Book your 30-minute, book your complimentary 30-minute money breakthrough session here.
Okay.
And then button, and then a whole section on the call. In this call, I'll help you X, Y, Z, but then position it and see if it's a fit to, you know, to support you in making your money breakthrough or whatever it happens to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the imagine bop, bop, bop is sort of at the end of that call, and then you have a second call to action for the same thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. That's great. Thank you.
Okay.
I do have one question about the visual. So do we still have a little bit of time?
Yes.
So, and it could be on my builder, but this color banner here, even if I take the call to action out, what's my question? So before I didn't have a color banner on top, and it looked kind of weird.
Yeah, like it's because it can't be all white and white. That's what I was saying, is like you might need to either put the navigation into a colored banner or put that first section into some kind of framed area to keep doing it, so it doesn't feel like it's floating in a like ungrounded way.
Okay, yeah.
A little design thing. And one way to do it is you could put that cutout photo of you against another blurred background, you know, for example, and that could really work, right?
Okay. Awesome. And then do we have more time? Because I've got an about page that could use.
Let's see. Let me look at where we are. You got 3 minutes and 40 seconds, girl.
Okay. Woo! Let's do this.
Yes.
Yeah, my internet is a little slow with Zoom sometimes. So
okay. We've managed.
Yeah. So this is my about page. I feel like it needs help with the copy, but I'm just wondering, just a quick visual layout. I'll scroll, hopefully not to make you dizzy, but I'm wondering how the layout looks.
I mean, I think it's basic, but it's fine. It's not like, yeah. And it's the important thing sometimes is to, I could sort of like rip into all this stuff, and it's easy to me, but part of it's like, is this the highest, best use of your time right now? So like getting something up is a higher priority than getting it perfect, you know? So maybe like this whole idea of first, let's talk about you. You know, I think that maybe if you did put your top nav into a colored banner, that might solve the problem, because I see you're needing to do the structure on all other pages to solve for this design problem.
Yeah.
You know? And then sometimes it can be nice to have like another visual banner too, just at the top, right?
Yeah.
But I think that would help. But I think overall, like, it's more important that you've got it done.
Yeah, that's what I did. And I still have a little website shame, but I'm trying to make the most of it because, as you know, I can spend so much time here. And that homepage, the help, like making it more compelling to have people call me is what I'm really interested in right now, especially at this time. So,
and I would certainly have an additional call to actions on the About page, like to schedule that call, right? Okay. So you want to integrate those into the About page for sure.
Okay. Great.
And I certainly think that, I don't know how many people are coming to the site right now, but yeah. So like you might want to do something like on Quora or something where you do a big post on like, related to coronavirus, that you might be generating stuff, or you do a podcast that's specific to, a lot of people have lost their life, like, because it does feel like it's an optional thing. People are trying to make money right now. So what's an essential service that you could provide right now that would feel essential for people?
Yeah, well, I sent out a broadcast today about, I'm offering, free 15-minute calls, like bring your question, what's going on, to deal with what's happening right now. So now it's a matter of getting it out there. So it might be on social media. I haven't done any podcasts yet.
Yeah.
But I might have other people I know who I can reach out to and reach out to their communities too.
Yeah. Totally. That's just a way to get the message out. But I think that really fine-tuning on an offer that people might go for now, because I think you do have some money urgency now.
Yes.
And is that the photo from our retreat?
It's not.
Okay.
It's the same shirt I wore in the video though.
Uh-huh. Got it. I was like, it looks familiar.
Yeah. Like me.
So what is that thing you can help them with now that's going to feel, I mean, I know that we obviously there's the messaging for the whole, but then there might be a specific offer now. So that still money breakthrough session could work. When you say your money questions, it might, I get as specific as you can.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Marisa. I appreciate it.
Sure thing. Absolutely. Okay. So next up, we've got Kat Connect. And let me ask you, because I think that, Colette's here now. So Colette, we can go back to you. I think you weren't on, so I moved on, but I see you're here now. So let's go back to you.
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so I just jumped on and I'm not exactly sure what we're talking about.
Well, it's really a coaching, so I can support you. I mean, the theme was the brand breakthrough. So to specific piece of your brand, whether it's a website review or logo or visual branding, or whether it's a piece of messaging that's positioning you in the world. But also, since we're in the midst of a global pandemic, I'm also open to just talking to any challenge that you're faced with and a need to pivot right now too. So you can use your time however you want to, really.
Oh, good. Yes, and I just got off my call with Matthew, and so my one-to-one. So I feel so much better. I already got I got the pity party out of the way and the sob story, and he gave me some really good ideas. So basically, okay, I'm breaking the rules. So I'm technically Blue Sky, but I'm coming out as authority, and don't be mad at me. But so I have.
So just FYI, the word authority can be a little misleading because everyone here is an authority, but it's more of a stage of business in the way that I'm using the term. Does that make sense?
Yes. And so I'm only marketing to hairstylist. And so for that reason, I really want to come out with a bang. And he gave me a really good idea to do like a press release. So after this is over, like something to the effect of this hairstylist is helping other hairstylists, make money, get more clients after this, devastation to our industry. And he told me like I can do some sort of pay a company to get me on these different news stations as a press release, and then that way I can put it on my website as seen on these news stations. Not that I would necessarily get clients that way, but just to build that credibility.
Yeah, well, the credibility helps, but also if you're out there, like how do you rebuild after this is really valuable too, right?
Yes. how to rebuild. Yes, because that's my first product is more clients now. 5 fresh butts in your chair in 5 weeks or less.
Well, the truth is that we're all going a little feral right now. I've got my hair, it desperately needs a cut. I left it long for Message to Money Live. I've got like my Message to Money Live nail polish. Luckily it was a French tip, but it's like I can't get it off because it's gel. And so
oh no. Yes.
My husband's now calling me Farrellita, you know. So
that's awesome.
We're all desperately in need of like a trim and everything. Yeah.
Yes, so true. And a lot of my clients, well, okay, so I have a home salon, and so I have some, a lot of really people that trust me, and so they're some of the ones that are still coming to the salon. However, a lot of them have lost their business. They have no money. And so that part's really rough too, knowing that I have like all these clients and only half the ones that my clientele is probably going to be deeply impacted by the economic consequences.
And I guess I have an idea for you, by the way.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Why don't you, could you help people pre-sell hair services or basically pre-sell it for when we come out of this, or get on subscription plans where if they buy it now, they're going to get a huge discount.
Ooh, I like it.
Basically it's a model of, and I'm still paying our housekeepers. They've been with us for 13 years, and it's expensive. It's like $350 every time they come because they have to come far. But I chucked it up because we love them so much, and they help with our events and all kinds of stuff too.
Wow.
But I'm paying them no matter what. They didn't ask, but it's just like, I know they're probably struggling, and so we pay them. And I think that if some customers know that you're struggling and they're like, hey, look, I'm really struggling right now. I know you can't come in, but it would help me out if you could prepay a block of subscriptions just to keep me going through this next time. And I'm willing to give you a 20% discount, a 30% discount, or sign you up for a 6-month subscription, right? Yeah. And I bet that just by going out there with that messaging, when you gave hairstylists the swipe copy, the exact campaign to run, that they could get money in the door right now.
Oh, yeah. That is really, really helpful and really thinking outside my box. Yes.
And maybe they only pay you $100 and you give them like the, get prepaid for when we come out of this crisis now, and the full campaign just locked and loaded. And here's how you do it, and the scripts, and they just send it. And all of a sudden they got money in the bank. Because I don't know about you, but let me know in the line, like for all of you, if you're in like a financial crisis, you wouldn't do that. But for those of you, like even if you're not, just one, if you would if your hairdresser came to you with that appeal, would you prepay to help them out? And 2 is no, you're just in desperate need yourself and you can't afford any extra penny. Just okay, or just like you just wouldn't because you're not thinking about it. Just 1 if you would, and 2 if you wouldn't. And it's not that everybody would, but I'm guessing that, yeah. So, so that some said no, but a lot of people said they would. And I think the hairstylists don't even think to do something like that. Right.
So some of my people that canceled, they still paid for their appointment anyway, which I was so greatly appreciative for. Yeah. As so kind and just really, made me feel so good and supported. And so, which, was awesome. But then again, like, it depends on their situation. Like if they're in my boat where, our business, our real source of income, my money is just like fun money. Our real business is gone. Like we have no business and don't know if we'll ever get it back again.
Yeah.
And so,
it could even be, someone says Jen says, my concern is that if there'll be a huge wait once this is over. So what you could just do is just do 7 days a week appointments, all times a day once we're out of it, so they can get in. And I guarantee you that I'll get you in within 1 week after, the quarantine being lifted, even if I'm working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, right? And you promise that. And in the meantime, what I'm going to do is you could even say it, if you sign up for this now, if you get a box of 3 appointments or whatever it is, and you prepay for it, I'm also going to be doing bi-monthly, twice a month, home styling live streams to give you advice on little trims and things that you can do for yourself right now. So it's not even like you could do a 3, 6, or 12-month prepay for like, a quarterly haircuts. But I'm also going to be doing twice a month, like makeup tips, things you can do to feel fresh and fresh and desirable in captivity as you're locked home with your spouse anyway, So I think you could do something like that. So it's a value add. They're not just paying it in advance. You're actually you're giving something back, and you could give each of them little bits of advice too.
That is beautiful. I love that.
advice.
Thank you. Yes,
And there's
yes,
a whole
yes.
model you could teach, which for the other hairstylists as well.
Yeah, that is awesome. Thank you. Good ideas.
Yeah, because I think that's fun too. It's like you're not only are you asking them to prepay, but you're going to give them something to hold them over in the meantime.
Yeah, that's good. I love it. Thank you.
Yeah. Someone says, I pay big money if you could Zoom with me and show me how to cut my kids' hair. You know,
Oh, Lord.
that's exactly it. Like, these are the kinds of things you could do, you know?
Yeah, I mean, and I feel like there's already YouTube videos like that out there, but I mean, when it's from your own trusted stylist, then, you know, that makes you feel more comfortable.
So even just saying, if you're doing this twice a month, you know, calls where you can bring your kids, I can give you tips on how to cut their hair. I can give you tips on self-styling, how to just trim your bangs or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. I love it. And real quick, so on that Talk of Authority site, on my homepage, I was either thinking of saying something like, hi, I'm Colette. I help hairstylists make six figures, you know, working only 12 days a month. Or are you a hairstylist who wants to, you know, make six figures? Like, do you think a statement or a question? Like,
no, I mean, I think that no one, see, that's a rhetorical question. Like, no one would say, no, I don't want to make six figures. So I'd rather you just say it. Does that make sense?
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Because it's like, no, sorry, I'd rather be broke. You know?
Yeah. Okay, so just the statement is good enough instead of, okay, thanks.
Totally. And I see Cassie's on the line. Cassie, hopefully you got some ideas from this session with Colette, because, you know, similar to some of the stuff that you're doing. Cool.
Oh, good.
All right. So next up, we've got Cat Connect. And then we've got Arjun and Shobha. And then I've got, before we go to lunch, I've just got a couple just little quick asks for me personally. I'm going to change the backdrop here. I want to see what you all would like to see. And there's a couple other little things of like a webinar I'm doing tomorrow, and I need a couple of stories about something. So I'll ask that at the end. So Cassie's like, hell yeah, for sure. This is time to get creative and think outside the box. And when you do, like, you'll be fine, because it's like people with resilience and creativity will be fine. And also, this community really is a lifeline. You know, ask these kinds of questions. When we all pool our shared intelligence and all of that, we can come up with solutions to pretty much any problem here, okay? So Cat Connect, are you there? I see you. Let me unmute you. You there, Kat?
I am. I'm here.
Great. Perfect.
So here's what I'm looking for today. I'm going to do a couple of screenshots.
Sorry.
Go
ahead.
The first one is from, we had a call back in January.
I remember that. I think your husband, I really ruffled Curtis's feathers.
You know, that's how it goes. He's fine. But we took from that, you gave us an assignment to create this graphic. And you did a little drawing. So first screenshot's going to be the little drawing that you did.
Okay.
And then the graphic that we've had our graphic artist come up with.
Nice.
And I just love your feedback on,
absolutely,
you know, what you think we should do with it. Okay, let's do, see if I can do this.
Sometimes I tell the truth. I'm a truth teller, so it can ruffle feathers sometimes. Okay.
Okay, so there's your little graphic that you drew. So what we were looking at is how to bring soul-driven success together, the two pieces, the soul piece and the prosperity piece.
Yes.
And there were also 4 pillars that soul-driven success is. Okay, and so I have 2 graphics. Oh, end share, stop share, that our graphic artist came up with, and this is one.
Stay true to yourself. Prosper as a coach. Love it. Soul work, entrepreneurial habits, conscious marketing and sales, coaching specializations. Love it. I mean, this is so much more clear what you do. I think that, let's see, in a soul work, entrepreneurial habits, is it just entrepreneurial habits, staying true to yourself, or is it just like?
Well, soul work and entrepreneurial habits are the staying true to yourself piece. Right?
So is it, is it self-care? Like, I'm just not sure the word entrepreneurial is the right word there.
Oh, okay. Actually, that was something you came up with. It's around vision and time management and really knowing what your values are.
Can we call it success habits?
Sure.
Reason being is because staying true to yourself, and then we say entrepreneurial habits, feels like it's, and now that it's seeing it in this format, it feels like it's directing the habits in a very specific way, versus success can be a much more holistic term.
I think it might look better too. Yep.
Soul work, and then it's also got there's a lot of S's here, so you get the alliteration. Soul work,
I like it.
Habits, conscious, everything has S's, so conscious marketing and sales, and coaching specializations, or is it coach specialization?
Do you think it's better coaching
specialization. I think it's coach specialization.
Okay.
I think I would say specialization singular. And I would also flip conscious marketing and sales be after the specialization.
Okay.
And I would put the some kind of name at the top, which is just like the model, like this.
Oh, okay.
Right? Maybe it's like 4 pillars to soul-driven success or something like that, right?
Okay.
But this looks awesome.
Great. I have one other version of it.
I'm not 100% in love with the colors, but it's...
Well, that's what I was wondering. They are our colors, but do you think it's too much? Should we just keep it to 2 colors or make it a little more...
Okay, maybe we keep the... It seems like the... is the brown on the left is a different shade than the brown on the right, upper right,
It's
correct?
a little lighter, yeah.
So I would keep maybe one, like I like the brown in the upper right better than the brown in the lower left.
Okay.
And then also the same thing's happening with the blues, correct? The blue in the lower right is a little bit darker.
It's a little bit darker, yep.
And so maybe keep, because it's just slightly, like usually if it's going to be darker, it's going to be at least 20% variance. Here it's like a 5% variance on both of them. So it looks like a mistake versus a gradation thing. And I think that might help. This, I think the palette is like, it's 80% there. I just think it's like not quite the spot on. Maybe it's just the thing about the darkening of the left and the right. That might just be enough to change it. I don't mind the blues with the brown and the maroon. I think it's just it's just like the shades are slightly off. It might just because those 2 shades were darkened. That might be enough to throw it into harmony. Because when I look it up at the top, I like it. It's just down below, and I think that's the reason. Okay, it could just be that.
Okay.
Sometimes when it's like that exact right shade.
No, that's what I'm counting on you for. That's not my area, so I wanted to get your input.
Totally.
I have one other graph that I want to stop share.
So Colette, I'm sorry, I'm gonna turn your video off because I am like ending up walking with you. Okay. All right.
This is just another version of it, a little different.
The other version was better.
Okay, great.
Because it starts to get like a yin-yang thing where it connects it, even though it's not yin-yang-y. So
good.
Nice job.
Perfect. Thank you.
Was that it?
Thanks. That's it. Yeah, now
right.
I'm going to go take that and work with it. And then the next call that you do the hot seat, I'll be back.
Fantastic.
Okay,
Great.
thanks.
Sure thing. Okay, so Arjun, and I'm glad I didn't make you cry this time. But it's just one of those things. But out of that came a really emergent, amazing solution. So, and a crystallization of truth in essence. So up next is the doctors, Mr. Doctor, and Mrs. Doctor.
Hi, Marisa.
Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Hi.
Hi. Thank you so much for doing this. I would really like your input on a few things.
Sure.
One is, we have a main logo that we are using right now. I want to share it with you and then see if you could, let me share that and then can I share the screen with you?
Yes, you can.
Yeah. So this is the logo we created when we started our business like 5 years ago. It showcases various elements of what we're doing, lifestyle medicine aspects, food, exercise, self-care, meditation, yoga, and this was showcasing all of that. Now we would like to create a smaller version of it so that we can use it as a watermark for a YouTube videos, or this is such a busy logo.
It's a little too much going on. Yeah. The concept is good. It's just a little too much. It just needs simplification.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Yeah. So what I would do is I would get rid of the globe and the little extra circle around the globe and have the heart kind of extend a little bit closer to the, just extend the heart a little bit further.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Remove the globe with the circle around the globe.
Okay.
In the and then extend the heart a little bit closer to the stethoscope, but still have a gap.
Okay.
And then maybe just have, because you're primarily about the nutrition, but then there's the medical aspect. I would get rid of everything except for a few nutritional elements. So maybe it's maybe the broccoli, the carrot, and the apple's too close in shade of red. So maybe it's like the broccoli, the carrot, and one other thing, like a piece of fruit. And maybe the apple just needs to be re-rendered a little bit. And get rid of everything else. And it's just clear that it's like food in the middle. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the thing is, food is only one program we're doing, but we also do another program, which is meditation, where Shobha and I, we're teaching a weekend workshop. We are also a certified art of living meditation teacher. So we don't want to leave that concept out of the big logo. So instead,
well, then maybe you do more of like a crest logo. If you want to show 4 things, it may, but then you might. So basically, you have 2 choices: either keep the heart stethoscope, okay, or do something that more shows lots of concepts, because you're having a concept within a concept within a concept. And so I think that's what's challenging here. So let me do shield. Let me just see. There's a shield or a crest. Shield logo. Just look at Google here. So what's common inside of a shield logo is sometimes you put 4 different things. Right? You have a shield or like a crest, and there's 4 quadrants in it.
Okay.
And then you put in one quadrant food, another quadrant the spirituality, another quadrant the exercise, and maybe I don't know, what would the 4th element of it be? Sorry, that's not your timer. What would the 4th element of it be?
One is exercise, one is stress reduction, then relationships. So these are the.
Yeah, if we were to have a shield or a crest with 4, 4 different elements, what would be the 4 elements that you'd want to do?
One will be food, one will be exercise, one will be meditation, other one. We could probably just go with 3.
Okay, great. So if there's a crest, and let me share my screen really quickly. One of our one of our students right now has lifestyle, like Jesse, who's in our next level mentorship too, has a crest logo. And so let me just show you his logo. And it's got, it's got this sort of crest. You could still do a heart, for example, inside of it if you wanted to, or some kind of crest. It doesn't have to look like that, but you see it's got these 4 symbols inside of it, right?
Okay.
So if you wanted to have these 4 things, crest logos, let's just look at crest logos for inspiration, right? You can sort of see there's a lot. Sometimes it's called a shield, sometimes it's called a crest. And, even Porsche, they've got these different elements in it. It's kind of common. So 2 and 4 tend to be more common, and see there's a 4, there's this kind of structure, or it could be more linear, but there's a lot of ways to fit the different ideas in it, which will give it form, and you're just choosing one thing to represent each. Those are press logos. Does something like that resonate with you?
It's too dark. I guess there is a way to brighten it, or.
Well, I mean, these are all different. It is very. It is a more traditional form of logo.
Mm-hmm.
I think you kind of have to make some choices, and maybe you just do the heart with the stethoscope. Sorry, I haven't said that word. How do you say that word again?
Stethoscope.
Stethoscope. All right, I haven't said that word for a while. And then you just drop the stuff inside, and and it's more the outcome. It just feels like you have to make a choice between the heart, the stethoscope, or the stuff inside of it. It's just like trying to have all of it together.
Just decrease the stuff inside and leave the stethoscope, and
yeah, like you could decrease the stuff inside. Just the more stuff you have, the more complex it gets. And maybe it's just one piece of food, like you do one piece of food,
sure,
a meditation thing, and an exercise thing, and it's 3 things inside.
Okay.
And then also like the color values. Maybe the things inside are not so brightly colored, and maybe they're like the colors need work where it might be more shades of gray, so it's a little bit more muted what's inside. And like the heart color might be a little bit, just the color a little more refined. And I think that might do it. You're gonna have to play with it because you still have a lot of ideas that you're fitting into this.
So what color combinations would go then? Like, these, that's something that also we need help with the colors.
I don't mind the red and the green, but sometimes what I say is that you imagine like there's Crayola red and green, which is like in the box of crayons or markers. But sometimes you just do like the shifting of the dial one way or the direction. So it's not the most common color of red. Does that make sense? So a lot of times when you brand, if there's a little bit of subtlety or nuance, or it's like not the shade that everyone always associates with red. It just can be a little more powerful that way. Does that make sense? Just has more nuance and subtlety.
So how do you do that? Like it's like a mix of red?
No, I mean, I think it's just like, I use that as a metaphor. It's like you just choose a different shade of red.
Okay.
If you sort of look up, hold on a second, let me try to share my screen again. Palette, just look up palette generator, right? Color, here's one, coolers.com. And in the website ATM, there's start the generator, it's free, let's just say. New. So there's all these different colors to generate color schemes. So it just kind of has you going through it. But even these are different shades of red that are a little more interesting, right? And you can
I understood. Like, so basically go for a different version of red rather than just natural or the brightest.
Exactly. And you can kind of like here, this is sort of, there's ways to look at a lot of them at once. So explore, you can kind of look at a lot of swatches at once and look for a palette that has red and green in it, right?
Okay.
So latest filter tag, red and green. Let's see if, sorry, I misspelled green there. And then you can start to look or just look for different shades and things like that too. And you'll find ones that just feel a little more like just nuanced.
So basically change the colors, drop the things inside, maybe have like 3. And should we leave the gift of health next, the text?
Yeah, I like the gift of health. That's because that's the name of the company, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, you want to keep that company name in.
Okay. I'm still sharing my screen, right? Yeah.
No, I have to stop my screen share so you can, I had shared my screen. So if you want to share yours, you can.
Okay. So, this is one more question I have is we also want to, by the way, this is the sales page that we created for the online course, and we are so excited about it. Deborah helped us a lot, Coach Deborah, to make this happen. Um, and we took a lot of inspiration from your page, the EPM, the
Yes.
the virtual one that you had.
That's great.
Yeah. So quickly, this is the page. But what I would really like your help on is we named our course Gift of Health Experience. So so we have to come up with a word logo for that, like Gift of Health Experience.
Yep, you can simply move the word health to the right and then put experience along the bottom, potentially.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll try that. And any suggestion on the fonts to go with?
Well, what I would say is I think that the headline font is fine, but your body copy font, it might be a little bit hard to read if you scroll down. Well, it's not so bad. But you might, yeah, I think it's fine. I think you're good.
Okay.
It looks great.
So one last question. This is the homepage of our website. So if you look at the top, the menu bar, it seems,
cluttered. Yeah, I would have a maximum of 6. Get rid of the home button because people know if you click the logo in the upper left, you got home. Get rid of the contact button. People will scroll to the bottom of the site to look for the contact. Then all of a sudden you're at 6 options and that's already better. Now, in terms of media, that might not be something that most people need. So what you might want to do is have the media just on the bottom, but not there. So then I would probably rearrange the navigation to start with courses, either start with resource, maybe resources, resources or recipes, resources, courses about, success stories, for example. Do you have a blog or?
Yes, that goes in under resources.
Okay, yeah. So it might just be something like resources, recipes, courses, success stories about success stories or something like that. I would probably rearrange it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Sure thing. So I've got 3 asks before we go to lunch here. And thank you for everyone who shared and let me support you. The very first is that I wanted to do some wallpaper on my back wall. And I'm kind of deciding between 2 options. So you're going to see this a lot. This is option number 1. This is the wallpaper. And it's not too different from what I have, kind of subtle. And then option number 2 is a lot less subtle. The wallpaper is actually much bigger than my wall. So I could change the ratio of light color to dark color and stuff like that by chopping off a bunch of it. So which of those do you like better? So 1 is this, right? And 2 is this. So just write 1 and write 2, and then I can kind of see overall, because you all are going to see this a lot, right? There's 1, and there's 2. So I'm getting the votes in. All right. Now, while those votes are coming in, I've got 2 more asks, and of course, it's probably going to be very even. And I'm writing a webinar for our Experiencify that we're going to do a 2-year package that we sell tomorrow. And I need an example of someone who's done a really good mission accomplished celebration, right? So did you add a mission accomplished into your program? And basically, because you added mission accomplished into your program, you got way more success stories or testimonials or more people graduating. If someone has a very specific cool thing that you did for the mission accomplished, principle number 10 of EPM, let me know in the chat because I'd love to get specifically what you did and what the result of doing it was. And then the other thing is I need an example of someone who's gotten a very good note back about your course. So whatever online course or program you did using the whole experience escalation framework, you did it and you got a very good message from a student that kind of related to the changes that you made. Like, oh my gosh, this is like the most, whatever it is. So I need that too, like an example of a really good. So let me know in the chat if any of you has something like that. And I just am going to, if you can private message me on Facebook with the note that you got, like a screenshot of the note from your student. I see people posting this stuff on Facebook all the time. Oh my gosh, I ran my course and I just got this note and we're only one thing in. So is there anyone who's got either of those things? Just one is just a great note you've gotten back from a student that either where they're praising your course based on a lot of the experientification that you've done and how different the course was. And second was you specifically implemented a mission accomplished structure in your program, and that's done something. No one? Let me know. Okay. So anyway, if anyone thinks of something like that, let me know, because you're going to be featured in my webinar tomorrow. We have like 1,200 people registered. It's not for EPM. This is a webinar that I'm doing to sell Experientify, and I have case studies featured in the webinar. So on the case study, I want to give one example of someone who's done a cool mission accomplished celebration in their course, what they did and how that drove maybe more people to completing. And two, someone that's just gotten a really great, very short, testimonial back from a student that's awesome and glowing, that relates specifically to how in some ways different your course was and how addictive it was, or how they've done things in this course that they've never been able to do in other programs, that kind of thing. So that would be super duper helpful if any of you have any of that. And I've got to imagine that at least some of you have testimonials, right? Like about an online course that you did. So anyway, if you do, that would be super, super helpful. But I'm not seeing a lot of takers here. So anyway, I just need the right success stories, testimonials in here, and I could scour dozens of Facebook groups. But my team accidentally deleted the EPM Facebook group from 2019, unfortunately. So they were supposed to archive it, and it got deleted. So I can't go back and look these things up. Okay. All right. And by the way, the mission accomplished celebration doesn't mean you're doing it the way in which I did it. It's just that you implemented some kind of mission accomplished process like that. You implemented core experience number 10. And because you implemented it, you either had more repeat sales or more people completing, or something good happened because of it. So yeah, if you could sort of send that to me, looks like that would be great. Just private message me on Facebook if you've got something like that. And that's just specific to one of those two things. Oh, and there's one last thing, which is if you've used the profitable niche checklist, we're also doing a new lead magnet for Start With You. If you've used the profitable niche checklist to at all help you tune in to an idea, or a business, and that's helped you, if a couple lines about that. So that is what I'm looking for right now, because I'm just creating a few new pieces of content. So you use the profitable niche checklist. It helped you evaluate your niche, choose a better niche. You added mission accomplished into one of your courses, and that drove some cool benefit. Or you just got a really cool testimonial that you got based on an online course that you did using the experience formula. All right. So thank you. And Teresa says, yes, that I can help with. Fantastic. So if you could send me those, I would just private message on Facebook. I would really appreciate it, because I'm just needing just very specific examples for very specific things. Cool. Great. So I will see you at 1 o'clock, and I've got another, I think 13 hot seats after lunch. All right. Looking forward to it. And I'm going to go ahead and just turn this off, and then I'll turn it. Well, no, I'll just pause the recording, and then we'll resume it after lunch. See you soon. Okay, everyone, we are live. So going right to Altaria, and we're going to continue this, brainstorming and hot seating and laser coaching. And this is the Brand Breakthrough Day, which means you can ask me anything about branding, whether it's the more traditional visual branding, how you name your business, your offers, or core marketing message or positioning, or, if you want to just ask me about anything related to making money and pivoting during this time of COVID, you're welcome to do that too. So I'm not dogmatic about this. It's more that you get something that's beneficial for you from the session. So Altaria, are you there? I see that you're here. I'm going to unmute you. I can't seem to unmute you. All right, so Cassie, do you want to go next, since I think Altaria is not back yet? Cassie, are you ready to go?
Yeah, I can go. Just give me 1 second. Let me pull up my notes here.
Okay.
All right, so I have been working on it, and I am doing a little bit of a pivot. So I'll tell you where I'm at right now. I'll go ahead and share my screen. So I have been doing all I can to, let's see, this isn't working.
So you just hit screen share and then you choose the whatever screen you want to share.
Yeah, it's saying all unknown.
I don't know, you might not have a browser or something plugged in, I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, so here's what I'm doing, and then I can maybe try to put it into the chat box. So right now I'm pivoting and doing live calls with, setting up content for live calls with health practitioners and chiropractor clients of mine, and teaching how to do hair color, and then I'm offering a personalized professional hair color kit and my shampoo, conditioner, and my treat and protect spray. So immediate money, I'm doing that program, and I'm working out that messaging with Mike and getting all of that out to just set up as many lives and one-on-ones as I can.
Wait, so you're teaching chiropractors how to do hair color?
No, so I'm partnering with chiropractors, gyms, all my friends, their tribe, and offering their tribe a free class on how to do your own hair color, how to choose what color to use, blah, 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 blah. And then I send them my own kit, and I do a one-on-one with them and offer them my services.
Okay.
So the last time we met.
So they get to sell it up and make a profit on it, basically.
Nope. So I'm doing a live with their tribe.
Okay.
And their tribe can ask me any hair color questions, and then I'm offering them a customized hair color. And then I meet with them and then send them their color kit to their home.
So the chiropractors, are they getting a commission? Like, what are they getting out of this?
They actually are just wanting to get in front of their tribe as much as they can. So they're offering me a space to be able to do that with their community. They're not getting a cut on it, but I could offer that.
Okay, got it.
So in the chat, I put in there, I help women connect to their inner beauty, truth, and divine nature. So that's what you and I had gone over last time. Here's what I'm experiencing. Biofeedback is not selling in the front door at all. Mm-hmm. All of my clients that have been on it, I have 3 left, and they're ones that really trust me and have the money. So it's not working right now, but right. I know there's a way. And so I can't sell something that they don't know that they need or right. that would benefit from. So I loved where you went with, let me see. Basically, I tell it like it is. That's who I am. And what I do is I cut the crap, do all the research, and then I provide it on a pretty golden plate for people to be able to just get what they need for them. So my offer and what I want to build as a bigger picture, but I can't do right now because I'm doing a lot of surveying and I'm getting a no on, is to create a membership. When I go back to the salon and I'm behind the chair, I can't be doing biofeedback therapy all day one-on-one. So I would like to create a happy hour membership where maybe there's 3 calls a month, and one's on topical, one's on the mindfulness or the mindfuck, and then the third one is maybe on a Q&A or an expert that I invite on the show. That would be my big picture. So there's 3 calls, it's a membership, and then a beauty box where they get a product per month. Maybe it's based on that topic or what have you. Ultimately, I love to educate, and I want to get into the B2B market, but I can't bridge that right now. And so that's my offer. So I wanted your feedback on that, on how I can kind of bridge that. And I don't feel like my message is really quite on yet, because I want to bring in the vibrational piece, because that's a part of, to me, presence is what we vibrate, right? So, emotionally, I wrote here, I help women sort out the mind fuck so they can have clarity and confidence to turn the page of their life story and live that authentically. So I'm trying to kind of bridge who I am and what I offer. And at one point I put the beauty, biology, and bioenergy coach. But I'm just trying to find that I feel like we're in really innovative times, and I really want a fucking awesome, innovative offer. That's just not another course. That's not another this, but has just a resin to it. That's just,
just FYI, that can take time to get to. When you're trying to redefine something, it took me like 3 months of beating my head against the wall to go from like a normal product creation course to EPM. So like those kinds of like paradigm shifting innovations are not something that you can just instantly land on when you're trying to redefine a category. I just want to set that expectation.
For sure.
So I think that, so like you've asked me about 5 questions. What's the one that you want me to focus on here?
Well, I think I have like what I'm doing right now pretty resolved in putting out fires and helping women what they need like right now. But I can't offer a big program, and I need
just say in one word, which of those pieces do you want me to focus on now? Because we're running out of the time. So
again, who am I and what do I offer? I mean,
so you talked about the membership was one thing. The overall message, you talked about the title. So there's like so many pieces of this. So which piece would you like me to drill into?
Where do you think I should focus?
Well, that's a really different question than who are you and what do you do? So where I think you should focus right now is, because you have a brick and mortar salon business, is really understanding alternative ways to keep your salon afloat through COVID-19. I mean, that is, I would say, the most important thing. Even looking at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, like it's hard to focus on the big picture thing until you really focus on this. But even focusing on this, while even gifting or integrating this just to get the market feedback, could really be helpful too.
That's my goal. So I want to be able to start doing these Sunday night offers and classes so that I can survey and get the feedback.
Yeah. So, I mean, one thing that could be really fun. So if you're doing this hair color kits, for example, maybe just do like a Sunday salon day, right? Where everyone can come and do their hair color together while you do biofeedback or binaural beats or whatever it happens to be. So you actually do these salon Sundays or salon Saturdays, and you do them weekly right now. So and anyone who wants to come, they get to come when they get their hair color kit. So women can chat at the salon too, when you can have these talks related to inner beauty. You can actually talk about biofeedback. You can actually give demos of biofeedback.
Yes, that's what I'm doing these next 2 Sundays is I'm doing a spa night. So everybody gets a free sample kit of my skincare, and then we're doing a spa night while I do biofeedback. But the inner part of me can't not work on what the bigger picture membership is. Mm-hmm. And so you're going to be creating this program on Thursday about creating a course.
Right.
I want to create something that's so like different and innovative so that it's free or whatever that can kind of continue to get people on my list and listen.
Yeah. See, I mean, the thing that you're leading with is features. So when you say it's like a membership, it's got 3 calls and it's got a beauty box, it's features.
And I want to sell the transformation.
Sorry?
I want to sell the transformation.
Yeah, or even the problem that you solve or the transformation you deliver. So I feel like starting that way versus what's in the kit. I mean, obviously, if it's a physical product, then a beauty box is one thing. But if it's, for example, a friend of mine, have you heard of his name, Zena? She created a company called Zena Gypsy Teas. And one of the things that she's doing now is she's partnering with transformational leaders. And they are designing a tea for that leader. So if you have like Natalie Ledwell, who's another friend of mine, who's like the founder of Mind Movies, she'll just feature 1 month Natalie Ledwell, and people get delivered the tea that's designed off of Natalie, and then Natalie gives some trainings that accompany the tea, and it's a really cool integration. And you might want to look up Zena Gypsy's tea. It's an integration of the thing that she does, which is tea, but adding in this transformational thing that she really wants. But she's still leading with your monthly tea box, right?
I love that.
So if you think about these beauty products, and maybe, with every product, there could be a theme, like an inner beauty theme. And maybe it's like the inner and outer beauty membership club, like the inner and outer beauty club, right? Just for an example.
Right.
And they get this cool, like everyone loves the beauty box in the mail, but alongside of that, there is, a topic that product exemplifies.
That's
and
exactly.
then you go into those inner beauty topics where you could do, like those, you could still continue to do these virtual spa nights or salon days or whatever it happens to be, and invite them in. And of course, people could get replays and stuff like that. So whether it's like a continuity program like that, and it's very beautifully designed, which is Zena's Gypsy Tea monthly. It's not her, she lost control of her company. There it is, Magic Hour, I think. She lost control of her company and sold it, and then ultimately kind of started creating this. Let's see, let me try to find it. Zena.
What do you think of the beauty, biology, and bioenergy coach?
It doesn't speak to me.
Okay.
In the sense that, like, okay, it sounds like you're going to be in a lab coat or something, So I'm like, it's not super exciting there. So what I would probably do, and it's like, what's in it for them? So these are a bunch of big abstract words.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, maybe if you're an inner and outer beauty coach, again, that goes with the inner and outer beauty club that you start, that would be more exciting to me than beauty biology.
Just be to the point, not worry about what everybody says already.
Well, the thing is that even a great message is rooted in what people already know.
Yeah.
And innovation, just for the sake of innovation, just leaves people behind because they can't track with you.
Yeah, you're right.
Make sense?
Yeah.
So I think that's the mistake that some people make when they really, want to do that. So is they just go all crazy, and because of it, it's just not super, like it just doesn't land with anyone. So you've got to kind of work with where people are to get them with where they want to go. And you want to make it fun, and you want to make it experiential.
Yes.
And
exactly.
I found it. So
fun and experiential is key.
Yeah.
So, I Vibe Inner and Outer Beauty Coach. I help women connect their inner beauty, truth, and divine nature.
I think that the XYZ statement, we're over time, but I think the XYZ statement still needs a little bit of work, because it's like the high Maslow, self-actualization, and we need to root it a little bit more. But anyway, I just dropped you a link to one of these prosperity.
I'll look at that. I love that concept, and that's exactly what I want to do. So
yeah, but I think like an inner and outer beauty club is kind of a fun thing, like that. Even the name inner and outer beauty club, because it's relatable. Like it can still be very innovative, but it's got to be relatable.
Good.
Cool.
Okay, so right track, anyways. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay. Alrighty. So next up, Alteria, are you back yet?
I am back. I was having internet issues, and
no worries. It happens to everyone.
Yeah.
So, yes.
All right.
Am I saying your name right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, I was just talking with Mike, trying to sort of hone where I'm at as far as what I need to know, and he would be interested in knowing how you would put into words and explain my unique gift and powers, and to like brand around that, because and so this morning I wrote something. It's very short, and I'm wondering if I could read it, and then you can just pull out.
Absolutely.
Because I can't.
That's why you're in the program.
Yeah.
Mentorship. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love it. And my mentor and my buddy and this.
Oh, I'll take it.
It's so important.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So my journey has been to study humiliation, shame, and guilt, where I learned that through intimidation, invalidation, and annihilation, one is disempowered, so they do not have a sense of their value or worth, do not feel worthwhile, meaning that they are not worth the time, effort, or money, and not deserving of a sense of equality, respect, or love. There is now a sense of separation from within the self, from other people, and from the Creator, God, or Source. The work is called Journey to the Heart to Create Life Anew, as one brings the soul, self, and spirit into balance and wholeness. The outcome is to become enlightened, to know who one really is, to be empowered and be able to make one's own choices and decisions, and to be encouraged so they can be bold and heroic, going out into the world to live their life that now has meaning, purpose, and value, feeling fulfilled and satisfied as they turn to share their gifts to connect to and serve others. I just finished this process last week that has taken 25 plus years, and I can now take the next step of putting this new form of healing given to me by the divine realm out to the world. I am to write a book that will be delivered from Great Spirit that should take about 3 months, but then I need to make money pretty fast.
After the book?
Yeah.
Could you, do you have that just handwritten on paper, or is it on a computer?
It's typed.
Okay, is there any way you could just share your screen? It's just a lot. So,
yeah.
So I can give specific feedback to pull it out.
Yeah, sure. And let's see. It's in downloads.
I could see you're reading from paper, so I couldn't.
Yeah. Okay, wait. I've been taking so many screenshots of people's things. It's like, where's my...
We've got a pretty talented group, don't we?
Oh, it's been amazing. It's wonderful. Okay, this might be it.
Are those all degrees on the back wall?
Yeah, I'm old.
Or you're very highly certified and trained?
Well, I'm a nurse, and then I wondered what made people tick. So, you know, I became a nurse and then a psychotherapist, and that opened to spiritual healing. So, and I'm just going to try and, sorry for my voice. All this stress, I have a thyroid issue now, and when I push it, I get a squeaky voice. Okay, so allow Zoom. Okay, I have to open system preferences apparently.
Uh-oh, sorry.
Okay, I think that might be it. Oh no. It's gonna stop the recording, I think.
I don't think so, because the recording's on my end.
Oh, are you? No, yeah, I was trying to record it too, but.
You're going to get the recording here, so.
Oh, I am, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to make me leave the meeting.
Okay, all right, let me try to do this just from recollection. It's okay, so.
If everyone else, let me see if I could just click on this. I think it.
Oh, there you go.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Oh, so it's still recording the words, and that's what's important to me.
All right, so. So you're working primarily with people who are in guilt, shame, and humiliation.
It turns out that from the beginning, ultimately, it worked out as I'd work with people. There was a sense of no worth, and so then that led me on to understand that somebody had been disempowering them. And what I know about that, after having 3 marriages like that, they're insecure and inferior. So they put other people down to make themselves bigger, or they are narcissistic and they want to dominate, control, and subjugate, which ultimately enslaves people. So it's a whole system. And it's basically people who have not been loved and wanted because they've either had a narcissistic parent or a mentally ill parent. And I seem to attract those as husbands and clients.
Got it. So I'm trying to also find the sort of, you know, I know you work with this, helping people achieve a state of enlightenment. Is that what you do? But then I'm a little unclear as to how that enlightened state relates to the humiliation, the shame, and the guilt.
Well, because what I learned is that there's a fragmentation within the self. So the soul is very fragmented. And then And it separates you from other people. You don't feel worthy. It separates you from God. You're not deserving of love. And what's interesting is as people tell me whatever story's going on in their life with their boss or their spouse, we uncover dynamics that aren't, I'd have to use the words of light, love, and life. They're of darkness, evil, and death. There's a competition for who's worthy and who's not. Like I had, excuse my personal story, but I had one husband say to me, we were probably arguing over what to do. And he said, look, I'm a man, you're a woman, I'm a doctor, you're a nurse. So therefore we were going to do it his way. And basically what I've learned over the years is he was saying, I have the power, I have the authority, I'm going to rule. So he's the important one. He's quote unquote God. And actually in that relationship, I was subjugated to him and treated like a slave. I did everything and he did nothing except go to work and watch TV.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is, and excuse me to interrupt you, we don't have a massive amount of time. So, what I'm hearing is it's like you're working with people who are who've had that power dynamic skewed in some fundamental relationship in their lives, whether it's with a parent or a partner. But it's like, I guess I understand that it's a little bit obscure in terms of when that happens, you get cut off from source and then helping people reconnect to source. So, and it's people who potentially, do they know that they're in this unequal power dynamic? Because it's obviously as a professional, it's something you can recognize, this lack of self-worth, but not everybody recognizes it in themselves.
No, they don't recognize it themselves. So that's what I'm saying. One client will come in, can't remember if we talked about it.
I'm going to interrupt you.
Yeah, sure.
So what do they recognize? Why are they coming in?
The reason people came to me is I was promoted by someone of renown that I was an intuitive and that they should come work with me. And then I had a client who was a psychotherapist and she told everybody, oh, you got to work with Alteria because she's a medical intuitive. And I never did medical intuition with those clients, but we worked with their personal issues. And actually what happens is because of the work I do, and I didn't share this, in my world, there was a long time ago, there was even demon extractions and you get rid of the demon and then a spiritual energy comes in. So it's spiritual because you're ultimately transforming the inner psychic dynamics that are in the dark fallen state into light, love, and life. It's you get empowered because you actually get reconnected with the energetics of the truth of who you really are meant to be.
Absolutely. So, we haven't made a massive amount of progress yet. What I'm hearing do you mind if I reflect back, is that you have 5 degrees there on your back wall, and you speak like a highly trained professional and someone with a strong academic background. So what I'm hearing is it's speaking to me, or at least I'm perceiving it as, to a certain extent, the theoretical level versus my grounded experience of the world. And I get it. I'm smart. I'm Ivy League educated. I've, got a master's degree and all of that. I know what you're saying, but I can't relate it to my experience. And I don't know if anyone else is experiencing that too. As you're talking, it's sort of, I have to kind of process it very intellectually. And then I have to try to abstract in this abstract way, then try to pin it to something that I've experienced in my life, but it seems outside of myself. And so what the invitation here is to speak in a way, and I know that's part of the evolution, where these ideas, and it's hard, the more expert you are, and it's also something that doctors in particular are very trained, like psychotherapists, struggle with, because you have the clinical language. And it's almost like you're speaking from the clinical language, but that's not, as you go into like writing a book and everything else, it's not super accessible to people. So what I do hear is that people are separated from spirit based on some, traumatic incident in their life, primarily a power dynamic incident. And you help them shift back into their power and reconnect with their full highest self. Now,
Yes.
in terms of fastest way to make money, it sounds like you are incredibly gifted at what you do, which is why you're getting these referrals. And the fastest way to make money is going to just be ask for more referrals, by the way, just FYI, if you've got these people in high places who are willing to support you. Like one of my prospects that has been in Oprah like 36 times, you know what I mean? And Oprah is willing to support everything he does. So if you've got that renowned person, you could ask for that again, or say, can we do a Facebook Live together, or whatever it happens to be, and you'll get the clients you need. But I am seeing a translation gap of communicating from, that heart space, that is grounded in the world. As they say, the lotus flower has its roots in the mud of human existence, right? Enlightenment in Buddhism, and my mom's, from Thailand, the lotus, the flower of enlightenment, has to grow in the mud. And so being able to really clearly articulate the mud so people can recognize it is the challenge there. So, what I'd love you to do, and here's the practice, is to really get clear on, maybe write down a series of 10 or 20 situations, even 20, where like very specific situations, and you've described some of them, which is a narcissistic parent, a narcissistic spouse. I mean, even that area, to work with people who've been in, relationship with a narcissist, either and if they understand that too, not everyone who knows it, if they come to realize that later on, and then of course, what that does and how to overcome it. But there's also this more general enlightenment message. So it's like there's different pieces coming together. So thinking about, are you doing spiritual healing and medical intuitive work for anyone, or for a very specific demographic? And then to kind of settle into that. Is that helpful?
It is. And I picked up a lot from other people too. And this is about self-realization. And I thought I'd go online to other websites that are doing self-realization and see what words they're using. I just haven't done it yet.
Even when it comes to self-realization, I always recommend grounding the self-realization in one of the lower needs. What I'm hearing from you is that the need that you can ground in is ultimately the need of belonging, which is in a love and relationship space, that people who don't feel like they belong. So there's a split that's happened based in a relationship in their life that's cut them off from themselves and ultimately the divine. And so I think that it's not just pure self-actualization, it's coming from some core lack of belonging.
Well, and and I'll be quick here, that's my problem in that when I work, I reconnect, God comes present, or Christ or Jesus, depending on where we are and where the client is. And it's being that they ultimately belong to God, and whatever you belong to, you become. And so it's not about belonging to themselves. It's about belonging to the highest, that is true love, because they didn't get loved and wanted. And so that's my problem. It sounds like I should be in church.
Right. Well, I think that there's a way to talk from people's experience. And so, I mean, because again, it's going into the abstract theoretical level. But I think there's a way to talk from more of a heart-centered experiential place. I do think that you are at this love and relationship level, and then helping people heal their, the shift in their power dynamics or loss of power, first with themselves, and then, in partnership, and then of course the higher piece comes into it. But I do need to move on now. So
okay.
That's the heart of it. And I think it's just, your natural tendency is to talk from that high abstract place. And I would go and listen to some people who, like you said, really succeeded. Like listen to a Brene Brown, listen to I'm trying to think of someone who's got really big in the sort of like connection to higher power place. I know Oprah interviews a lot of authors, like, who are good at it. Many of them that got successful aren't very good at it. Like, don't listen to Eckhart Tolle. Don't listen to, there's many of them that are also abstract. But try to find the ones that have really been able to ground this messaging super down, okay?
Did you say Renee?
Brene Brown is a good one for the shame piece of it, because you're talking about the shame piece of it. I can't think of anyone offhand. Can anyone else think of anyone offhand who's been very good about this reconnection to spirit and higher self and this spiritual healing, like who's just had a very grounded, very accessible message related to that? can't think of anyone offhand. But I know one of the people I've been talking to, I haven't read the book yet, is Gary Zukov, but I don't know if he's good at that. But he's the one that was on Oprah 36 times.
Okay, great.
I would recommend Danielle Laporte as well.
Mm-hmm. She's good.
Laporte.
That is correct. Yep.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate the help. Thank you so much.
Okay, so Juliana.
Hi. Hi, bless you. So I'm going to have you look at my website that's under construction. Because of COVID-19, I haven't been able to do my pictures, and I'll go ahead and share my screen. See if you can follow along. So this is the landing page. I had them create this logo for me.
Mm-hmm, nice.
And I based the colors because when we did the exercise of the branding weekend, I felt like I was more earth tone and water. So natural tones were coming to me, so that's why I picked those colors.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, just curious at the top, this is looking really good, but scroll back up. Sorry, I go slower than that. When it says the root cause, it's digging deep into what causes a disease, is there certain diseases that you focus on or specialize in?
I could. I haven't narrowed it too much because when we go into the services, that's where I go into each of the diseases, if you will.
Okay, it's fine. So, and I would probably use a picture of like a parent and child or parent and child.
All the pictures will be changed. I just haven't been able to do my photo shoot because we were on lockdown. With the lockdown, I haven't been able to take the pictures. Okay. So I was going to definitely take a lot of pictures from my clinic. So this is a little bit about the conditions and why they can work with me. And they have a lot of pages, so I'm still trying to reword some of the language and maybe coalesce or consolidate some of the pages that seem repetitive. And then my blogs are down below. And I have to write more, of course. I like the layout and I like the scripty font with the straight font.
Yeah, and I think it's really solid overall. Only thing I would say is if you scroll down a little bit, I would remove the drop shadow on the blog posts, and I would have them justify the bottoms of the post. So it's got like a fixed, so then they're not all wabi-sabi like that, that you can have it be a fixed amount of words. You know.
Okay.
I think
so
they do
less words.
Well, if you just scroll up, it's more that they're even. The boxes are even.
Okay, got it. Okay.
And he can do that, set it so they're even.
Yeah. Okay, I will mention that. Going back up to, so I'm still working on the free discovery session versus taking a health assessment because those are two different. What do you call that? Call to action stuff.
I would probably name the consultation instead of discovery consultation. Like what are they discovering exactly?
Well, when I worked on it last year, it was more for the ADHD breakthrough session. But for this website, I'm leaving it general.
A discovery consultation, though, even just like health, like something in there, because like discovery session is the generic term in the business industry, you know? And so... Yeah. Like what specifically are you going to do in that session?
Get a bit of their history and tell them how I can work with them. So it's like an enrollment session, really.
Yeah, I know, but if you should like if you want people to sign up for it, you got to make it a little sexier than that. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So
specifically, what is there a benefit that they're going to get from it?
So clarity, maybe clarity on their health or their health status.
So maybe it's something like a health clarity session, you know? It just sounds better than discovery consultation.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
And then they have a health assessment, which I'm working with Living Matrix. So they'll do a questionnaire this takes us to another website, and they can fill out a questionnaire, which gets emailed to me, and then I can call them and schedule a discovery session, basically.
So, and it's just a general, maybe I would even charge it free childhood health assessment, for example. I would add the word childhood, for example, and then even, but is there something like, what are they getting exactly from that?
That's a really robust functional medicine questionnaire. It's more than the MSQ. It's actually going through the matrix, the functional matrix. It's quite.
So how many functional areas does it look at?
It looks at all of them. It's a pretty detailed.
Okay, but how many? Just work with me here.
7. Let's say 7.
Okay, so free. I would say free childhood functional health assessment. And I get more specific about what they're going to benefit, because if this is a big assessment, they're not going to do it if they don't really understand what it is. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you take 15 minutes now to answer, to discover how well your child is doing in the 7 core areas that determine their health. Which areas might be causing the problem, the challenges they're experiencing, right? You want to just get specific about it, because otherwise it sounds like it's very robust, but if people don't understand why to take it and what they're going to learn exactly, and you even might spell out the 7 areas, right? I get an in the moment snapshot of exactly how well your child is doing in the 7 core areas that determine their health: brain, heart, boom, boom. I'm just like inventing it because I am not a doctor. And you'll quickly be able to discover, from the comfort and safety of your home, what might be causing your child's, challenges, whether they're behavioral challenges or actual, or challenges or actual physical health challenges, right?
Okay, I will definitely transcribe what you said.
Because it is a big, it's like you're giving. And so the biggest mistake we make as entrepreneurs is because we're giving a lot of value that people are going to take it. But if they don't understand why it's valuable, and you understand from your doctor's view, then 15-minute investment of time is something that they may not do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you want to,
and I think it'll take them more than 15 minutes.
Yeah. So you want to actually tell them how long it's going to take and exactly why they should do it. And even just saying, doing this assessment in the doctor's office, when you go into for a physical, your doctor often does this kind of assessment, which costs between $500 to $1,000. I'm giving you a virtual assessment for free. It takes 45 minutes of your time, but can save you hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, and also help you identify the kind of care your child needs, right? So if they're not going to, no one's going to sit there and spend an hour just for a generalized health assessment without understanding why they should do it. Does that make sense?
Got it. Yeah, it does.
Because you could, I'm sure you spent a lot of time on this too. So really taking the time to sell the assessment and sell the time commitment to do the assessment is absolutely critical.
Definitely.
Because simply having it doesn't mean people will take it. And you'll find that really quickly. Obviously, the people you ask to take it will take it, but it's because you told them to. But this is people who are just landing.
Yeah, got it. Okay. So, and now that you're saying that, it makes me think it's maybe better that they take it after I send them there, because it is lengthy.
Well, they might take it if you market it fine from your site, but many of them, if it's not marketed well, they'll have to be told. And you'll still want maybe ask if they've taken it, and if they haven't. Or what might even be better is that, it's not better. It's like to do in addition to is that if someone does sign up for this health clarity session with you, you send them a link and say, be super helpful if you fill this out beforehand. It's essentially the equivalent of getting $1,000 worth of free diagnostics,
Yes.
With just 30 minutes of your time, you're going to get the equivalent of $1,000 in free diagnostics. And I'm going to be able to really make huge progress with you on that call versus just using the call to gather information,
Very good. Yes.
Great,
Thank
but
you.
It looks beautiful.
Thank you. So is there a way to stop share? Yes.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, I'm learning Zoom. I have a Facebook Live I want to do next week with Zoom. So I'm trying to learn all the technical stuff in the background. It's kind of fun.
Absolutely. It takes a little bit of time. Great. Well, thank you. It's looking beautiful.
Thank you.
All right. You might want to use the URL of the pediatrics, like functional pediatrics or something in there, because then it becomes more searchable. Because the URL is your name and it's different than the website name, but just a little thing. Cool.
Okay.
All right. So Gwen is next. Gwen?
Hello, Marisa. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good. I've been told I have a quiet voice, so I'm really trying to project. So
it's projecting fine for me.
Okay, thank you. So I am not exactly new to this online business, but I've been churning for a long time. So I thought that maybe it would be very helpful for me to have you go over my thoughts about the business that I'm developing or trying to develop.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so the business model that I'm thinking of doing is offering classes, online classes, right? So I know that that is not where we should be starting, but
I mean, it can make sense sometimes, you know?
Well, I think my thought is right now is doing some emotional intelligence classes using Experienceify, because I want to use Experienceify. And I have it, and I haven't got anything in it right now, so I want to make use of it. So my idea is to start with some tips for working at home and developing emotional intelligence to deal with home.
Uh-huh.
Working with home, from home. I am so nervous.
Oh, take it. It's okay. Well, you've got a lot of degrees up there too.
Yeah, I love taking classes, and I'm just not very good at making those classes into
reframe.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. So I think this business model of having online classes would work for me from a personal point of view because of my preferences for intellectual challenge and lifestyle and the need for variety.
Mm-hmm.
I plan to get those classes up and then provide minimal amount of support so I can keep on going and doing more of that investigating and satisfying curiosity. Okay, so so far so good. So I guess what eventually I want to pick your brain about is strategies to use Experienceify and strategies to fill that pipeline so that I can find places online where I can, start developing that relationship with people, and then, eventually invite them into the discovery sessions and so forth.
Yeah, well, I'm doing a webinar tomorrow at 1:00, a brand new teaching webinar that is about strategies to use Experienceify. So come to that webinar at 1:00, and let's talk instead about how do you get customers, right? Okay. So what is the mission or core promise of your online course?
Well, this is a good question because I keep evolving more courses. So I have a background in career counseling as well as in personal counseling and in teaching English literature and teaching communications and and have collected a number of certifications because that's what I like to do. So my thought is that I would probably offer something that is similar to career counseling and career development. So I do have a rough draft of an X, Y, Z, or Z.
It's okay. Either way is fine.
Yeah. And I just dropped it into the chat so you can read it there if you like.
Okay.
That will give you a sense of...
So one other thing to think about this, because it sounds like you're still deciding what your core niche is that whatever course, it's not about creating a single course. It's like creating something that's going to be a foundational offer in your business potentially in the future, especially at least in mentorship. EPM is just like create something, get it out the door. Here we're looking at the bigger picture of, what do you want to build a business around? Is it that you want to build the business around career coaching, in which case doing a career course makes a lot of sense, but you also just listed like 5 things you could do. So I want to make sure that this is the one before advising you on this one.
Right. And I guess that's where I get stuck, Marisa, is that, I do, there was a quote, love is work made manifest. And I thought, okay, that is what it is what I want to help people do, is find that work that whether it's paid work or employment work or their own business, that brings meaning and purpose and joy to people's lives.
Yep.
So.
And that brings you meaning, purpose, and joy.
Yeah, and I think that's what it's about. Okay. And I do have a really, I seem to be drawn to the underdog. So eventually I want to help entrepreneurs with disabilities, and I just don't think that I'm going to, or artists, develop a foundation, all those things that bring a lot of meaning, but are not necessarily recognized with financial compensation. So,
okay.
Yeah, so that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Okay, so let me see. I help sensitive, creative individuals thrive emotionally and financially by identifying their passion, strengths, values, and life purposes, and developing capacity to do their work, whether employment or entrepreneurship, so they can bring their gifts to the world and make a positive impact. So, I mean, that is a little bit of a mouthful. So is it basically that you're helping them, are you helping people find their life's work?
Yes, but also helping them survive their life's work, if so that their passions don't consume them so much that they are not able to make a living. So they don't necessarily have to make a living from their passions, but they need to.
So I mean, it's like, okay, help people discover their life's work, and maybe and turn it into a livelihood, or help people turn their life's work into their livelihood?
Not necessarily. I guess it depends what we mean by life's work, because I'm using work with a capital W there as if it's their mission or their purpose.
Well, I get it. I think life's work, it conveys that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's like the work that I'm here to do. It's my life's work. You know what I mean? It's like it kind of conveys that. So I think I help people discover their life's work and turn it into their livelihood, or I help people turn their life's work into their livelihood, which is more focused on the business end of it. I think one of those is a better XYZ.
Okay. Although I guess what my hesitation is that sometimes I think that what is somebody's passion is actually going to be can carry them away, and it can be actually prevent them from finding financial compensation.
I think you might be getting to like splitting hairs here. All you need, the thing is like not to convey every distinction that but it's to get people interested in wanting to know more.
Right. Okay.
Obviously if it's gonna be something that's gonna be turned into a livelihood, there might need to be some adjustments along the way.
Right. Of course.
So I think that's like in some ways a given, but if you get to like technical about it, it just starts to become a turnoff. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah. I was confusing XYZ statement with my personal mission.
Yeah. It's just XYZ is something that you say to someone. So what do you do? If you said all that, I would be gone, like at least mentally gone, if not physically gone, right? Yeah, but if you say, I help people discover their life's work and turn it into their livelihood, and it's got life's work, livelihood, have a nice thing, or I help people turn their life's work into their livelihood, it's just like, oh, okay, I get it. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah, that makes a perfect XYZ statement.
Okay. So now, before you can go about even attracting customers, we have to create a course around this, which means what are people going to do in the course? It could be your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to discover your life's work and create a plan for, for turning it into a consistent monthly income, for example, right? Like that could be a mission statement. But before you can figure out how to attract an audience, you got to figure out what the promise is. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah. And of course, I'm kind of hesitant to promise something that I'm not sure is going to be able to deliver. So
well, here's the distinction, is that you can be responsible to people without taking responsibility for them. So can you see that if every single person on the line, and just I'm going to ask you to see that, is if you do everything available for you in mentorship, you're coachable, you actually listen to the advice, even when you want to do like squirrel, a million other things. And that you leverage the programs and the missions and trainings as necessary. You show up, you use your coach, you use the email access, you come to all the retreats. Can you see that you can easily start making a consistent income? Can you put a 1 in the chat if you can? And 2, if you think, no way that if I did all that I would make a consistent monthly income. So 1, if you can see that, 2, if you can't. Now, does every mentorship student do that? No. And especially in the blue sky stage. Because in the blue sky stage, part of it's discovering, it's like, part of it is getting out of the own patterns that you've created for yourself for a lifetime, which may include rejecting the advice that's still given to you and insisting on doing things a particular way. So I can still, in integrity and with full like ethical alignment, offer this program, knowing that some people who go through it will not, make their money back, will not take action. I've had people go through mentorship only to realize they're not meant to be an entrepreneur, but I would consider that a win, because you can spend your whole life thinking, am I an entrepreneur? Am I not an entrepreneur? And dreaming about it, but actually doing something about it and then realizing, yes, I am, or no, I'm not. That's a massive win, because then you know what life path to take. So sometimes the transformation looks in different ways, or someone could find a fundamentally new level of self-confidence, and that's still a huge win. It's not the desired outcome of the program, but there are a lot of people who don't follow the advice and things like that, or stall out, or whatever it happens to be. And we do our best to keep prevent that and keep lifting up and reaching out, but it has to be a two-way thing. I always say that I'm going to give 100% of my 50%. We in the program and the coaching team, and you've got to give 100% of your 50%. And sometimes that also means like a mutual dialogue, right? And if any of you ever have challenges in mentorship, then come talk to us, when the challenge presents, and not wait to the end of the program, So that's how, and anything, not 100% of the people are going to do it. But if they follow your course and your roadmap, would they be able to discover their mission, their purpose, their life's work, and turn it into consistent income? And maybe that's too much. Maybe the first program's just about discovering the life's work. Mm-hmm. Discovering a life work that could possibly become your livelihood. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to discover your life's work, your life's work and a pathway, and the potential for turning it into your livelihood, right? It could just be that. And that's more specific, because obviously the making a consistent income takes a lot more. But that's the distinction.
Yeah. And I could get behind that 100%. I could do that part. The second part, I don't know yet. I need to run.
Yeah, for sure. So then make your program about that. And once you nail that, then it's going to be you can go out there and start to look for customers. But that's all we have time for today. But that was a more foundational question anyway.
It was. Yeah. But thank you very much.
Sure thing. All right. Next up, we've got Jackie Wegner. Is it Jackie or Jack K?
Hey, it's Jackie. Simple.
Jackie. Okay.
Yes. Hi. I haven't been following along, or I probably would have even more informed questions, but it was branding, so I thought I would share my thoughts of what I'm putting together, show you my website, a page I'm doing on Facebook, and get your thoughts and a few other questions. So,
all right.
My history is as a home builder. I worked for a home building company many years. I owned a home building company many years. And now I'm a coach. So it was a really big shift. And, I always was like, how do I use that? How does being a builder qualify me to be a coach? So what I'm turning it into is I help people build things. Helping people build business. I'm coaching mostly with light mentoring, and also just building more fulfilling life. So that's what I'm going with. And it's also in my message that I'm putting together is there's something about bravery and boldness, about following the path you were supposed to follow and doing all the good right things, and then making the shift that no one would expect because it's more fulfilling. So that is what I was working with Samara actually today on that too, but I'll share my website and get your thoughts.
Sure.
So there.
And I think that it's a great story to say is after 20 years helping people build their homes, I realized I'd rather help them build their life on a solid foundation.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta hit
Something
share.
like that.
Thank you. Yeah, because I thought I can start using things like, okay, where is my site? I thought I had it open way. Okay, share screen and select a window. I'm not getting it to come up. It's showing me all the windows but the one I want. Hang on. Basic. Oh, screen. Okay. I know. Is it up?
Yeah, it is.
So I built this myself, and there's definitely glitches in it, but so this is what you open up to. And I decided to start using this. I started a Facebook group this last week, and I called it "What Are You Building?"
Yep.
Underneath my coaching. But so you want me to just scroll and you can see?
Yeah, I work with professional women.
Yep. This message I need to.
That's a little bit like those two. I don't know, like those two audiences feel so differently, you know, like building, to help people build their dream solopreneur business or design a life. I kind of feel like I would pick one. And obviously, you know, when someone builds a dream, say solopreneur business, there's still some lifestyle design in there, right? If they're ready to build a more fulfilling life, I would get more specific about what that looked like too.
Well, I'm a little lost because I didn't want to niche down already to just women building business, because I think I'm going too quick at that, and I have some clients doing that. But they're also, when I'm coaching with them, it's my goal is to work with them on building a business that, you know, is around their values and what they want of life, not just building the way somebody else did it or way the industry says. And it's usually
that's part of your message, though. You see, it's not just like helping people. Just building a business is just too generic a message anyway.
Right.
But what I'm saying is having these two things instantly undermines your credibility, at least from my perspective. I'm like, okay, she can't decide whether she's a life coach or a business coach when I look at this, so she must not be great at either one. And that's just my inner dialogue.
Oh, no.
Like, I'm being completely honest. Can you see that? Because it's like, can you be the best business coach for a solopreneur and the best coach for just general life coach? I mean, I would think that you kind of need to specialize in one or the other. So that doesn't mean, but then if you do, you can get more nuanced about that messaging. But when you're trying to encompass two very different groups and messages and niches like that, you're speaking vaguely about both of them. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So,
but it looks beautiful, by the way.
Thank you. This is what I've been struggling with when trying to get clear on my message. I mean, maybe it is the more broad, but then I have this solopreneur coaching.
So like, what are you building? I like, but even with the broad, like just helping people build a more fulfilling life. I mean, it's a little bit, it's definitely not like an essential message of, oh my gosh, I need this now, right? So I would even get more specific. What does that look like? Is it, I mean, can you talk more about like why would I come to you, for example?
Yeah, okay. So, and then if you would go into each page, and that's what I'm really starting to get clear on my message with the, I help early stage solopreneurs get clear, embrace their potential, and take confident action toward building their ideal business so they can start making money. So that was tying in that, and independently, and begin living a life by choice. And then I was trying to create the heads. Are you still getting me okay? My screen.
I mean, I see, yeah, what are you building?
Okay.
On the homepage.
Yeah, so that's what, I haven't put that message on there. I just kind of worked that out this week that I just said, and I want to do, and I was kind of working on the same thing for confidence is the thing I'm honing in on for the life coaching, and it was start making money. It was in the business.
Okay, so confidence. Tell me, like, what are you drawn to more? Like, if you had to go in one direction or the other, what would you be drawn to more? Now, that doesn't mean that you're not still going to help solopreneurs with their confidence or whatever it happens to be. It's just, it's a different front door.
I think the front door, I don't know if it's front door, so it's how I'm trying to get to where I'm going. I'm looking for, these are people that are successful already, and maybe they headed down a path that they don't want to be on anymore. And so it's going to take a lot of bravery to make some changes, and it might be career or leaving a job and starting a business, changing their life around.
That's the second grade.
Either one is doing that kind of thing, I think.
Basically, and that the whole expression of, I think the whole expression of, have you found that you've been like, basically, have you found that you've been climbing for so many years, climbing and striving, and only to find that your ladder was placed on the wrong wall? That expression, it's sort of like, what are you building? I help, you could even say I help mid-career professionals, or I help midlife, I help even driven, people in midlife who've achieved a certain degree of success, but found that they've fallen out of love with what they were doing, and perhaps never even loved it to begin with. Like reorient their lives, their careers, even their business around, first identify their true desires and reorient their lives, their careers and businesses around them. Like that's, for example, as a home builder, someone who built homes from the ground up, every home started with the vision, then went down to the blueprint, then we built the foundation, then we built the house, then we created the ornamentation. And the same thing works with your life too. Using this, so using my, whatever it is, life building method. I'm just inventing that.
I was like, I looked up custom built life and things like that to see what was trademarked and that kind of thing.
So like whatever it is, but so I think that it like that's already identifying, like, okay, it's people who've gone so far down only to realize they didn't like where they were. And that's obviously kind of describes, it sounds like, where you were when you made this pivot. And it's so hard because you've got this sunk cost, and it's hard to walk away. It's hard to have that courage.
Yeah, and it's safe, and it's known. And so you're looking for people that are willing to take more risk or to look for something else. I guess so I'm kind of stuck, I've been struggling with that, having those two things, and
it doesn't work because you can only speak vaguely about both, and you can't, people don't know they're on the right page right here.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Is there a way to, go ahead. No, I'm going
to. So if you were to just make a choice today, whether it's focusing on entrepreneurs or more this other focus we said, which is people who've just been realizing they're building the lives, careers, businesses, that they've just gone real far down a path that wasn't their path, which is more specific than just life, build your life,
What happens is I go into fear mode because the people I've got only 2 clients right now, and they're both entrepreneurs.
It doesn't matter. It's like it's such a small sample size, and that doesn't mean that the other message you wouldn't have attracted them.
I know. That's what I'm like. But I have those 2, and I know I have those, and I have had other clients, but probably the more broad to start, because I can figure I can always niche down.
Yeah, and obviously the more specific you are, the better. So we're still talking about a very specific thing, like you're talking specifically about, like I said, midlife professionals who focused, who focused so heavily on their careers that they didn't realize that somewhere along the line they'd fallen out of love with what they did. The career or the business didn't realize they fell out of love with what they did, and if they were in their lives, if they were in love with it to begin with, help them reconnect to their desires and rebuild. Like that, something like that. It's still. It is more specific because it's describing a specific situation, not general life coaching.
Okay.
How about, I like the idea of life remodeling.
I thought there's a lot of different terms, to do. The what are you building it connect? Then
what are you building is a great line. We are, by the way, pretty much at time, but yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, well, then we're at time. So
you've made a choice, though.
You can see I'm like, I have to get my arms around it. But yeah, I mean, that's what's been told to me and taught to me all along. So
make a choice?
Yeah, and I fought it. So
You know, and it's easy to fight making a choice, but can you see that the broader one, we still choose folding the business into that?
yeah, and that's why I could do that, is because I can still bring that under the umbrella.
But it's versus this or this, right? You have to create an
Mhm.
integrated messaging versus like boom, boom, like these two different audiences that you're trying to represent on one page, which doesn't work very well.
Yeah, yeah. So let me get out of the stuff.
I know it's hard to choose because it feels like, oh my gosh, I want everything.
Yes.
You know?
I want all the clients.
But then it just means that people don't go to you for anything. They don't know what you're about.
Yeah.
All right, I have to go to the bathroom, and then we go to Barbara Decker. Just drink a
Jackie, I like that bee in your logo.
The bee?
There was like the bee for business. It was like a cool looking bee. The letter
It's
B.
actually I'll share it since she's gone again.
Got in, so I just jumped in, so I just saw it for a second.
No, hang on. I'll pull it up again. Up there?
What are you building? No,
the bee. Oh, the bee. Yeah, it was just a type font that they had. So yeah.
It's like a hug. Anyway, that's what I love that. So good job.
Oh, thank you.
Background.
Than's. I thought you meant the logo, and I was like, that's my initial. So yeah.
I didn't know. Thank God I was looking at the right thing. Don't get nervous. How's the hot seat doing? Good, huh?
My first time. No, I had a couple minutes the other day. So.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Look at the full thing on the replay, but I just had to take care of something.
All right, great. Okay, so next up we've got Barbara. So
Hello?
Barbara, you are on.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for doing this. Much
Good thing.
I'm wrestling with my webinar squeeze page, and there's some history. I'll show it on my screen first. I've done some split testing, and it turns out that the one I built myself has done better than the one I paid a copywriter to build and a designer to build.
Mm-hmm.
So I can show you that. I can show you the ads, but I'm wondering if you look at this page, if you can see things that I should do to try to get even better results.
Yeah, so I would probably have the click here to register button above the fold in addition to where it is.
Okay.
So I would put it right under in just 8 short weeks, and maybe even have, right there, you probably would want a different color than the green if it's against the blue.
That's a good idea, and I'm embarrassed I didn't see it myself.
Yeah, so I think that the order of the headline it feels a little convoluted. I would say we can't fix our children. This free confidential video workshop. What is a video workshop?
It's a recorded automated webinar, Marisa.
I would just say master class or something like that.
These are old ladies. I don't think they'd get master class.
Okay, video workshop just feels even more, more technical.
Maybe I'll just say, okay, I gotcha.
I don't think a master class is like, this free, you could say training if you want to.
I think that's probably better.
Okay, this free confidential training reveals 3 little known secrets that encourage, I would actually do the lowercase for the T and the and the that. Because it allows you to focus on the bigger words versus the transition words.
Okay.
3 little known secrets that encourage your child to recover from the grip of, oh, I see. I would say to recover, because I don't know what they're recovering from, so then I have to read the whole rest of the sentence to understand, like, are they sick? It's like, so I would say 3 little known secrets that encourage your child to recover from addiction.
Okay.
While reclaiming your own life,
Okay.
Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know in just 8 short weeks, while reclaiming your own life in 8 short weeks. I lose the word just, because like that might feel like an eternity for someone in this situation, because they may feel like they could lose their child in 8 weeks.
Okay.
And then have the button here, register now.
Okay.
Okay, so that would help. I would probably split test this just solid blue to having a different background there. like an image background. I don't know what's going to play better. You get split test it. And then during this confidential training, you will discover, I would maybe just say free training, you will discover, just to make it simpler, we say confidential above.
Right.
The problem most parents think they have and why it is not the cause of these challenges. It feels like it's missing like the point or the subject.
Yeah, I think you're right.
The real problem underlying it all and what to do about it. If the first one was clearer, I might understand it.
Right.
The number one thing within a parent's control that will begin the healing process. And I don't know if you need these camel case for the bullet points. I think reserve camel case for the headline and the title and have the bullets. You can sometimes, but I feel like I'm ping-ponging a little bit. Well, the fourth one is a repeat of the main headline. So
yes,
I would use it to bring nuance. How doing these things is actually the only way to provide opportunities to choose recovery. It doesn't feel like there's anything that, like a real big reveal. You know what I mean? Like something specific, a tool or whatever it is. I would work on some bullets that felt a little more curiosity inducing. Like getting a little more specific while being vague, if that makes sense. So, because the first two feel like it's actually one bullet,
Yeah.
Right? And then the second one, the number one thing within a parent's control that will begin the healing process, it needs that most, addiction professionals don't even know about, right? Maybe needs something else it feels truncated.
Let me show you this page, because maybe these are the better bullets. This is the copywriter's page that did much worse than my own page.
Scroll up. I wanted to see the whole page. Well, the design stinks and it's so distracting. So basically the eye is trained to see two things. One is contrast and the other is motion. So this press play to start video, I don't know. It's like, it's confusing. Because then if you press play, does it open a button? Because I don't even...
It opens an opt-in, and I took it off and tested without it, and it didn't do any better.
I don't read the headline because all I can see is that woman opening and closing her mouth,
Yeah.
Okay, but let me read the bullet. Scroll down. A true split test would use the same design. Does that make sense?
Yes. So I would use the design I showed you first.
Yeah. And then just change the copy.
Right. That's what I'm saying. And maybe I think these bullets are probably better than the bullets.
Yeah. Why your instinctual way of loving your child discourages him or her from recovery, and what you can do instead to encourage recovery once and for all. And I would just say to it, and what you can do instead, because then encourage recovery, it just feels like redundant.
Yes.
The special superpower within your control that mentally and emotionally frees you from the sad reality of your child's addiction. That feels a little heavy-handed to me. I actually preferred your version. Go back to your version.
Sure.
Which is probably the number one thing within a parent's control, right?
Okay.
The number one thing within your control that will begin the healing process, both for you and your child, maybe. I don't know. Okay. To go back. Let's see. I mean, one is about like them and one's about your child, so it's hard to know if it's the same thing or not. How to use your new superpower to encourage your child to choose recovery while giving you back your old life prior to your child's addiction. I don't know. The superpower thing feels a little forced in the context of addiction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It feels like a construct that in some fields it would work really great, but in this particular field, it just for some reasons reading a little crass to me.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm trying to keep an open mind though as I try new things, and I'm thinking, well, my way only is getting 27%, so I'll do this, and it gets worse.
Yeah. It's like it just takes me out somehow. Like it's not. It needs to be more transparent versus I think it's got no opacity to it. That language choice.
Right. Okay. You have given me very good input. I will make these changes. I'll adjust this one and change the copy. I don't have the patience to change just the headline and test, and then I'll change it all at once and see.
And maybe maybe you could even just say something like on-demand training, maybe you put in there because there's no dates or times. I also want to have a sense of who you are a little bit. Like you've got the picture of you, but it's just like, I don't know if anyone...
You put this on, there is this piece I could use.
And these 3 life-changing secrets. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a little bit better, but you might be able to do it in a third of the words.
Mm-hmm. So you think I should, I think what I'll do is I'll test it without adding anything about me. And then once I get results, I'll test the winning copy by putting this.
Could even be, brought to you by, like it could see the Barbara Decker. It could even just be something like brought to you by Barbara Decker, mom of a child who's been clean for, what kind of addiction did your child have?
Drugs.
What kind of drugs?
All kinds of drugs.
What's the worst one?
Meth is the worst.
Okay, great. So just like I'm Barbara, and my child was a meth addict for X years. It took me 9 years before I was able to. My son was a meth addict. Was it son?
Yeah, he was an addict for 9 years. It didn't take me 9 years to get better, but it took him.
Yeah, and my son was a meth addict for 9 years. In 9 years before getting clean. I want to share with you the top 3 things that I learned along the way that helped me stay sane over that time that ultimately led to his recovery. Just short like that.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Right? And I think that that's going to boost. And even go to the top of the other page.
Here?
Yeah. Maybe it's like we can't fix our children. Instead of this free confidential training reveals, which is like hypey internet marketing language. What if you said one mother's journey to discovering the 3 secrets? Like that. It's like one mother's journey to discover. We can't fix our children. One mother's journey to discovering 3 secrets. So 3 secrets to encourage your child to recover from addiction.
That's beautiful.
It just feels a little more heart-centered and a little less, internet marketing-y.
I agree.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Sure, and maybe there's a picture of you and your son up there too.
I have one that I use in the I can put it there.
Yes. Great. Because I think that people, they don't want to, this is a hard thing to trust, and simply using the word confidential doesn't evoke trust. Mm-hmm. But the signals of this is coming from the place of a mom who's been through this is very different. And I get that your son's been all kinds of drugs and stuff, but even saying meth addict, they're like, oh, wow, that's even worse than what my son is on. It's gonna, you just want to choose the worst one and go with it.
Yeah, my kid just drinks, right?
What was that?
They're saying, oh yeah, my kid only drinks alcohol.
Yeah, exactly. So then, so then it gives even more credibility too.
Yeah.
The more you can be specific, it helps, it paints a picture.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Sure thing.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so next up we got Teresa Alish. Alex? How do you say that?
Alish.
Alish.
Alish, yep.
What is that? What kind of background is that?
It is German.
Ah.
Yeah, I'm Irish, but I guess I get to be both German and Irish now.
Gesundheit.
It's a funny mix in our family.
I've got Irish and German in me too, by the way.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Oh, we can go straight to extreme if we need to.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to share what I thought I would do. What would be to kind of get clear on some of my messaging. And I think it would probably help to start with my positioning statement. That way you can kind of get the background. Do you agree? Do you think that would help you?
Sure.
Okay. So my positioning statement, I've decided to narrow down to cancer survivors. And really what it comes down to is after the cancer itself, after treatment, we are struggling. Many of us are. I don't ever want to overgeneralize, but with kind of those lingering side effects, sometimes it's chemo brain, which that community recognizes as a real thing. And cognitively, there can be some decline, and like fatigue and just different things. I mean, I was diagnosed with ADD after cancer, and things like that just really interfere with life and functioning. So what I want to help people do is to take control. And if we use those strategies to organize our life, I think that we can overcome, I know, we can overcome a lot of those symptoms. But they ring that completion bell after their treatment, and they just think that eventually life's going to get back to normal. And I think that's possible, but I think we can decrease the time that it takes to get to that, mission accomplished.
Do people, the only thing I want to know is, do people realize that? Because you say they're ringing the completion bell, and do they think it's good, or do they, we had someone on our team who was in recovery from cancer, and it was clearly impacting her ability to, like, her performance in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm. And are you asking if are they aware that it's impacting?
Yeah, are they aware that it's impacting? And are they potentially aware that there could be a solution to it?
Yeah, I think for the most part they are. I think they're just thinking, okay, this is my new normal. I just have to push harder. And maybe I need to help them see that their new normal doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah. So I guess the only thing that we just have to kind of test to make sure that they see that this is, maybe you call yourself like a life after cancer coach, which I like, right? And maybe you're helping people rebuild their life after cancer and create a new normal that's maybe a new normal that honors their life even more than their original normal. Kind of thing. Like, it might be a way to frame it. But I think a life after cancer coach that most people, and maybe even most people think that the cancer's over once they get the remission diagnosis, and don't realize all the ways the cancer's affected them mentally and emotionally, and the changes they need to make to not just stay healthy, but make life after cancer even better than life before, or something like that. I don't know. It might be a way. You're gonna have to do some education. You might not shit, but you and Jennifer Rada have or is it Rada? Rada. Yes. You have this similar brain. So she helped me come up with Life After Cancer Blueprint. So that's part of Success Without Sacrifice is the program. For right now it is anyway. And maybe you're thinking I go with Life After Cancer. I like Life After Cancer better too.
For the whole program itself?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I like that. Okay.
It's clearer what's going on.
True. Yeah. It makes it obvious. They don't have to say, what's that mean? Okay. That helps. All right. I like that better than I was trying to come up with, what do I call myself? Because I don't feel like it's life coach. So I do like Life After Cancer coach.
Yeah.
Not been used. Okay. And then, so what makes me different is and I'm like, okay, who do I compare myself to? So it's the doctor focuses on getting rid of cancer. The therapist focuses on sort of the mental game, and the relation or the emotions, but they don't always get it unless they've been there. I had a couple therapists, and while they were great, they were kind of helping me through my career, actually, because I was in charge of so many staff members, and I was like, I'm struggling. And then a life coach, I think life coaches are great, but I'm just narrowing myself and really get it. Let's see. What's my question here on this? I mean, do you think that's a good to frame it that way? But like, your doctor focuses on the treatment, therapist focuses on the mental, emotional.
And what maybe a Life After Cancer coach focuses on what? Like, I think you could position yourself there. I don't know if they're going to be even considering a life coach, to be honest.
Right. Right.
So maybe doctor, therapist, and then life after cancer, because life coach might feel like it's overlapping with life after cancer coach.
Mm-hmm.
I would say doctors and therapists, because that's most likely who they've gone to anyway.
Right. Yes.
Unlike doctors and therapists who target issues in isolation, a doctor focuses on this, a therapist focuses on this. I'm a life after cancer coach who focuses on boom, and what is it that you do? Do not understand the comprehensive toll. And that's a lot. So can we say a life after cancer coach focuses on understanding, the full physical, mental, and emotional, let's say you said, toll cancer has taken, and how, has taken on you.
Yep.
And I guess then there's the kind of like what you do about it.
Yes.
And how to move forward from there. And like you said, how to move forward from there, and how to create a life after cancer that's even better than your life before cancer. Kind of thing.
Okay.
It's not like, it helps you get out from under the shadow of cancer as well, perhaps.
I like that too, because that's what it felt like. And I went down the path of suicide. So I always felt like there was a shadow that I just could not run quickly enough. And then of course, driving my immune system even further into the ground because I was always using the wrong strategies at the time. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's super helpful. So let's see, some of it I may have grabbed a couple
of all this work you've done.
Oh, I've been busy, Marisa. Yeah. It's go time. I decided.
This blueprint's helpful, isn't it?
It's super helpful. Super.
It's all in one spot. This is new this year, by the way.
I love it. Yeah, and it helps with my brain. And I think that's the type of help I need to use. And so I also, that's why I decided to call the Life After Cancer Blueprint, because I thought, oh, I'll set them up just like this and they'll feel like they're nicely protected.
Right.
Okay, so here's where I got to my mission. And I'm struggling with the transform, but I can show you what that means.
Okay, so can you read it?
Yeah, you want me to read it?
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, so your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to design your own Life After Cancer blueprint so you can heal, transform your foundation, and take back control over your clarity of mind, mood, and energy levels, allowing you to live your best life regardless of the circumstances you've been given. Although some of the things you said above I really like, so I will.
Yeah, it's to design your own life after, it's to design and implement. Maybe it's like that. Yeah. Is to, should you choose to accept it, is to design and implement your own Life After Cancer blueprint in, maybe it's just like in whatever, 4 weeks or less. So you can, so you can get out from under the shadow of cancer and, so you can get out from, you can get out from under the shadow of cancer and create a new normal that feels even better, and like, or whatever it is. We can't say both get out from under the shadow of cancer and create a life after cancer that's even better than your life before cancer. So you kind of have to make a choice.
Okay.
About that. Which, do you have a preference?
Get out from under the shadow, create a new,
maybe so you can take, so you like the shadow one. So your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to design and implement your own personal Life After Cancer blueprint in 8 weeks or less. Mm-hmm. So you can step out from under the shadow of cancer and take back control over your mind, your mood, and your energy.
Okay.
Simplify, right?
Yes. Oh yeah, so much. Okay. I'm recording, but I'm also going to go back and listen to that. Okay. Love it. Okay. I'm going to see you. What do I have left? Like 2 minutes?
Well, we're at 10. So it's like the transition time. So if there's any quick question or. No,
I think,
you're using this blueprint exactly as we intended it. So I'd love to see that.
Good. Oh, good. So I'm an A+ student, right?
Yes, you are. Well, you're a principal, so you better be. Otherwise, I'm going to smack you with that ruler.
No, I think that helps, Marisa. I think I've got it. So I'll go back and listen and implement. And I meet with Jennifer tonight. So I feel good. Thank you.
Wonderful. Sure thing. All right. So next up, I've got Holly Camel. Is that a one hump camel or a two hump camel?
It's actually come all.
Come all. Okay.
I always tell people it's like, come all ye faithful. So they'll remember because
come all. Yes.
It's not camel.
Yes. Great.
Okay. So I'm sorry. I just have to figure out my screen here. Here we go. Okay. First of all, Teresa, your blueprint is like the bomb. Now I have like blueprint hashtag goals.
That's a blueprint envy over there, huh?
So I guess I'll just share my screen here. So I have a few questions and mostly, okay, well, I'll show you my website. I just have to move this little controller thing out of the way.
This is me crossing everybody out, so I'm keeping track along the way.
Yeah. Okay, so this
is babe.
Hey, babe. Yeah. So I want to kind of address actually ask for some advice on kind of shifting the vibe of my brand because I feel like it's maybe not representing the kind of energy or attracting like that. I'm not sure it would attract my ideal clients necessarily.
Who are your ideal clients? And this isn't, so rehab, when I look at rehab, it's not for drug and alcohol?
No. It's hustle rehab is kind of, it's kind of similar to the concept of what rehab is, but it's more about shifting from like this grinding kind of hustle in like your business into kind of a more centered kind of flow kind of.
I think that because rehab is on its own line, I read rehab, versus hustle rehab.
Here? Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I think it's simply flowing it onto the line floor would make me realize maybe even hustle rehab in quotes. So
Gotcha.
Then it's not, it's very clear that those two words go together. Because otherwise I think people may separate it out and see it as rehab.
Gotcha.
I did, because I just saw the rehab on its own.
Okay. So I'll just show you, like, this is kind of my main landing page. And then I have like an opt-in here. And it's a template for a welcome guide sent to their email and they can test it and whatnot. I'm actually wanting to have people, so I went through EPM and I still am trying to get my program beta tested. So I have a client who's working through the program with me and I've learned a lot by having her test it. But yeah, I'm kind of drawing a blank here. So my vibe is a little bit more like younger than my audience I think actually is. So I'm kind of looking at the like 30s into 40s demographic age group of women who are in like holistic kind of healing industries. So people that are like holistic nutritionists or are in holistic, like into holistic health. And
so with someone in holistic health, would they associate with being in the hustle too much, or would they?
Well, I think that one of the pain points of my clients are that they're doing it's kind of like they're doing all the authority strategies. Like they're trying to like be on social media and like do all the things on every platform and they're just burning out. Plus, my clients are usually people that identify themselves as healers and they're really led by an inner spiritual purpose to like help others recover or heal their health. And so my ideal clients tend to overgive and not quite they tend to overgive in a way where they're not really making enough money. And so they're constantly working way too many clients and undercharging and ending up feeling like they're burning out and they have to maybe continue with their main job or that sort of thing. So,
okay, so you're looking for like pivoting the brand a little bit.
Yeah, so yes, and I also wouldn't mind a little feedback on my beta launch page. So I'll just click on it. This is like literally just like I threw it up. There's no blog link. There's no really anything. It's just a little introduction about what I call holistic business coaching, and they can book a call with me and a little bit about me, and then that's it. And a little me and you on here.
Yay. Okay, we'll scroll up so I can, okay, so the holistic business coaching, so it goes just down to that other section right there.
It's right here?
Is that, it goes right there? Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
Free yourself from the hamster wheel of hustling. And do more of what you love. I guess it's not super clear what the promise of the program is.
Right. Well, this isn't like this piece right here. I feel like this is not really talking about the program. It's just like something I've kind of put up there to like at least explain somewhat of what I do if someone comes to my main page.
Okay. Sorry. I thought the more details went to that section.
Oh, no, this goes to a different page. Sorry. I'll just bump over here.
Sorry. Okay. The standout signature formula.
So this is the program that I created in EPM.
To create and sell their custom signature wellness program. And module 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, I would probably do this is great, some positioning at the top that's really about like, you know, you went into healing to make a difference and you find yourself stuck on the endless client treadmill of serving one person at a time.
Right.
Time to take your work out to hundreds of people. You know, I think it needs to have some message at the top before you go into this.
Okay. I originally didn't really treat this like a landing page, like a sales page. I was just kind of
summary
and then like a little brief overview of like the beta clients that I'm looking for, and then like a way to apply and book.
Well, you gotta sell it because this is like you're asking them to, because beta applicants wanted it. It would be a little bit like, why, you know, join if it was more like a call to action, like join an intimate group of holistic healers who are ready to step up and make a bigger difference in the world, you know? Right? And it's like that kind of thing versus wanted beta applicants, which feels like it's more about you than for them. Make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think you do still need to sell the application.
Okay. And then, yeah, I guess overall it's just, I think I've probably eaten up a lot of the time already. But I have a question that's kind of not really related to this page and the copy, but I, before the whole COVID thing, I had booked I was booked in to do like a workshop, and it was going to be like a free presentation, and then I was going to lead into this as an offer. And so now I can't do it at the school anymore. So I've decided.
Ask you if you can do it virtually?
I did, but they didn't reply back. But I did approach an alumni group with a lot of holistic nutritionists, and I put up the details and stuff, and there's interest. So I'm wondering if it would be if it would be an okay idea to use that online presentation to actually lead into like a Facebook group, because I have a little bit of fear around like getting my ideal clients onto this presentation, and then if they don't want to follow through on the coaching, I kind of then lose them.
Well, if you get them to opt in for the presentation, then you have their email address.
Yes. I'm not really doing much email marketing though.
Well, then you could, I think if you're doing any kind of virtual presentation, usually you want to have a follow-up sequence after they opt in, and then also even after the presentation. So I dropped the link for the presentation, the webinar I'm doing tomorrow. And if you look, once you opt in, you're going to get, let me try to do it again. Here it is. You're going to get like just a confirmation email from me, right? And then you'll see when you don't buy afterwards, then you're going to get more emails inviting you back. So you need a follow-up sequence basically. But I would do the call to action to the application versus to a Facebook group.
Do you think, my heart's a little bit set on creating a group.
You can create a group, but that's different than the call to action on a presentation.
Right. I wonder if in the email sequence, though, if that would be a good follow-up invitation so that they can...
No, what I would just do is like, okay, once they sign up for the webinar, congrats, you're in. I look forward to seeing you on this time. In the meantime, come join this group so we can get the conversation started.
That's what I mean. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. But you want to encourage them to come if you really want to come. But yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Absolutely. But you definitely want to sell. Like you want to focus on selling. That doesn't mean you're not going to create a group and direct people there in lots of different places. It just
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is it okay? I know I'm almost done. Is it okay to slowly transition my like brand like visuals into something a little bit more organic feeling? Because
slowly or quickly you can. It's not like you've got like hundreds of thousands of people following you right now. Just do it. Don't worry about it. Just do it.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Aurora, you're welcome. Aurora is next.
Hello.
Hi.
So can I join with my screen on a different, can I share the screen from?
Yep. You just have to hit share screen on whatever device you got that.
Okay, great. And you can hear me okay?
Uh-huh.
Great, thank you. Share screen. What is it? Okay, so let's see if we can do the full screen view so that we don't waste. So what I would love help with today is I'm trying to bring together two parts of my life, and it's been very difficult to, it's been really hard, harder than I expected to blend my personal life with what I was used to be in my previous career. So, okay, so what I've come to is that I think may work to blend my image design, image consulting, process consulting background with the sustainable lifestyle front door, is that that basically like creating or designing or pursuing a more sustainable lifestyle. It's not a fad, a trick or a hack, or like you're not necessarily becoming a hippie or quitting everything or whatever, you know, if people don't identify with that, because most of the people that I've worked with are not that, and I'm not that. So, what I would like to explore today is two things. One is the essence, the wording, And then 2, that some of the things that I've used in the past as I'm trying to put it together are not, that they're working with it instead of against it. So I would love your opinion on that. So where I am today is the sustainable lifestyle is not a change in your lifestyle necessarily, or converting to something else. It's the next step in self-care for yourself, for your family, and your business. So I'd like to explore that as a positioning statement with coaches and leaders and entrepreneurs that maybe had it in their back of their mind to do more preparedness or sustainable living or healthier living. And since I can speak to the emergency preparedness, the sustainable lifestyle with both health and the preparedness and becoming more self-sufficient, I wanted to see if this would work. And then maybe, so I'm kind of starting at the end, but maybe using what does the next level of sustainability look like for you. The reason for this is that I don't have, we were earlier in the calls, you were talking about the quickest path to money is if you have people that will endorse you or you've done work with before. And I feel like if I created something first that had to do with serving like C-level executives and that type of thing, that had to do with like self-care and including sustainability and including.
Yeah, I honestly feel like you might be speaking a little bit too high in the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, because what you do with kind of this sustainable lifestyle, off the grid lifestyle, whatever it is, self-sufficient lifestyle, honestly, it goes straight to the base of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. A friend of mine, gosh, it's his name. I think it's Clay. It's a famous copywriter, and he did a copywriting for solar panels. Okay. And at first he was talking about make a better difference for the world and all of this stuff, and nobody bought the solar panels. But then when he tells the story and said, pad, 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 it's the sound of my daughter's feet, coming into my office. And look at her, she's shivering, and she says, Daddy, I'm cold. And realized that, when the power had been out for 10 hours now, and I had no way to keep my family warm. And then that sold like 10 times more solar panels.
Right.
The whole message about do what's right for the world and everything else. So this idea in terms of, I think it's the next step in self-care it feels very abstract to me.
Okay.
Which I would probably say something like that. COVID-19 shows the danger of living in a city, the danger of depending on, the danger and depending on resources and supplies that could be here today and gone tomorrow. And, the truth is the only way to keep yourself and your family safe, no matter what happens in the world, is to become self-sufficient, or whatever that word is, right? Mm-hmm. And there are ways to integrate self-sufficiency, into your life, whether you live in a city or whether you go full on homesteading, right? And so I think it's a much simpler argument that this idea of sustainable lifestyle is not a fad, trick, or hat. I mean, it just leaves me a little bit flat, because I'm like, the argument goes down the base, security kind of safety needs, and you want to keep it there, because if you're rare enough to have a niche that's at that level, use that level of messaging. Does that make sense?
Yes, I'm just trying to figure out for the people that that I have access to and that are thinking about, for example, I did have somebody that that I've chatterbox with. He's not a C-level executive, but it's more like where we were 10 years ago. And he said, I've had this tugging at my heart, and I think it's time to let that vision come to fruition. Those were his own words. Mm-hmm. And just trying to get from, like, you've had these ideas of becoming more self-sufficient or, have a more sustainable lifestyle. But the thing is that what we found is, like, it's not just buying solar panels. There's, like, so many other steps before that. And just trying to make sure that I don't attract people that are not going to be like, okay, tell me what to buy, because it's not like that. You know, you have to kind of decide what's the most important things for your family and do a lot of pre-work so that it doesn't take you 10 years to get there and a lot of wasted resources.
Well, I mean, I think that there's still a customer journey where there might be little things people can do now, and that might be the starter. Like versus not everyone's gonna go full on, you know, Calamity Jane in like, you know, 3 months flat, right? And do the whole transition you did. And there might be like, you know, starter pathways, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, or you could say, look, you only want to go for people who are ready for the extreme, right? And that they're ready to make a move. You could define that as your audience, which is fine, and kind of start with that level, who are ready to make this massive lifestyle shift that might take 6 to 12 months, right?
Yeah, the thing is that I don't think that the people that we can serve best is necessarily that they're wanting to do a big shift. I think it's just that they want to have a more sustainable lifestyle. Kind of one of the taglines that I used before was like resilience begins within, but you know, it's like
I think that you're going with these really. I'm trying to suggest that those are all still self-actualized languages. I mean, I was in environmental stuff for a long time, and the biggest mistake that people in environmental causes make is not making it selfish as well. Mm-hmm. Most people aren't thinking, I need a more sustainable lifestyle, right? There might be some that want to make good eco choices that are, let me just buy the 7th generation versus the Clorox product, right? And they think that that's it. So what you're talking about, I think, has to go a little bit deeper, is what I'm trying to say. Is this making sense to you?
Okay, so just focus on like a fear, just a kind of like what the guy with the solar was like, you know, if you don't want to get caught with not being able to keep your family warm or, you know, feed your family, whatever, all the other things, you know, find something more specific of an event that they don't want to be found.
Yeah, it could be that. It's like what I would use the situation that we're in right now. Like I said, COVID-19 has shown how unpredictable and dangerous some of the things that we feel like we could take for granted actually are, you know, and some of the, you know, the modern, and it's showing that the modern lifestyle that we've, you know, for example, it's showing that the modern lifestyle that so many of us have taken for granted may not be as safe and healthy as we thought it once was.
Safe and healthy.
Right?
Okay.
You may have been hearing people say things like, you know, like whatever, create something more sustainable, but what does that really mean? You know what I mean? It's like because it's not really about sustainability in a broad sense. And I was trying to be like an environmental activist for years and years, but it's like, how is that relevant to their lifestyle right now?
Mm-hmm.
Why is now the time for them to do this? And the word sustainability in and of itself, it's it's a word used by the United Nations and stuff, but not by a lot of other places. Right. If you look at the LOHAS market, like look at the LOHAS as Lifestyles of Health and Sustainability, which is a movement and a certain demographic of consumer, you know, but that are already kind of making these sorts of choices all the time. But read about the LOHAS market a bit. And you'll see that there's a lot of products, whether it's guayaki, yerba mate, or whatever it happens to be, that tailor to this particular market. And, you know, a lot of times they do it, it's an alternative, but it's an alternative that's better than their existing thing. And the fact that it's sustainably farmed from the Amazon or whatever, it's a nice to have, but the yerba mate in and of itself has got a certain kind of caffeine that gives mental clarity. So it's got a benefit now. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So you've got to get to the levels of benefits and go kind of down the pyramid with your messaging.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Melissa.
Are you okay? You sound a little sad.
Well, it's just I'm trying to not self-sabotage here, and it's just really hard to bring it together to get excited about it, because I'm blending basically with the stuff that maybe, you know, is more popular right now. It's more like not my angle on why I did it, and so just trying to figure out.
There's a difference. The biggest thing that you can do is realize that your perspective is not everybody's perspective. you know, and like the basis of a lot of is realizing that everybody's doing the best they can with what they get. And so being able to meet people where they're at versus you're already on the other side of the mountain, trying to speak to them from the other side of the mountain versus coming to where they are. And so what I hear is you are very much in your perspective, and that perspective isn't always the perspective that's going to land in people's current experience.
And do you think it's enough to just speak it in that, just in the language of, you know, whether you're in this and this and this, whether it's not my perspective or, because my husband and I are going to bring completely different assets to whatever program we do about this. And
well, it can't be like a bait and switch. So it's got to be aligned with you. But when it comes to marketing, marketing is the process of making something relevant to another human being. Mm-hmm. It's not just the process of sharing your perspective. Does that make sense?
Well, what I'm saying is like our passion for doing it and relating to them as to why they would do it, why I would do it, and why my husband did it. It's why it's like we have different perspectives on what we can speak to. So that's what I was saying. Like whether you're doing it for since I'm more the voice right now, that's why I think I was struggling with it. But it's just if I don't have to talk from that place all the time. It can just be like we're gonna cover whether you're going in it for this or these other reasons.
I mean, it's like you're kind of speaking in an abstract way, so I have trouble, like, without any specific examples, giving you real feedback on when you say that or that. But what I'm hearing is that,
like, you know,
let me finish. But what I'm hearing is that there's a difference between accuracy and truth. So what I'm hearing is you want to be very accurate to your experience, and sometimes to speak to a deeper truth that's relevant and awakens and touches more people's lives, you can't be 100% accurate to your experience. So it might be taking this 20% of your experience that speaks to more people and has that deeper level of truth within it. So it's not that, when I share a story, I share like a piece of what really happened that actually helps me create a bridge with other people. There might be a lot more to that story that's just not relevant in that particular context. So I'm only choosing what is relevant. And that's what marketing is. It's very different than just sharing everything as it happened. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It's like you're choosing, even if you watched a movie, it would be boring as hell if you actually watched someone enter a house, right? As the way that they actually entered the house. They get out of the car, they walk to the door, a minute later, people are like tuning out. But you just see these little snippets. Open the car door, key in the lock, first step in. Boom. It's like boom, boom, boom. So you got to kind of understand and choose those snippets that create the most universality. Picasso's bulls, for example, he's got this like photorealistic bull and then tries to get down the essence of what a bull is, and it's just 7 lines. So it's like knowing what those 7 lines are that speak to the most amount of people and say, suggest your message without having to have, like, you still want the specificity, which creates universality, but you want to also choose the story that relates to people now. So it's not all just, you tell a piece of your story. As soon as you tell it, it's no longer your story anyway. Does that make sense? It's told in service of a greater purpose and cause. So it's you, but it's not you. And it's that ability to use your life and your story as a tool and your experience versus the literal, no, I really want people to understand like what I did and why I did it and what my perspective is and things. And it's it can be a challenge. Is this making sense to you?
It is. And
it's hard because you're very creatively expressed. And sometimes I see, like when you share a lot, it's like, ah! And I get a lot of overwhelmed sometimes trying to read a post, right? Because it's like so much coming at me. I'm like, whoa, the fountain is just like whatever it is, hydrant has just opened. And I just need that little, that sometimes this, which is getting to that essential piece of truth that speaks to some people. And there are times where you want to do this, but there are times where you just want to do that. Mm-hmm. And I know it takes a lot to kind of channel, because it's really this, like, that's why I say translate essence in the form. It's like a translation process of what's inside of you to what's going to meet someone else where they happen to be. And it's one of the hardest things for many human beings to do. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I've got to move on here.
Thank you, Marisa.
Sure thing. And you got that. You got a lot of good there. And you've got a message that's actually so relevant. All right, so Sue Ann is next.
Turn it off.
Try that. Okay. Are you there, Sue Ann? I don't think she's here. Okay, so it doesn't look like Sue Ann is here. I'm going to go to Tamara. Tamara?
There, yes.
Hey.
Yes. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so I need some help with if you could look at my website, and the direction I had been before was one-on-one, online virtual run coaching kind of things, and now I'm trying to do a pivot to companies for injury prevention training. So let me see if I can share my website. I think that's it. Oh, I think can you see my website?
Yeah, it's a little bit skinny. I don't know if you're able to move. Expand it, yeah.
Does that help?
Even more if you can.
Even more. All right. There. Are we getting closer?
Yeah, it's getting better.
All right. Maybe that. Maybe I.
Okay, virtual executive physical therapy consults. Wait a minute. That wasn't what you just said, was it?
So no. That was this. I have all these different, all these different things I do. This is one of the things that that I did, and this was the thing that I would really want to do. So as far as the pivot, I really want like big picture corporate training, kind of medical staff, kind of big group training. Mm-hmm. So I have this, which is the only thing that I've done like that recently. And if you click there about more about staff training, it goes to this. I don't know how to make this look appealing to the corporate person that I'm talking to that wants to go and see who I am. And everything I've done has been to the individual end user. So how do I make it appealing to?
Well, I mean, I think some of it is the language, like protect your staff, protect your, it might even just be something like, are you a hospital director or HR, whatever it happens to be, protect your medical staff through biomechanics and injury prevention training, right?
Does the whole site need to be that way? Like when you land on it, you need to see that instead of what I have right now?
Well, I mean, I think that your site does need to speak to the audience that you're hoping to attract.
So just change.
So you mean by the whole site, this is, I mean, if you're, do you mean your business versus a program, or what do you mean exactly?
So the site, I just changed this over to this Word document. The site had been always like I was thinking it was going to the individual. And if I'm going to do this shift of it.
Okay, well, you can have a like a landing page where it just says, are you this or are you this? And then they click through to a segment of the site that relates to them.
Okay.
So,
right,
you would just need some kind of gateway or splash page, that would direct them.
Okay, I like that. That's good. So this is the only thing that I have like pictures of me doing like trainings and stuff like that. I have a couple, but
they're great.
So I could use those. And I shared this more for, I think you kind of answered it though. If I have people go in two different directions, I could, I wasn't sure about highlighting services, products, because it is very different for the corporate person versus the individual.
Yeah. And it could just be something like a landing page where it says, welcome to whatever your business name is. Let's get you to the right place for you. Are you an individual struggling with boom, or are you a like a company that protect your medical staff? Boom,
Okay, I like that. I think that's really good. And as far as like pitching to people, this is one thing I didn't know what direction to come at this from. And I don't know if that might be beyond what we're talking about, but like from the HR injury prevention kind of money saving corporate mindset, or from like someone who's already doing continuing education and they would just add me to the continuing education they're offering to their staff already?
Well, the continuing education, would that be people who are like, I mean, that they would then learn prevention for other people? Like, what do you, like, what's the, would be a
So
different program, right?
One company I'm talking to, they already offer injury prevention services to the staff of this huge hospital. And we were talking about me offering this specific part about biomechanics kind of stuff. So that seemed an easy way in to talk to the person who was already offering training to their employees.
Mm-hmm.
And I could be like an added service to what they're offering.
Well, I think you might have different levels.
Okay.
Right? So like some people might have that already. Does everybody have it already?
No.
And that's also where just starting to talk to like that audience, you're going to find out more like where you fit in. The more you talk to the decision makers, you're going to be able to nail in, oh, okay, this is what they're looking for. This is how they talk about it. This is the bucket it fits into, right?
Mm-hmm. How much do I need to be, because all the pictures I have, most of like the marketing images, it's all me doing crazy stuff, races and stuff. There's not much that looks really corporate, except for those like couple of pictures that I had of me doing trainings.
Well, you can also do pictures of your audience, you know, like medical workers in different positions and things like that.
Okay, I like that.
And those are stock images that would be available that you could use.
Okay, that's helpful.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I think you answered my biggest concern, having the two choices when you land on the page, like you go here, here. I really like that. I think that's really helpful.
Totally. Great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you.
Sure thing. Okay. So next up, we're going to have, is it Ilsa? I'm gonna go to the bathroom again. I'm just chugging water. And then we'll have 6 more people left. Starting with Ilsa, and I don't think Sue Ann has come back on. So yes, Ilsa.
As luck would have it, I have to go to the washroom too, but I'll wait until afterwards.
I'd hear you start talking in a really high voice.
If you're going to go, I would hit the bathroom now so you can relax.
No, because she'll be back.
Oh, okay. I'm from a big family, so.
So you go when the going is good, right? Oh, and you're fast. I think it's nerves too, right?
Totally.
Hi.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm going to share the screen too, and hopefully I'll do it, right?
Sure. And how do I pronounce your name?
Ilza.
Ilza. Okay. Good.
Yeah. Yeah. Very good. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Uh-oh. I can't see what it is. Did something come up or no?
Well, I see Dr. Ilsa.
Yeah, okay, that's it. That's part of it. Yep, for sure.
Okay.
Okay.
I want to just expand that, document.
Yeah, so there's two things I want to show. First, I'll just so I am in the process of reworking my website, and it will be on Heroic. It's already migrated, but that hasn't gone live yet. But I wanted to show, this is my logo for my like this is my entity for my brick and mortar, which is my private practice. And even though for Blue Sky, I am looking to create something new, to create what is to get a sense of what the whole progression looks like, and what becomes what. And right now, this is part of me as psychologist only, but then with the Blue Sky, I'm wanting to discover this year what programs I'm meant to be building. But I wanted to show this because that is one actual representation of who I am and the work that I do. And the brick and mortar.
Do you want feedback on that?
Yeah, sure.
So is it like it's a tree, right?
Yeah, so the actual logo is the center. So it is like both, it's three things, and that's part of what I was going to talk about in the other screen, which I just have to figure out, how do I get from here to another screen? Oh, I see, okay. That it's a tree of life. It has the Enneagram symbol in there, and it has a heart.
And which is the Enneagram symbol?
It's sort of hidden in here, but it's like the 9-pointed figure that's immersed in the tree. In other versions of my logo, it's a little bit easier to see. In this white, like it's also purple on white, and then it's easier to kind of see. But what I wanted to say is that this logo has actually, it does connect me to the right people. So people people do resonate with the logo if they're meant to. And so what I have on my site is just, it has the homepage, it has about me, about services, contact and ideas and inspiration, but a lot of it's stale dated. So I don't, that wasn't exactly what I was thinking I wanted to look at right now. What I did want to look at was, if I can find, okay. What is it? Oh, I think I'm just going to close this one so I can find the other one. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I'm like not tech genius here, unfortunately.
Okay.
Okay. So here we go.
Geniuses, you wouldn't have your geniuses.
Okay. Okay. So what I am somebody who, so I wanted to kind of just talk a bit about what are the elements that I'm trying to pull out about me as the work that I do, to help me, because maybe I'm listening to the things I'm meant to be streamlining, and I'm hearing that I'm supposed to be narrowing my niche. And so, so that's one thing. The second thing is that I have these different ways of naming who I am. So I have, right now, my website is associated with my name, ilzamatisse.com. And there's that part of me that's the psychologist, Dr. Ilza Matisse. And then there's this other part of me that also includes my middle name, Ariel, which is Lioness of God. And that symbolically means something to me as part of my mission on this planet. And with that, I've been so great about being really kind of invisible, but I did actually create a fan page, although I've done nothing with it. But the idea was that maybe I start to do some Facebook Live stuff, either guided meditations that I do with people otherwise, or, giving words of encouragement or something. And I'm not sure how I feel about that totally, but that's something that this is sort of like these distinctions that I've been creating. So it's like actually like fragmenting a brand rather than solidifying it, but it feels like separate things. And so one way that, like from M to M Live, I kind of got this feeling that I'm like in my work, I help people access higher consciousness so that they have more trust in the flow of their life, and that holds the frame of these different aspects of who I am and the work that I do.
Yeah.
And
I like that. I'm curious, is it something that you do for everyone, or is there certain people where this would be very powerful? Does that make sense? Like, obviously.
Yeah, well, I think that the people that I am most here to serve, that is part of the work that I do. So
what I mean is there a specific audience where being able to access higher consciousness to trust more in the flow of life would completely catapult what they're doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, anyone could benefit from that. But for example, you know, whether it's I was thinking like an artist, a healer. I'm just like giving some examples where like there's different contexts in which someone could use that to amplify the thing that they're really here to do already, that might make that message feel even more, you know, like, whoa, right? It's a powerful message. I can feel it. I can feel the depth of it. And knowing, like, I feel like I probably access higher consciousness as I'm coaching and things, and for all of you, but I'm not actually.
Yes, you absolutely are, for sure.
I do it so intuitively and naturally that I've never like learned how to do it. I couldn't tell anyone how I do it. It's actually completely unconscious. And
well, but I think that's the thing, that it's a very unique experience for each individual person.
Yeah.
And so I guess like part of it is that when I'm working with people, I'm accessing that on their behalf. But then I think I've become kind of like a bridge, because on the one hand, I can appear pretty normal and grounded, and I have these perspectives that are grounded and.
Well, normal and grounded are not mutually exclusive.
Yes, yes.
You can be like completely eccentric, but still be grounded.
Right, but then I'm really open to such a vast array of perspectives and energy and other dimensions, and use that as a way of creating stretchiness or space in people's experience, so that they can trust wherever they are that it's actually okay, even if it's really hard in the moment.
I understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
But I think for the example of helping, you know, for even working with sick coaches or people, like, for example, to help them, like they might already have some access to this naturally, but for them to consistently be able to access higher consciousness to be of greater service to people. Like it could even, you know, be a certification or something, like a technique that people learn to get out of their own, you know, perspective and way. Like when I'm giving all of you guidance, I don't feel like I'm doing it from my ego or my perspective, you know? So sometimes I might be interacting with your ego and I'm trying to get beyond that sometimes, you know? But I am right? But I think that sometimes as a coach, especially maybe someone earlier in their career, may not be able to get beyond their own perspective and their own ego too.
And also to fear that it's not okay to bring that into the work that they do with others. I mean, I think that's one of the things too, is that showing that the more present we are with all of the information that is emerging. Oh yeah, we're done.
We're at the wrap up kind of moment.
Yeah, but that is one of the things that I've been holding as a very possible pathway, is working on developing a Heal the Healer type of a program that does teach ways of being more conscious about both how it supports the practitioner and how the practitioner can serve their people, right? Their clients.
Yeah, because I'm feeling like this work needs the context. Like it's very powerful that a lot of people could use, but in terms of being able to go out there and marketing it, where people are like, I need this now. I think that, you know, even just say you could even say, I think people who are aware of, you know, as our society is shifting from like everyone talks about the age of Aquarius being greater self-responsibility.
Mhm.
You know, as our world is shifting to a place of greater self-responsibility, you know, as coaches, as healers, as therapists, we need to be able to help people make that shift. And, you know, for example, like just finding out a reason why this really matters now, right?
Yeah.
So, for example, like that could just be like as coaches, as healers, as therapists, it's so for us to be able to help people the most, we need to be able to access the full range of information that's available. It goes beyond our perspective of what our ego or our small self can see, and into the perspective of the universal truth of who someone is. A practice I'm trying to learn, and I'm not super woo, but is I can get frustrated with people, just to be honest, right? And it's like in those moments where I feel most frustrated with someone, I actually try to practice to see them at a soul level of beyond the human conditioning that they're currently operating in. So I might see this, like I'm interacting with this human conditioning, but I still have to be able to talk to someone from that greater level to call them forth. And it's a practice, I don't even know how to go about cultivating that, but it's something that I'm trying to become aware of when my human is frustrated with their human, right? And when I'm frustrated with someone, I realize that I'm not actually in a higher state anymore, right? I'm just allowing my own conditioning or desires to try to put on a person.
And one of the things in that is helping people have compassion and kindness for themselves in those moments, as well as those that they are feeling the frustration with. So that's where I really appreciate what you pulled the focus on here, because it is speaking, I think, to a unique contribution that I can make to the field of helping others, help others. And then, because the other thing I was thinking was just how because with all these things, I help people be better in their relationships with their self, with others, and with the world, or the greater.
And that's the side door, that's the back door stuff, right?
The relationship is the back door?
Well, the relationship with themselves and with others and all of that. I feel like that's a little bit back door.
Okay, because I've been trying to find my freaking front door.
I mean, I think your front door is people who need to be of deep service to other human beings. And in order to do that, they need to be able to access other forms of information than what they're receiving. Because like, if I just listened to what y'all were saying, I wouldn't be able to help you, right? Does that make sense? In many cases, because where we need to go is so not even in what you're saying sometimes. It is, and it is, and it isn't, if that makes sense.
No, that's very cool. I love that. Never know what's going to come out of these things. I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, well, on to Mark Travis over here.
Oh, how do I unshare?
There's a stop share. I can do it for you as well.
Oh, okay. That would be awesome.
Okay.
Thank you, because this brings me to other stuff.
There we go.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up we have Mark Travis.
Yes, hello, I'm here. And
wonderful.
First of all, Marisa, I want to thank you for doing this that you've been doing all day long. It's kind of amazing. And okay, my situation is, I'm going to share my screen with you as best as I can.
Yeah.
And I think
I like your flags back there, your Tibetan flags.
You got it. Okay, there's my screen. So my situation in terms of branding, Marisa, I keep pinging around between 5 different brands on your list, between personal brand, institutional brand, discovery brand, inventor brand, and solution brand.
Great.
And well, yeah, but that's a lot of brands.
That's the starting point, because what happens is as you brainstorm within each category, you know, ones will rise to the surface, because your brain is like, I like these categories, but then when you find the solutions, like that's the one that has the magic, and it may not be the one you expect.
No, and some of those I realize they're just a smaller portion of what I do. They aren't like the total brand, but they're a sub brand or whatever, subcategory within the brand. And
by the way, I love what you wrote here, that your superpower is your dyslexic thinking.
That's true. That's very true. And my wife talks very proudly about how dyslexic I am. And it's one little thing which I won't get into, but I learned years ago why dyslexic is actually an advantage. And it has to do with a lot of the work I do, and I've known a lot of other dyslexics who agree with that. And getting back to the brand, I just want to read this to you. I work with people, mostly artists, who have achieved a certain level of success, accomplishment, security, and ease, and yet they know they have more inside them, something better, something deeper, something more real, more authentic. I have developed a beautiful set of tools that I share with my clients that help them go to the core of their being, where they can discover what they really want and who they really are. This is all done by exploring their autobiographical stories. That's what I do. Trying to see that in terms of branding is tricky. But since I have you online here, I would love to hear your thoughts.
I think that this was really interesting. I read a sales page by, believe it or not, Ali Brown the other day, and it was really speaking to me that I was like, she fucking nailed it. And it's this position that you get to after a certain level of success. And it was, I think it was her iconic. Let me show you this really quickly. And it relates back to what it is that you're doing. It's a workshop for thought leaders. Let me share my screen, and then we'll come back to you sharing your screen in just a moment.
Okay.
So here it is. Okay. It's sort of like, let me just see. Just say. All right, if you felt for any reason that you're pretty average at what you do or lack confidence in yourself or aren't sure what your gifts are, this is not a page you should be reading. However, if you know you're different and special, if you know you've been blessed with talents and gifts, which at times you wonder how you even deserved, or if you feel you're here on this earth in this lifetime to do something quite extraordinary and quite profound, create profound impact, this is for you. I have a feeling your business has been performing very well over the past several years, and it likely still is, but you see things shifting and changing daily online and in your industry, more competition, more saturating, more noise, more sheer madness. May I suggest for a minute that this is happening for a huge reason, and for you, for all of us, this, my friend, is an extraordinary invitation to step out of your current model and rise to the top. You're being called out of this pool of noise. You're called to elevate to your true genius. You're being called to stop launching and start leading. It's time to accept this clear invitation to become truly iconic in your field. She talks about this whole thing, but this idea is, remember when you started your business, everything felt fresh and new and the world was full of opportunities. There were many great things ahead, but also many challenges you didn't see coming. It was a time of yes. Oftentimes that naivete and fresh mind is priceless. You want to go get your brain back there to start. So you all have such an advantage that you don't even know. Like after you're in it for 8 years, I've got baggage, you know what I mean? And so there's this next level. So what I'm hearing, how this relates to you, is that your creative cycle is coming to an end and it's time to launch something new or fresh. You might be reached a point where what worked before doesn't work now. So go back and share your screen for a second. Are you part of the Directors Guild of America, or is that just a t-shirt?
No, I am.
All right, you have a past life that I don't know about yet. Okay.
Well, there's several.
I'm sure. All right, so what I'm saying here is that when you say you work with people who've achieved a certain level of success and they know they have something inside them better, deeper, real, more authentic, what I'm seeing is it's very similar to what Ali Brown is saying on this page, but what she's saying is a lot more specific to that level that they've attained.
Okay.
So as an artist, I think what happens is you play out a certain, even as an entrepreneur, as a thought leader, you play out a certain level of work. And most people stop at that initial burst of creativity and inspiration and that level of work. And then they have a sense that there's more, but to get from what you've created, it can almost become like a trap for you in a way, right? To make the leap to the next body, it oftentimes means leaving everything behind that you've already created. So what I'm reading in there is there's something in this that is being suggested in what it is that you're saying without really being said. So, it's like maybe it's artists who've been in a creative rest, who've been known for a body of work, and everything that they've created since that initial body of work that put them on the map has been either at the same level or less than that original creation. And they want to be like that group of artists or creatives that are constantly putting out, like that never grows stale, right? So I'm just giving that as an example if the work is with artists.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's mostly artists, and it's really primarily people who work in the film and theater industry, writers, directors, actors, and that. But it's the techniques that I developed for them over the past 30 years are working profoundly with people who are not pursuing an artistic career. And so that's part of the expansion of the business and the attraction that's happening now almost daily. The people who show up surprise us.
Yeah.
We have a priest who showed up today.
Nice.
Who wants help. And so we're very clearly aware that these tools and gifts that I have are valuable to just about anybody. And even people, even if there's a certain level of success that they've reached isn't a whole other industry, it doesn't matter. I'm really, as much as I started out serving one industry, now it's still primarily there, but it's spreading.
So I think I love this. And I think that's like, you work with artists who've achieved a certain level of success, but find themselves, either recreating the same movie over again in slightly different ways or playing the same role over and over again, right? Like that's what I'm kind of hearing in this. Is that accurate?
Well, yes and no. I mean, yes, it is accurate because that's the majority of people that we work with. The statement is originally written, I work with people who have achieved a certain level. And we kept thinking it would take the artist out of there because we don't want to limit it. And we don't want people think, oh, this is only for artists who have reached a certain level. It's for anybody who has reached a certain level and still.
Yeah, but to be honest, is the more you try to not limit it, the more it actually becomes like not appealing. So the reason why the Allie Brown sales page is super effective, it's primarily for, women entrepreneurs who've reached 7 figures. Right? And created 7 figures businesses that have become a trap to them. So reading this as someone who's like that, where, I'm still reinventing, but there are times where I'm like, I'm ready for this next big expansion. Right? So I think that like maybe you could change it to something like creatives and thought leaders, right? Or something along the lines of like entrepreneurs, creatives, and thought leaders.
That's good. I like that.
So I work with entrepreneurs, creatives, and thought leaders who feel like they're starting to, launch the same product over and over again, star in the same role, or write the same article or whatever it happens to be, create the same movie, like where you have a few variations of that. And since there's a whole nother level of work, a whole another level of, say, thought leadership available to them, but they don't know how to access it.
That's good. I like that.
So they're just stuck in a loop. And I feel like that's gonna sort of just get this to be a little more specific. I feel like it's hinted at, but it's not quite there.
Great. Anything else? You liked my dyslexic superpower.
I do. So it's dyslexic thinking. So how does that show up for? So tell me what that means to you.
I'll give you an example of, first of all, growing up dyslexic was a big problem and slowed down my education a lot because images would move in front of my eyes, words would flip and change and things like that. So I was I was slow at everything. And I didn't really do that well until I got into the world of theater and film. And I discovered, especially once I started making films and working with a lot of filmmakers, I could look at a scene. I can look at a scene on a page and visualize the whole scene and every single angle it can be shot from. I can visualize a scene that's playing out in front of me. I can see all these possibilities because of the dyslexia that other very highly skilled and trained artists can't see. And they keep say to me, how can you see that? What, and they would just say, you just have this very fertile imagination. And I thought, well, maybe. But really what I have this ability to see, I have ability to see what's possible, way beyond what's actually evident in front of me.
Absolutely, because it's the dyslexia is creating a different form of viewing things. I've always believed that every single quote unquote disorder, disability, whatever handicap, whatever it happens to be, creates a whole new superpower.
Yeah, exactly. So that's to me this is a gift that I have, and I talk about it a lot. To actually sometimes talk about it to explain to other people why they can't do what I do. So they don't feel bad. You know, I said, I can't teach you how to be dyslexic. I can't do that. But I'm here to, because of that, my skills.
But you do in some ways teach them how to think from a perspective that's not natively their own.
That's right. Yep.
And that can be a learned skill. It's like Edward de Bono talks about lateral thinking and all these different kinds of thinking hats, the 3 thinking hats or whatever, 5 I can't remember how many there were, right? And you can learn, you might natively wear a certain thinking hat, but you can put on another. It's like there's multiple intelligences. And so I've got a very specific intelligence. I'm very able to, say, organize information in logical ways that can reach lots of people. But for example, emotionally, I may not be as intelligent or spiritually intelligent or energetically as intelligent as, many people on this line. So there's, and when you have one in a very big way, sometimes you're limited access to others, just the way it works.
Right.
But that doesn't mean I don't want to learn these other perspectives and get at least proficient in them.
And how does all of this, Marisa, for my own purposes, focus me back on just the concept of branding?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that when you're branding, and it's the idea is that you are branding, I think you're branding to a pretty elite group, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
You're branding to an elite group because the kind of people who want to up-level their process and could afford to up-level it in a huge way, it's an elite group of seekers who understand that mastery is not a place you ever arrive at,
Yeah.
And they're constantly trying to up-level the skills. It's like the equivalent of the Beatles and, like what they did or Picasso, essentially.
I like being mentioned with them. That's very nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is an elite group. And that's why I was talking to my coach, Paul, the other day, and I said, I'm very heavily one-on-one. A little bit one-on-field, very heavily on one-on-one because...
Yeah, I can tell. And I think you're an elite coach. And I think you can brand your process like creative dyslexia or something like that. I mean, there might be a way to do that. I have to kind of think about it, look up the word. I know what it means, like reversing thing. The creative dyslexia format or whatever it happens to be. And anyway, we are actually over time. I forgot to set the timer.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate everything you're doing, Marisa.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sure. So next up, we've got Joe Hansen.
Yes, I'm here, Marisa.
Excellent. I hear, is it Australian voice or is it New Zealand?
It's Australian.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to...
All right, so full disclosure, I've got very little star in my profile, so I hate being front and center on these things, but I'm diving all in and going to get your feedback on what I've done so far on my positioning statement and my XYZ statement. That would be super useful.
Sure.
All right.
Well, thank you for coming on.
Okay, let's see if that comes up. How's that?
Okay, great. You want to read it?
Sure. So who I'm really targeting, it's for recently appointed team leaders who want to resolve the tension in their team and deliver outstanding business results. And my program name, when I land on it, will guide you how to create an aligned, driven team that consistently delivers over and over in any environment. Unlike the great intentions arising from quarterly sessions that are hard to implement day to day, my program offers a series of actionable steps with targeted support so you can sustain your focus on building the team you want.
Yeah. So, I guess that, I like it overall. I'm not 100, I get that this is a series of actionable daily steps, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not 100%. It feels like we need to kind of land your framework a little bit more clearly and specifically. So I instantly understand. I just know it's quarterly versus action steps, but it doesn't feel like a specific enough differentiation for me to grasp why you're special.
Yes. And so I think what it is for me is when I look at the teams that I work with, so they'll invite me back quarter after quarter to do work with them. And these are leaders that, you know, they've just lost their way a little bit. And I say recently appointed, I would say they're typically 6 to 8 months into their role. And they know that their team's really going to hold them back from having the impact that they want to have as a leader. And it's a great time for me to catch them because there's not enough norms already established in the team. So there's enough leeway that we can do some different things and make a difference with the team. But when I go with them from quarter to quarter, business as usual just swallows them up in between each quarter. So they will definitely make progress, but not as much as I think that I could make if I was meeting with them on a weekly or fortnightly basis and helping them understand how to take actionable steps in amongst business as usual. So not so it's like this big new piece that they have to do, but it's something that they integrate as part of what they already do.
Okay, so it's and most consultants come in and just like once a quarter. And so what you're proposing is this more regular contact, essentially. But what is different about the methodology of working? Like, what are you doing in the everyday?
So what I do in the everyday, so I've done a little bit of work on my bird's eye view. And I think where I've landed is that I kind of have this out, and I'm editing my language even as I'm talking. I'm doing this kind of outside in. So I get them to really start with clear purpose about where the team's going, but on a vibrational level. So how do they really visualize that, buy into it? How do they get their team to then buy into it? And then I kind of keep peeling the onion back. So we talked the other day about personality assessment. I can add that in. How do they really get to know their team and who they're dealing with and how to motivate them? Then we peel it back even further. You know, what are the values that drive them? And we peel it right back to the very central part that I think is the core of any team, which is safety. How do they feel safe? But by the time we get there, they've already done all the pieces they really need to have set that up for their team. They would find by that point that I've done everything, but it's not the thing for me to lead with. If I start with that, team leaders are like, whoa.
Psychological safety? Yeah, it's becoming a bigger thing for sure, though. A lot of people are talking about the fundamental psychological safety. Let's see. I mean, it seems like so is psychological safety a big piece of it?
I would say it's the piece that ultimately underpins everything else.
Mm-hmm. And so that's the reason why teams are not moving forward?
It would be a very key piece. So I'd say it's what I'm tossing up, it's kind of, I feel like it's bookends. It's the psychological safety, but it's also a super clear vision about where you're headed, which is what we do with you all the time is like, what's that absolute clarity about where you're headed? So it's those two pieces.
Yeah, so it's, I guess I'm like what I haven't quite seen as the differentiation. So how would you describe the normal team, building model?
Yeah,
so the normal team. Yeah, like sum it up in a couple words.
In a couple of words, I'm going to sum up what would be different about what I do. What's different about me is when I work with teams, I seem to be able to create a sense of safety that the underlying issues in a team will land on the table. Mm-hmm. And because I have really good connection with the team, they do invite me back because those issues keep getting surfaced and dealt with. But we always end up dealing with the team purpose and where they're headed. Even if the leader thinks they've got that squared away, it always comes out as a gap.
Well, it reminds me of, the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So what it sounds like is that so many people are leading with this vision up here, and maybe this esteem of like the individual goals and motivations and selfish interest of every team member to get a promotion or whatever, but you're also going down to this basic, safety level. So you've got this model that spans from the self-actualization to the safety.
Correct.
So maybe you could say, unlike, most team building exercises that focus on vision alone, we take maybe like you even say something like, we have a team building model based on based on this Maslow's hierarchy of needs that start from that basically goes from the bottom up of creating a vision, but also creating the fundamental sense of safety needed to realize that vision, as well as the belonging, the esteem. We think that you create all 5 levels of performance or something like that.
Yeah, and that resonates for me because even as I've been doing my bird's eye view, Maslow is absolutely right through that. I'm really conscious it's like peeling back through that.
Yeah, because it sounds like what you were saying, it goes from like all the way through. And so maybe if you just say, the psychological framework that for a goal achievement that has people feel secure at every level. Like they feel like they're getting their needs met at every level. And if they're not getting their needs met at every level, they can't contribute to the greater need of the team. So, and even if you think about it, there might be a Maslow's hierarchy for each individual in the team and a Maslow's, pyramid, not hierarchy, for also, it's the hierarchy of needs in the pyramid, and also the a pyramid for the emergent of the team as well. And I think that if you can create that model and sort of like trademark that model, and it could be referencing Maslow, obviously it's such an old, like he's in the public domain by now, that you can kind of build your model off of that, and you could call it team needs or whatever it happens to be, and just create your version of that. I think that would help it.
And you think it's okay? I think that's what I always grapple with. I'm really good at drawing off other people's models. So you think it's okay to be clear that it is coming off Maslow?
There's so much body of work that's, pulled from Maslow anyway. It's like a core, you stand on the shoulder of giants when it comes to human evolution.
Yeah.
So I think it's a team building model, basically like unlike most team building models that lead with that focus on vision and assume that teams can instantly realize that vision. This particular program is understands the 6 levels, all six essential levels of whatever you call it, like team performance, right? And that all 6 levels need to be in place to create the greatest level of performance. And, it's pulling from a deep well of, human psychology. Basically, it's like a evidence-based model of human psychology.
Yeah.
That drives people to both achieve their goals in the context of their own lives, but also in the context of a team and in the context of an organization.
Yes. And that really fits with how my bird's eye model view is unfolding.
Wonderful.
How's that?
Yes. Love bomb. Boom. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Alrighty. So next up we've got Nathan.
Hello.
Hi.
So I was gonna get feedback on my website, but I'm thinking after hearing everyone's feedback that I should probably go to my messaging. So, because I was having kind of
website looks good, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I really am I was really focused on shame for gay men and helping gay men get out of that shame and guilt caused by a heteronormative society. And then after I've been interviewing a lot of potential clients, I'm realizing there's another piece to it. And so it's sort of shame from religion or politics or their parents. But then there's also the shame of a competitive gay culture. And so kind of being caught in between these two things where they don't know where they even fit in because they're either not gay enough or they're too gay.
Yes.
So it's kind of this polarity, this tug of war between those two things. So I guess I'll just start with my Should I just start at the top? I don't know.
I like that, but I mean, I do see it, because it's like, if you don't have this perfect body and everything else,
Yes, yeah.
like the right clothes, and
And it's more than that. It's just like, you can be gay in many different ways. It just means you like guys. It doesn't mean you have to be ripped and have a perfect body. But my business exists to help gay men recognize they are deserving of the love, respect, and success available in the world.
I would say of all the love, respect, and success available in the world.
Okay, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and to me, that's really just having healthy relationships, being able to be seen and respected in the family and the workplace, and going after their goals. Like, they don't have to make themselves small in the world. So, my superpower was to let truth radiate. Audience statement. So this is kind of where I started getting more specific with it. So, queer people trying to find themselves between the polarizing pressures of a heteronormative society and a competitive gay culture.
Let me see.
Can you see that?
Yeah, I
okay.
can. I'm just sorry. I'm like, let me see figuratively. Let's see. But is this something that they like? I mean, I think you're really spot on in this. Do you think that when somebody hears that, they're like, oh yeah, that's exactly where I'm at?
I think so, because I've been testing this out too with just kind of my group, and they're like, wow, you couldn't have said that any better. Like, that's exactly where I am. Just kind of this tug of war of like, where do I fit in this world?
Is it find themselves, or is it fit in?
I'm kind of switching from being a coming out coach to an identity coach. And so I'm kind of working with find your identity, discover your identity. But I do like how fit in works better.
Where people trying to fit in between the polarizing pressures of a heteronormative. I mean, fit in, it goes to that sense of belonging. Find themselves is more the self-actualization. Fit in is more the level of the belonging.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. Yeah.
And the fitting in may actually be slightly more front door than the finding themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yes, fitting in. Good call. And then
try them, but keep them both and try them both out first with the audience.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that this idea of finding yourself, I mean, maybe is it finding or is it being themselves?
It's being, I think it's similar to this format, is having clarity around your message before you go out there in the world and live your message. And so I think it's finding clarity on who am I? What are my interests? I've been told what a gay man's supposed to be in this world, but I don't know what my version of a gay man is supposed to be.
Yeah, I would also put be themselves as well. Just have that as another option. Be themselves, fully be themselves, express themselves. All these options here, and see where the real pain point is.
Okay.
I was feeling there's a belonging thing in there. That was just instinctively, I feel there's a belonging, but I'm not in your demographic, so.
Belonging. No, that one's huge too. It's like, where do you belong? Where do you fit in?
Yeah.
Between all this craziness. So, yeah. And then, I think queer people, I've been going back and forth between queer people and gay men. And the reason is because I work with, or two of my clients are women and then the other two are men, but, and then one's a trans person. So it's like, I work with so many different people right now, but my messaging is more targeted towards men. Like my website and Instagram, I have a gay men's meetup group. It's not, LGBTQ. So I don't know if it's too broad to say queer people.
I don't know if it's too broad or not. It is interesting. I think it is something that will speak to the range of LGBT. I mean, our creative director, who's been with us for 5 years, she transitioned over the course of working with us and is trans, and hasn't shown herself on camera and Zoom for I've met her in person, but for 3 years. And I finally got her agreement that the next time we get on Zoom that she's going to show herself, but she feels like she has to go get made up and everything else. And she's like, look, I have no makeup on. He's like, well, that's you. You don't care, And it's been such an interesting conversation for us because the whole team is on camera except for her, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we want to see her. We want to engage with her.
Mm-hmm. So you think that it's not too, like, this message is specific enough where I'm not like being a sunshine and I'm trying to balance between the laser and the sunshine here, I guess, is the...
Yeah, I think that, you already have a pretty laser niche. So, and your brand is queer conscious. So if your brand is queer conscious, then I think it's queer, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Without having to rebrand yourself.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then XYZ statement, I help queer people remove guilt and shame so they can create the fulfilling life that they are worthy of.
Is that, I think that what's normally backdoor for the heteronormative population might be front door for a gay population. Are you finding that?
I'm not sure if I'm understanding your metaphors.
Yeah, because so the front door, when I talk about front door and back door, so front door is that acknowledged need that's sort of lower on the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's like a belonging need, an esteem need, versus a backdoor need being like self-actualization, which is this higher kind of thing. So a lot of times removing guilt and shame, it's not like the acknowledged need that they need support now. It's bringing your message from the non-essential optional down to the essential.
Okay.
Right? So it does feel like very higher need, but how is this stopping them right now for something that they really want, for example?
Like in the moment, like something, yeah. No, I get that. I think maybe kind of going back to what you mentioned before is fitting in and just feeling like they belong.
Yeah.
Is that still too abstract or?
So, and I don't know, like, for example, is this interfering with dating? Is it interfering with finding love relationships?
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest one is just like going through all these relationships, like, and there's, I don't know, it's like overly sexualized the gay community where everything's very material. And so there's a lot of that. And then they don't even feel comfortable bringing guys home to meet their parents because, there's homophobia there. So it's like, they can't have anything. They can't have a real relationship. They can't have, it's just.
So, for example, if I help queer people remove guilt and shame so they can have a healthy love life, right? A healthy, fulfilling love life that goes beyond casual hookups and a healthy, fulfilling love life that goes beyond casual hookups or whatever it is in flings.
Yeah.
Like, for example, if it's men who want real partnership, and I like my stylist here, my hairstylist, he can't find, he's like in his probably 50s, can't find a guy who's an amazing guy to have a relationship with because they all just want the younger men to fuck, basically. And it's like, I just want somebody who wants to be a real relationship. And he's like this incredible guy.
Yeah, that's like every gay man, but
yeah, I know. But they say that's a longing, right? Because it's like, how to even find someone else to have real partnership with.
And maybe that is where I should focus, but I think overall it deals with relationships in general, relationships with your parents. How do I let them into my life and have them acknowledge that, I am dating, or that, I do these feminine things. I don't know, whatever it is that gay people do, but
you could even say so they can heal family relationships and, so they can create a fulfilling love life that goes beyond flings and heal their family relationships. It might be both, like the sexual relationships, love relationships, as well as those originating family relationships, because obviously they when you're fucked up in your family, it's hard to have a really healthy thing over on the other side. So
yeah.
That just makes it feel like it's just got a container for the work. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
If you're just
absolutely.
looking at life expression, it's like, yeah, whatever, I can do that later.
Yeah, no, that's really helpful.
Yeah.
I heard the beep. Are we at
That
time?
means starting to wrap it up. It's like if we're
Okay.
mid-thought, we can, but it's that starting to wrap it up moment.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's really helpful. And, I think the positioning statement, though, the only thing here is really what sets me apart. And I don't know why I'm having such a hard time thinking that or figuring out what that is. And maybe I'm opening up another can of worms here to unravel in a short time. But
scroll down a little bit.
Sorry, here we go.
Well, I mean, I think simply defining this whole spectrum between heteronormative and competitive gay is in some ways setting you apart, because you're looking at how, like the stereotypes in both cultures are preventing this healthy, natural expression, authentic expression.
Yeah. Okay.
You're not buying into the whole gay thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like that's not necessarily, it's kind of like the rejection of one in favor of another, that sort of neither of which is authentic. And I think that is the thing that sets you apart.
Okay, cool. All right, so I don't have to like pull out a magic trick or anything for this.
No, and I think that you found that by conversation, and that's the thing that differentiates you.
Okay, cool.
I think that
Thank
is
you, Marissa.
differentiating.
Yeah, that was really helpful. I really appreciate it.
Sure thing. Okay, so next up we've got Chris.
Hello.
Hey, Chris.
I am trying to, oh, here we are. There we go.
Okay.
Great. I'd like you to take a look at first pass with my website. I had my IT person bug out on me in the middle of getting ready for this, so it's really rough. First question that I have is, I've been going by the Artistry of Success as my business name, and there is a part of me that is feeling like I should be doing chrisvallon.com. And I don't really know, and I know I can hit point to with chrisvallon.com as well. I can point to this same page. I just would like your thoughts on that particular piece. Because finding the Artistry of Success, I don't know that people will find me that easily.
Well, what does it exactly mean, right? The Artistry of Success.
Okay.
What does it mean to you?
The Artistry of Success is that each and every individual in our lives has to create their own artistry and define what their success is. And I help them do that through looking at the 3 levels of their mind, so that they're not living solely off of program conditioning and programming that may have been handed to them, but is solely based on their own terms.
So it doesn't exactly sound like artistry as much to me. You know what I mean? Because it actually sounds like a pretty grounded, at least scientific or psychological approach. And when I look at this diagram, it looks like we do astrology or tarot reading or crystal ball reading. Does that make sense?
Yeah. The change, the triangle represents change, which is what is helping them to change, because that's basically what's happening with my clients is that based on their programming and their conditioning, they didn't go for things in their life that they wanted to. And so it's helping them step in and be braver and live their life.
Yeah, I mean, I like Chris Vallon, I think, for you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you've created this model that might be the, some kind of change model, for example.
Okay.
I mean, the Artistry of Success, it's nice, right?
Yep.
It is nice. But it doesn't necessarily speak to these levels of the mind and things like that, to me at least.
Yeah, well, no, it wouldn't, because that's a lot of educating that has to happen in the process.
Yeah. Artistry of Success makes it feel a little more magic, especially with that maybe it's part of the graphical representation there. But what I'm hearing is a very grounded framework. And so I feel like it's fighting that a little bit.
Well, it's at the intersection of science and spirituality.
Mm-hmm.
So it is there is a piece of magical in it, but most people won't recognize that until they've gone through the whole processes.
Right. But I wouldn't see science in artistry. Does that make sense? That's why the word artistry makes me think it's not scientific.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, I get it. Yeah.
So that's why I'm thinking Chris Fallon might be more appropriate for your question about that.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's still a very cool artistry of success thing.
Yeah. I really liked it because I found with my clients is that there was an art form to creating the life that they wanted. And that particular piece required going many different layers. And so that is why I came up with that particular name. But there's been this pull between, do I do chrisfallon.com or do I go with the artistry of success with Chris Fallon?
I like artistry of success, but I'm also we did that launch accelerator together.
Yeah.
And what we uncovered, so maybe I've got all this other information there, it doesn't feel like it's fully represented in artistry of success for me.
Yeah, it probably isn't.
So that's why I'm saying, because I like artistry of success, it just doesn't match some of the work that I feel like we've done before or talked about. So I'm feeling a little disconnect.
Okay.
But I do like the term, the artistry of success.
Okay.
And maybe it's a program name versus a brand name. And this is for the overall brand, correct?
Yes. Yep. Which actually helps a lot because I've been struggling with that. Nice. And we had, and I don't have the graphic in here yet. This was working with John, a lot of what was said. And I changed some of it just recently because the biggest words that my clients are really using is that they're stuck and they're frustrated. So eventually it'll be the unstuck life. And that it's like they've lost themselves going after their careers and then get there and it's like, really, this is it? And so I'm just needing critique, please.
Yeah. So I think that it doesn't, like, there's a lot of good copy in here, but it still feels like it doesn't have a specific context. Again, it's very, it's in the back door. So because of that, I don't instantly get called in. It feels like you deserve to love your life, delight in all that you are, and live life solely on your terms. Does that sound familiar? But it's not speaking so much to like a specific situation. So I'm not really picturing it. It's not really landing with me or hitting home.
Okay.
It feels a little bit abstract. Like I'm not a clear visual of who this person is that you're speaking to, or why they would say yes right away, why this would become essential versus an optional thing.
Okay.
So what exactly, and this is the website as a whole, right?
Yeah, this is first run.
Yeah. So who exactly is your audience? Like, what's your audience statement?
Audience, I don't know what my audience statement is. Professional women. Well, my XYZ is I help professional women who've lost themselves on the path to success and are tired of living someone else's life and want to finally find and live their very own.
Yeah. So some of that even up here would help me understand who this is for.
Okay. I didn't know if I should just plunk it down or not. I just went with the questions, the lead-in questions.
Yeah. Like I said, because I just don't know who they're for, right? So I can't imagine. And you could still do leading questions like that, have you lost yourself on the path to success? And it's all pictures of women, maybe. So then it feels like it's for women, right?
Right.
And even the colors and those choices will kind of signal women, even if you don't say women.
Okay.
So I think that gets it more grounded, more specific.
Okay. Yeah, because it's buried down there.
Now it get even more specific. You ever feel like you can't go in, you can't walk into work or show up at, you can't live the same day. Like if you live the same day one more day, you're going to go crazy, right?
Yeah.
there's like the same circuit between work and family and everything else, that your soul is calling for something. Like it might be just a way to kind of paint that picture a little bit more intensely.
Okay. So do I do that mostly with lead-in questions, or am I just
well, there can be lead-in questions, but some of that is, you know, you might even do some of it through your own story.
Okay.
Like, I remember when I hit my breaking point, or I remember when I hit the point of no return. You know, I had just put on my heels and was ready to head out the door to work when I realized I can't live this day again.
Right.
I'd lived the same damn unfulfilling day for the last 3 years. I just couldn't bring myself to live it again.
So I did that more down here.
Yeah.
I was like everyone else, chasing the American dream and miserable. They're missing some words, and yet I was miserable.
Yeah.
I was successful to whatever extent I knew success in the right education, career, and powerful job. I was at the top of my game career-wise, but at the bottom of my rope life-wise.
Mm-hmm. So that is it. That's good. And I think there's just more specificity in the top part of the page, which just feels more general in the messaging.
Okay.
I think that'll help.
And then, let's see. And I know I don't even have some of the buttons like in yet because that sort of fell apart. But one of the questions I had was, so I had figured, so I need to do better on the top part. Then there was this section more about what I do. And this is not how I wanted it to look. But how does this wording work for you?
It's grounded. I mean, so there's good stuff in here, and it also still feels like a little bit on the general abstract side.
Okay.
You know, have you wanted to change your life, but you feel like there's a part of you pulling you forward and a part of you pulling you back? It's because there are 3 parts of the brain that is needed for any kind of change, and most people only work with one of those parts. I mean, it's like, you know, even getting more specific like this, I'm starting to get curious and get intrigued. Everything else is something, you know, you say it, but it's glossed over, so I don't really absorb it. And I think even going deeper on that core differentiation code allows me to see it and then say, oh, okay, this is different than everything else I've heard before about people who feel stuck and getting unstuck.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
It needs more specificity, like in the situation and what you do and who it's for.
Okay.
Especially because as the market gets more and more saturated, it starts to, people are like, oh yeah, I've heard this before. They get that mental opt-out, right?
Right. And I've sort of stayed away from using, there's been some really interesting things happening recently in which there's more scientific terms around this that's starting to become more known. Whereas before it's like I was embracing more of the woo-woo side of it.
Mm-hmm.
Would I be using more of the scientific names within that, like memory reconsolidation, trauma work, or would you stay away from that?
Memory reconsolidation feels a little bit too scientific. There might be a way, there might be like like you might still be able to name them, but have it be not way science, but not way woo either. Just you find the right terms for them, or what you call, like you could even sort of, you know, create your own terminology if you want to. But I think if people can recognize, oh yeah, there's the consciousness, subconscious, unconscious, or whatever it is, it's like, it could be that more general term, but just something that people could recognize of, oh yeah, that's what's happening for me.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Sure. And lastly, we've got Norma. All right, Norma, you're the last one up.
Yes, thank you. And thanks for your having so much energy. I mean, I feel bad, but I'm thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. I want to kick off my $500 program because it's mostly put together. I'm ready to roll. And then I started talking with Paul about a hybrid, higher price. And I thought, I'll never get anything off the ground this year again. So I wanted to get your feedback on my page for, I don't know what to call it, the sales page where I'm promoting my 6-figure fast start program for realtors. So if I may. I have a lot of white space, and I'm working with my friend Rob to do my site. So this is the program, and I wasn't sure about these buttons to, do you start right there? Just because this was going to be on the end, I'm going to be offering it at the back end of a webinar that I'm doing starting in 3 weeks.
Okay, so 6-figure fast start. All right, scroll back up to the top, sorry. Do you know your earning potential? So I guess do you know your earning potential? It's almost like I'm going to take a quiz to figure out my earning potential, so that was a little confusing for me.
Okay.
Or maybe it's more along the lines of, are you, have you hit your earning potential, or 6-figure fast start, or something like hit your earning potential in 10 weeks or less, or whatever it is, or get to the next level of earning. And there's just something that, do you know your earning potential, feels like a hanging question to me when there's an enroll in the program right there. I think the enroll in the program button shouldn't be right there too.
Okay.
Because it's like, I don't even know what this is yet.
Right.
And I think I would probably go to a more specific headline.
Okay. I was thinking, since it was coming as the offer at the end of a webinar, but it felt like it was missing. Yeah, it didn't feel quite right. So this is what the program is about.
Okay, this looks great, by the way.
Oh, thank you. He's been great at helping me choose the graphics. So we're kind of walking, it's a 6-week program where they're setting their foundation, creating the plan, creating their schedule.
I think that I would say that there's a lot that's focused on the core foundation. I think that what you're essentially doing is kind of like helping them create a plug-and-play lead generation system, right?
Sort of.
Well, quickly identify leads that are time wasters versus those, because a lot of the foundation, people oftentimes, unfortunately, do not buy foundation. They think they have it. Right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of focus at the beginning on the foundation, but I think part of it's because I don't know what the promise of the course is yet. There's not a 6-figure fast start. Like, what are they really doing in this? And in the top messaging, I like it, and it focuses a lot more on like the general, and I want to know what specifically am I learning here.
Okay, so let me drop to that. And this is where I brought in the inner, the outer, and the higher. So it's achieving clarity, gaining confidence, and improving productivity. And so I have kind of, it's, I guess, is this the bird's eye view, sort of, right?
Yeah, it is kind of the bird's eye view. I guess let's go with, what is the mission of the program? How do they know when they've finished it? What is the after state?
Yeah, the after state, they will have a defined action plan, a business plan based on their unique goals. And they will have a daily schedule that they can follow that's inspired by kind of what I've learned from you, your biorhythms. Because what I'm finding with some of the people who feel stuck, they think they have to follow these strict formulas like cold calling or door knocking. And
I guess what I'm confused about is, like, it says 6-figure fast start. So I assume, and all of the stuff like the productivity and stuff like that seems like it's in service of that overall promise. But like in the plans and the visioning and things like that, but really, I want to get to some meat and potatoes on how am I getting to 6 figures? Does that make sense? Yeah. It feels like there's a lot of process orientation in this. And I really want that clear picture of the results.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does. And I have to sit down and write it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's otherwise it does feel like it's, I could do that on my own. I could create a plan. I could, it's either a productivity course or it's a course on making 6 figures. And that doesn't mean you're not doing productivity along the way in this course on making 6 figures, but it just seems like a lot of the process is called out more than what they're really gonna put in place. So I was thinking that because it's kind of a startup, because they have no foundation, basically, they create these business plans out of templates that they don't use because they don't know how it relates to setting goals or any of that other stuff. And so this is kind of the first block where if they implement the process and the plan. The challenge.
Too big.
It's not super 6 figures fast start is sexy, but then it sounds like a really slow grinding stall. You know what I mean? So like the name 6-figure fast start is very appealing to me. But if you think about problem promise, the problem they solve is it going from 0 to 6 figures? Like what exactly is it? Because I'm still getting, it seems like there's just a lot of process in here. So it's like not clear what the outcome is.
Yeah, it's getting on the path to 6 figures. It's not getting to 6 figures in 6 weeks.
Yeah.
It's setting the foundation for a solid business process going forward.
Yeah, just find that foundation can be, I obviously call the first year you're working on your foundation, but even start with hard to sell people on the idea of just finding an idea without doing something with it. So
Right.
Is there something specific they're going to put in place, or is it just the creation of a plan and some habits?
Habits and plans and schedule, accountability, all of that good stuff.
I don't know if then 6 figures fast start is the right name.
The right name for it. Yeah.
Does that make sense? Because that's where the disconnect is coming from. Is it, if it was something along the, like your real estate, if you look at some programs that are really good, then Todd Herman's 90-day year, I think Michael Hyatt has one, which is this program on productivity. If it's more of a productivity program and things like that, and really treating your business like an entrepreneur and sort of creating those habits, I feel like it needs to be different, like the name of it, the promise of it.
Yeah.
Because this is, like I said, it's a 6-figure fast start, so I'm assuming it's all about getting customers and that, but everything that you're saying about it feels different.
So the name has to be, what do you call that? Archived for a moment.
I think it's a good name. It's just doesn't seem to align with the content that you're delivering. But and is this what people say that they need, or is it what you think they need?
No, but from my coaching groups and my workshops, they, when you ask them what's the goal you want to achieve over the next 12 months, they want to get to $100,000, but their habits.
But wait, no,
actions,
are they saying it's because they don't have good habits? Is that the thing they think? See, that's the problem. Is I think you're selling the back door still.
Yes.
The 6 figures is the front door, but what you're delivering is back door. You can still deliver that, but it's a module. It's not the whole program.
Yeah.
So you're delivering what you think they need, and it may be what they truly need, but if they don't recognize that as their need, there's a disconnect.
Yeah, they want the money.
They want the money.
That's the front door.
Yeah. But everything that you're saying on this page isn't about getting the money. It's like preparing to get the money.
Yeah. So, for example, I teach them how to qualify people, right? Potential leads, potential clients.
Yeah. So like
in a way that's not salesy or pushy or manipulative, right? So that they can close more deals faster.
There you go. You've got that while figuring out like, okay, basically you can, while putting in place the sort of success habits you need to, you know, to basically become that successful real estate agent.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I got all the backdoor stuff good.
Yeah, you do.
Thank you.
The inner game stuff, but there's not enough outer game here.
I know. Okay. So more
and the
outer
title
game.
is very outer game, so you need to back it up and deliver the goods. All right.
All right. I'm back. Thank you.
Sure
You're
thing.
Awesome.
All right, everyone. Well, thank you for spending the day with me, and it's just super fun. Hope you got a little support and you're a little bit closer. I mean, sometimes I know it gets messier before it gets clean, and that's part of the process. And sometimes whatever you come to me with the presenting question, I find the deeper question underneath it that might be the place that really matters more. But it's all part of the process, and can't snap my fingers and go to clarity sometimes. So it's emergence. So remember that.
You're awesome.
Yeah. In the meantime, it can still feel frustrating, and I get it. It's all part of the process. All right.
What do you call that when you're flexible?
Yes, totally. All right. Bye, everyone. Go out there, live your message. Take care.